In this free course, I'm going to show you exactly how to get SMMA clients consistently and predictably in 2024 so you can build a 6 or 7-figure marketing agency even as a complete beginner. In fact, in this free course, I'm going to give you the exact copy and paste marketing systems I use to build a 7-figure marketing agency and land over 400 paying clients in the past 24 months alone. And for context, I've spent over $500,000 of my own money in the past 2 years testing these marketing systems. And what I'm going to share with you in this course is what actually worked for me. So that way you can fast track your results and get clients faster. In this free course, we're going to cover the exact outreach system I use to get to $10,000 per month, the exact paid advertising system I use to get to $100,000 per month, the exact email marketing system I use to get clients, and the exact referral marketing system I use to get clients. I'm literally going to show you everything end to end so you can copy and model it for your agency so you can get more clients than you know what to do with, regardless if you're a beginner or you're an experienced agency owner who wants to scale things up. Now, I guarantee you this free course is 10 times better than any other free course on YouTube, and most gurus are charging tens of thousands of dollars for a course like this, and I'm gonna give it to you 100% free. And don't worry, I have nothing to sell you in this free course. Like I said, I already grew my own marketing agency past 7 figures in revenue, and the reason I'm making this free is I know you might not have the money right now to invest in a paid course, and I wanna make sure you have access to all the information you need to build a successful marketing agency in 2024, because I truly believe it's never been easier to do that as long as you have the right education. And that's what this free course is going to give you. So with that being said, get a pen and paper handy and let's dive into the free course. All right, welcome to the How to Get SMMA Clients in 2024 course. What I want to do in this quick video is give you an overview of what to expect in this course, as well as how to maximize your results going through it. So with that being said, let's dive right into it. And let's start with the first thing, which is what we're going to cover in this course. So in this course, we're going to go over 4 different client attraction systems. And these 4 systems are going to be split between cold client attraction systems and warm client attraction systems. Now, cold client attraction systems are designed to convert complete strangers into paying clients. So we're going to go over cold outreach and paid advertising. Now, your only focus in the very beginning is to get one of these cold systems working for you, because you only need one of these cold systems working for you to get past 6 or 7 figures in your agency. So again, we're going to go over cold outreach and paid advertising, and your only goal is to get one of these working for you in the beginning. Then once you have one of these cold attraction systems working for you, we're going to go over warm client attraction systems. And these are designed to convert people who already know you into paying clients. So we're going to go over the email marketing system and the referral marketing system. Because once you have a cold client attraction system working for you, that's going to be the work engine that brings you in new clients and really scales you up. But from there, you're going to have momentum. You're going to start building an audience. You're going to have more clients. And that's when we use our warm client attraction systems to really maximize the amount of new clients that you're going to get. And once you use all 4 of these together, that's when things get really fun, and you're going to have more freaking clients than you know what to do with. You're not going to have a getting clients problem. You're going to have a delivery and fulfillment problem. So that's what we're going to cover in terms of the client attraction systems. So now let's go over the way the course is structured. So each strategy has multiple lessons. For example, for cold outreach, there's over 10 lessons in that strategy alone. And it's going to walk you through step by step how to get a cold outreach strategy that works for you to get clients consistently. Now, most lessons have an action item for you to complete. Now, that action item is for you to complete to make sure you're held accountable and you're making momentum and progress. Because if you're not executing anything and you're just watching the videos, you're not going to get any results. So again, each strategy has multiple lessons, and most lessons have an action item for you to complete. Now, in terms of how to maximize your results going through this course, there's a few things you need to do. First, click the link in the description to get the free course notes that go along with this. So with this course, we put together like a 30+ page document that has all the notes from this course. So make sure to go to the pinned comment or in the description to get access to that, because you're going to use that as you're going through this course. The next thing is save this course to a playlist or bookmark it, because you're likely going to refer back to this multiple times throughout the year. So you want to make sure it's an easy to get location. Now, the third thing is feel free to go to a specific client attraction strategy that makes the most sense for you. For example, let's say you already have a cold outreach system that's generating you clients, and now you want to get a paid advertising system to get you clients on top of that. Go watch the paid advertising course. So use it as a reference. If there's a certain system that you want to learn that makes the most sense for you, go watch that. The fourth thing is you want to implement quickly. So finish the action items and don't overthink things. One of my favorite sayings is motion beats meditation. So you don't want to be overthinking everything. Just take action. Take action and let the market give you feedback on how to iterate. And we're going to show you how to do all of this in the course. So make sure not to overthink anything and implement quickly. That's going to be your best bet to get results. And the final thing is ask any questions in the comments. So whatever questions you have, drop them in the comments below and I'll try my best to personally answer them. And there's no such thing as a dumb question. I guarantee whatever question you have on your mind, other people are going to have those questions as well. So by you putting a comment below and asking a question and me replying to it, a lot of other people are going to get benefit as well. And also just make sure to enjoy the process. Learning these systems and getting clients is one of the funnest things to do in your agency. So enjoy the process and take it one step at a time. So with that being said, let's dive into the first strategy in the course and I'll see you there. All right, welcome to the cold outreach course. And what I want to do in this quick intro video is give you an overview of what the objective is with this course, as well as what lessons we're going to cover so you know what to expect. So with that being said, let's dive right into it and we'll start with the objective of this course, which is to help you build out a cold outreach marketing system that gets you clients consistently. Cold outreach is what I use to get past 10K per month initially, and I'm going to show you the step-by-step system and process I used to be able to do that. Now, in terms of what we're going to cover in the cold outreach course, lesson number 1, we're going to cover the cold outreach strategy and the use case. So you know the big picture strategy and when to use cold outreach. Lesson number 2, we're going to go over choosing your cold outreach platform. So there's so many different cold outreach platforms to use, whether it's cold email, cold Instagram, cold Facebook, all these different platforms. I'm going to show you which ones are the best that you should choose for your niche and offer. Then in lesson number 3, we're going to go over creating your outreach scripts. So I'm going to show you the exact outreach scripts I use to land clients and get meetings that you can copy and model. Then in lesson number 4, we're going to go over how to find an endless supply of leads to reach out to. So I'm going to show you 4 different methods that you can use to get leads all the time. Then in lesson number 5, we're going to go over optimizing your outreach profile so people actually trust you. Then in lesson number 6, we're going to go over setting your outreach targets and your key performance indicators so you have clear metrics to aim for. Then in lesson number 7, we're going to go over launching your initial outreach campaigns. Lesson number 8 is going to be assessing the results from your outreach campaign so you know what to do. Then lesson number 8, I'm going to show you how to optimize your outreach campaigns. So if your outreach campaigns are not performing, I'm going to show you step by step exactly how to fix them. And then in lesson number 9, we're going to go over scaling your outreach campaign. So you know step by step how to really take your outreach to the next level so you can get a ton of clients and meetings from it. So we got a lot to cover in this course. So with that being said, let's dive into it and I'll see you in the first lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over the cold outreach strategy and when to use it. So let's dive right into it and we'll start with what is cold outreach. And what cold outreach is reaching out to people in your niche who don't know who you are and presenting them your offer. So examples of cold outreach are things like cold email or cold DMs on Facebook and Instagram. Again, we're reaching out to people in your niche who don't know who you are and presenting them your offer. Now, what the cold outreach sales process looks like from the very beginning to the end when someone becomes a client is the first step is we find contact information of people in our niche. So that's their email, their phone number, and any social media links. Then once we have their contact information, we send them a cold pitch. So that pitch might be on cold email or cold DM. Then once we send them a cold pitch, that prospect will reply to that cold pitch with interest. Then once they reply, we book a meeting with that prospect, which is a sales call. And then finally, we close them into a paying client. So that's the sales process from the very beginning to the end. Now let's go over when to use cold outreach. So you want to start using cold outreach if you're new and you're just starting your agency. Next, if you have less than $100 per day to put into ad spend, you want to use cold outreach. If you have less than 3 case studies, you want to use cold outreach. Or if you already have paid ads working and you're looking to expand marketing channels, then it makes sense to use cold outreach. And the biggest pros with cold outreach is the first thing is it's cheap. So it's very cheap to use cold outreach. It's pretty much free. So that's why it's typically the first marketing channel and acquisition system you're going to use, just because of how cost effective it is. The next thing is it's fast. So cold outreach, you can start getting leads and calls booked in like 24 hours as long as you have a good outreach message, because we just need to find people's contact information and send them a message. So it's very fast. The third thing is it's easy. Again, cold outreach is a simple process. We find people's contact information and we send them messages. So it's a very easy, straightforward process. There's not a lot of tech involved. And then finally, cold outreach is proven. It's been around since the internet's been out, and there's hundreds of thousands of businesses, if not millions of businesses, using cold outreach. So it's a proven process. The biggest con with cold outreach in the beginning is there's a lot of manual labor in the beginning. So it's going to feel very hard for you to get your first few clients from outreach. That is the hardest part, is getting your first few clients with cold outreach. But once you get there and you get your first few clients with outreach and you understand the system, it becomes so much easier and it begins to snowball. So the thing you need to really adopt is you need to reach that tipping point once you get your first few clients, because everything after that is a lot easier. The hardest part is just getting those first few clients from your outreach. And it might feel very tedious, but just embrace that. Like, expect that it's going to be hard in the beginning. Now, in terms of the mindset that you need to succeed with cold outreach, there's a few mindset shifts you really need to adopt to maximize your chances of outreach working for you. The first thing is it's a volume game. So you need to start thinking in thousands and not hundreds. So with cold outreach, you need to be sending thousands of messages every single month, not hundreds, thousands. So if you adopt that mentality that it's an outreach, it's a volume game, then you're going to succeed. Like the clients that we've worked with that had the most success with outreach, they're sending thousands of outreach messages every single month, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, right? Not hundreds. So that's the first thing. The second thing is consistency. So you have to do outreach for months on end to gain traction. You can't think you can just do outreach for 30 days or 60 days and then quit. Like, you're not going to get any results really with any acquisition channel, right? So you need to make sure you can commit to it for the long term and be consistent with it. The third thing is you have to adopt the mindset that you have nothing to lose, because you either get a no or a yes. And if someone says a yes to you, that can change your life. But if someone says no with your outreach, your life doesn't really change. You're in the exact same position. Because I know for me, I was very scared with reaching out to business owners initially because I was afraid of rejection. But once I thought about it, I was like, okay, if they say no, my life doesn't change. I'm in the exact same position, but I only need one person to say yes. If I get one person to say yes and they give me money, my life can change and I can start getting momentum and building my agency. So once I adopted that mindset, it was a lot easier for me to reach out to these prospects cold because I knew I had nothing to lose. So really adopt that mindset, or that nothing to lose mindset. The fourth thing is you have to iterate and adapt. So you have to know how to get feedback from your outreach and be able to iterate and adapt as required. And I'm going to show you how to do that in the course, so don't worry. But let's say you're sending out outreach messages and no one's responding and you're getting no meetings. If you just continue to send out the same message and not change anything, you're not going to get any results. So you need to learn how to look at the data and make adjustments. And then finally, and this is probably the most important thing, is just it's effort. You need to put in as much effort as possible and adopt the mindset that this will take a lot of effort. This is going to be hard work. And this is like that Rocky cutscene period where you're going to be doing a lot of work, a lot of effort. It might feel hard in the time being when you're going through it, at least on a day-to-day basis, but it'll be worth it, because as long as you have good volume and you're consistent and you iterate and adapt, you will get cold outreach to work for you and you'll start getting clients, and it's what's going to build the foundation for your successful agency. So really adopt that it's going to take a lot of effort. Now, if you come in with that mindset and you apply these things, you have a much higher chance of cold outreach working for you, getting clients from it, and succeeding. So hope you found this video helpful. This is just a quick overview of the cold outreach strategy and when to use it. So now that we've gone over that, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over choosing your cold outreach platform. And there's two primary cold outreach platforms you can choose that are the most proven. The first one is cold email, and the second is cold Instagram direct messages. So what I'm gonna do is go through the pros and cons of each one of these platforms so you can see what makes the most sense for your niche and offer. So let's start with cold email, and we'll go through the pros first. The first pro is there's less restrictions on sending limits. So with cold email, you pretty much always been able to send 50 to 100 cold emails per day per Gmail and G Suite account. With cold direct messages on Instagram, you used to be able to send 100 per day. Now it's closer to 50 per day, and sometimes you get restricted at like 30 direct messages per day on Instagram. Now there are workarounds for that, which I'm going to show you in this course, but I just trust cold email more because there's less restrictions, and cold Instagram messages and social media just seems to change a little bit more often. The second pro is it's very easy to find email addresses of people, and almost every business owner has a business email that they check regularly. And that's a huge advantage because it's so easy to find the contact information of people you want to go after and send them a cold email. The third pro is there's much better software to manage and scale cold email campaigns compared to cold direct message campaigns on Instagram. So there's just amazing tools to find cold emails, send cold emails, and scale cold emails, and you don't have the same software tools with cold DMs. Now, personally, I've seen more 7- and 8-figure businesses built out of cold email than cold DMs, so take that with a grain of salt. Now, in terms of the cons with cold email, the first one is it's more crowded. So pretty much every business owner is going to get hit up by multiple cold emails every single week, so they're used to it. So their inbox is a little bit more crowded and you're competing for their attention. And because of that, you can run into lower open rates. So we need to make sure we have a stronger outreach message and a more compelling offer because you're competing against more people in their cold emails. The second thing is it's less personal and conversational. So cold emails, it's very direct, it's to the point, but compared to direct messages on Instagram, it's more of a conversation and you can let it flow. And that's a little bit of a con because you can't really have that personal connection with people. Now, in terms of cold Instagram direct messages, the biggest pros is number one, it's less crowded. If you can find the Instagram profile of someone in your niche that you're going after, you can typically have higher engagement rates with them compared to a cold email because they're typically checking their social media and it's more personal. The second thing is you can engage with people much longer and build a connection. That is probably the biggest advantage with cold Instagram DMs is if you follow someone, you can actually like their photos, you can engage with their page, and they'll actually get used to seeing your face and they'll build a connection with you versus it's very hard to do that on cold email. And again, it's just more personal and more conversational. Now, the cons with cold Instagram direct messages is there's more account restrictions and the software and tools are not as good. So those are the biggest cons. Now, in terms of which platform to choose, it really depends on which platform your niche is using the most and is easiest to find their contact information. So for example, if my niche is personal trainers who spend a ton of time on Instagram posting content, Instagram direct messages might be more appropriate because that's where they spend a lot of time, that's where they do business, they're used to engaging with that page, so that makes more sense for that niche. Now, if I'm going after software founders who barely use social media, cold emails are more appropriate. So you have to do a little bit of research on your niche and really figure out what platforms are they using and they engage the most on. So that will determine that. If you're stuck, however, and you don't know which platform to choose, almost everyone has a business email and checks it. So I would start with cold email if you're unsure, just for the reason because almost everyone has a cold email. There's much better software and tools to find leads, scale your email campaigns, and manage your outreach campaigns. So for that, if you're stuck, choose cold email. But if your niche spends a lot more time on cold Instagram and just Instagram in general, and you have experience with Instagram and you spend a lot of time there, then I would choose Instagram direct messages. So the action item I want you to focus on is choose your cold outreach platform. Do a little bit of research, figure out where your niche hangs out, and then from there, choose it. And if you're stuck, pick cold email. So once you've done that, I'll see you in the next video. Cheers. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over creating your outreach scripts. And there's a lot we're gonna cover in this lesson, so let's dive into it. So there's gonna be 3 core scripts we're gonna create. The first script is our initial outreach scripts. So this is the initial outreach message we're going to send to a prospect to get them to reply with interest in our services and our offer. The next script is our outreach scheduling script. So once someone replies to us with interest in our offer and services, this is the script we're gonna use to schedule them onto our calendar so we can have a sales call with them. And then the final script is our follow-up outreach scripts, both short-term and long-term. So these are the follow-up scripts we're going to use to constantly reach out to our outreach leads to maximize the amount of meetings and clients we get from our outreach efforts. So let's dive right into it, and we'll start with creating our initial outreach scripts. So these are going to be 3 core outreach scripts that I've personally used that I've had the most success with to get meetings and clients. So these are all proven and you can model them as long as you have a good offer. So the first script is a 5-step direct offer script. The second script is the Loom video script. And the third outreach script is the 2-step value script. So let's break down the first one, which is the 5-step direct offer script. And there's 5 core steps to this script. The first is we start with the compliment. The second step is we state our irresistible offer. The third step is we add social proof. The fourth step is we have immediate relief. And the final step is we have a call to action. So let's break this down. So the first step that we're actually technically going to have, if you're sending out a cold email, if you're sending out a cold direct message on Instagram or Facebook, you don't have to worry about this because there's no subject lines. But if you're sending a cold email, you need a subject line. And the whole point of a subject line is to get the message and email opened. So you want to make sure your subject line looks like it's coming from a friend. If it comes across and it looks like a sales message, people aren't going to open it. So the subject lines I've had the best success with are things like, hey name, or quick question, or check this out, because it's very simple and it looks like it's coming from a friend and it creates curiosity. So you want a subject line that's simple and creates curiosity that looks like it's coming from a friend. Then we need to state our compliment. So the whole job of a compliment in an outreach message is to get our foot in the door. Because if we're reaching out to someone who doesn't know who we are, the best way to gain their trust and get our foot in the door is by giving them a compliment that appeals to their ego. Think about it. You probably love it when friends and family give you compliments, and your prospects are no different. So what I like to do is have 1 or 2 sentences that's a personal compliment to them. So let's say I'm reaching out to a gym owner. I could say, hey name, love your podcast. I used your intermittent fasting cycle you mentioned on episode 210, and I've already dropped 10 pounds. So the person reading this, if they see that compliment, they're immediately going to like me and they're going to be curious to what the rest of my message is. So I've gotten my foot in the door. Then the next step is my irresistible offer. So once I got my foot in the door with the compliment, I need to hit them with my irresistible offer. Now, the stronger your offer is, the better this is going to work. So I could say, just a quick question, are you getting consistent members for your gym? If not, we guarantee we can help you double your gym members in the next 60 days using a simple 3-minute automated video funnel. So just like that, I'm stating my irresistible offer. Then after we state our offer, we need to add social proof, because the first thing someone's going to think after we state our offer is, okay, prove it, or who have you done it for? So the best way to address that is by adding social proof. So I could say, we've built these funnels out for a bunch of gyms around the area, like Gym X and Gym Y, and your gym has similar characteristics of clients we get great results for. So just like that, I've addressed that concern in their mind of who have you done it for. Now, if you don't have social proof right now, it's not the end of the world. Everyone starts with no case studies and social proof, but you need to make it a priority to get case studies, because once you have case studies and social proof, your outreach is going to work a lot better. Then from there, we need to state immediate relief. Now, what immediate relief is we want the prospect to taste how quickly we can solve their problems. So to give you an example, I can say, we can get this set up for you in a click of a button. And again, we guarantee you'll double your members in the next 60 days or you don't pay for it. So when I state we can get this set up for you in a click of a button, it's stating just how quickly I can solve their problem and provide immediate relief. You want the prospect to taste that outcome. Then we have a call to action where we tell the reader what we want them to do next. So I can state, if you're interested, just send me a quick reply and I can send you the next steps. Thisura. So these are the 5 steps to the direct offer script. This is the outreach message script that I've used the most, that as long as you have a good offer, this will work. The sequence of this structure here is proven. You just need to model it. So that is the 5-step direct offer script. The next script that you can use is the Loom video script. And I've used this script a ton to land big clients, and it's one of my personal favorites. So all we're going to have is a subject line if we're sending it via cold email, which is going to be the exact same, either hey name or quick question or check this out. And then here's the copy. Here's what makes it so simple. We're going to say, hey name, just made this quick video for you. You can watch it here. Let me know your thoughts, and then sign off with your name. Now you can see just how easy this outreach message is. There's a lot of curiosity behind this message because there's only like 3 or 4 sentences. Think if you were on the other side of this. If you saw a message like this, you'd probably be curious and want to watch the video. Now, if you're wondering what is going to be in this video, what we're going to do is this 5-step outreach script here that we've already drafted out. We're just going to use this and shoot a personal video of us saying this script. This should take us no longer than 30 to 60 seconds. And what we're going to use is the app called Loom. Now, Loom is a free video screen recording software. It's free. There's a paid plan that's like $10 a month. It's totally worth it. I've made a lot of money using Loom. But what it allows you to do is record your screen and send someone a personal video. And this is what I've used to send personal messages and outreach messages to clients. So let me show you how to do this. I'm not going to record a video at the same time, or else there's going to be 2 videos going at once, but I'm going to show you what this would look like. So in the video, what it would be is a video of me direct to camera with my face, pitching and saying this script here. So let's say I'm reaching out to the gym owner, and the gym owner's name is John. I would say, Hey John, love your podcast. I used your intermittent fasting cycle you mentioned on episode 210, and I've already dropped 10 pounds. Anyways, the reason I want to reach out to you, John, is just a quick question. Are you getting consistent members for your gym? If not, we guarantee we can help you double your gym members in the next 60 days using a simple 3-minute automated video funnel. Now, we've built out these funnels for a bunch of gyms in the area like Gym X and Gym Y, and your gym has the exact same characteristics of clients we absolutely crush it for. Now, we can get this system set up for you with the click of a button, and again, we guarantee you'll double your members in the next 60 days or you don't pay for it. If you're interested, Jen or John, just shoot me a quick reply and I'll send you over the next steps. Cheers, Thisura. Right, so that's what that would look like. Now, obviously, you'd want to memorize the script and get good. That was me just doing it off the cuff there, but you'd actually want to practice the script and memorize it, because once you memorize that script, pretty much the only thing you change is the compliment and the person's name, and the rest of the script stays the exact same. Now, one thing here too, because you're sending a personalized video and they know it's personalized to them, in some cases, you don't even need a compliment because it's already so personalized. You can just start right with the offer section here and dive right into it. This is what I did. I would basically send 50 to 100 of these cold looms a day. It took time, but it would be a very personalized message. People would resonate with it and it would have a good response rate. So that's the second outreach script, is the loom video script. There's only 3 sentences with it. You just send a personal video, send it to them, and it pitches this right here. The third script you can use is the 2-step value script. Now, this one is amazing. Like, this is a little bit more advanced, but if you have good case studies and you're confident in your ability to deliver results and you have a good process, this works really well. So this is the 2-step value script. It starts with step number 1, where we're trying to get the reply. Now, this can be done via email or cold DMs, like I mentioned. So same thing, we start with the subject line, which is going to be the same. Hey name, quick question, something like that looks like it's coming from a friend. So what we're going to do is step number 1 of the 2-step value script is we're going to personalize it. So we're going to have a compliment. Again, hey name, love your podcast, use your intermittent fasting cycle, already dropped 10 pounds, right? Same personalized compliment. Then we're going to add social proof, where I can say, want to reach out since we've been working with a few gyms in the area like Gym X and Y, and we've been testing a new lead generation system that gets our average gym double the members in the first 60 days. Then we want to provide big, fast value. I put together a quick 5-minute video breaking down the whole system so you or someone on your team can implement it, as I think you'd get great results from it. Then we're going to have a call to action. Let me know if you want it and I'll send it your way. So what we're doing here is we've built value of this thing that can immediately give them value to their gym. I'm saying, hey, we've been testing this new lead gen system that gets our average member double the members for their gym in the first 60 days. I put together a 5-minute video breaking the whole system down, want me to send that over, right? So that's the first step here. Now, once they say yes, let's say they reply to this outreach message that you send saying, yeah, send it over. Then what we're going to do is we're going to send them this saying, great, here's the video, watch it here. Now I'm going to go through the script to use in the video here shortly, so you'll know exactly what to say and how to structure it. And then we say, great, here's the video, watch it here. Hope you find it helpful. And here's what we're going to do after that. Then we're going to insert our offer. Also, if you watch the video and you want us to just build the entire system for you, we guarantee to double your members in 60 days using it, or you don't pay. Then we add social proof. We built these funnels out for a bunch of gyms in the area, and your gym has similar characteristics of clients we get great results for. Then we have immediate relief. We can get this set up for you in a click of a button, and again, we guarantee you'll double your members in the first 60 days, or you don't pay for it. Then we have our call to action. If you're interested, just send me a quick reply and I can send you the next steps. Sign off with your name. So this is a 2-step, because again, we start by giving them value up front. We get their reply. They have engaged and they've raised their hand that they want our thing and they're suffering with the pain. And then once they reply, we give them a highly valuable asset, but then we also pitch our offer at the exact same time. So inside this video, you're probably wondering, okay, what is the script in the video that we're going to send them? So here's what it looks like. And you just have to create this video one time and you can send it over and over and over again. So here's how to create this video. Now, a couple of things on how to present this. First, you want to screen share, right? So you'd want to use Loom or recording software. You can do this video either using Google Slides or just a Google document. You want to make sure your face is in the video so they can have a personal connection with you. You want to make sure you have clear audio, and you want to speak like you're actually shooting to one person, not to many people. And here's what I mean by that. So the first step in your video is you want to have a good hook. This is straight to the point promise of what the person is going to get by watching this video. So I could say, hey, in this quick video, I want to show you a simple lead generation system you can set up in the next 24 hours to double your gym members in the next 60 days, right? So just like that, I am going straight to the point promise. And I'm also making this seem like I'm shooting to one person, because I'm not saying, hey guys, I'm saying, hey, in this quick video, I want to show you a simple lead generation system you can set up to get more members, right? So it seems like I'm just talking to one person. Then I'm going to add social proof and back up my results. Same thing. So I'm going to say, I know you're probably a bit skeptical after hearing a promise like that. So just for some proof, this is the same system we've used to help. And then I would insert my case studies. So I would probably mention 2 or 3 different gym owners because that would be my niche in this example, and the results they got using it. Then we have our value overview. So what you want to do is you want to have some big picture value, just a big picture concept of how your strategy works. You don't want to get too nitty gritty with all the tech and everything. You just want to have a high level overview of the strategy and the process so they can understand it. So in this example, I could talk about the offer that we're using, the ads that we're using, and I could actually show them the ad step by step that they could use, right? And an ad that actually worked for gyms. Then I could show them the funnel that we're using, right? At a high level. Then after I've overviewed the process and given them value, then you have a call to action with the next steps. So then I could say, from here, you have 2 options. Option number 1, if you have a pretty good idea of everything, you and your team can go ahead and implement it and do the strategy yourself. Or option number 2, we can just build this whole system out for you, and we guarantee we'll double your gym members in the first 60 days, or you don't pay for it. If you're interested, go here to book a call, and you could just have a URL where they could book a call, or simply reply to this message, and we can go from there. So that is the video script. And again, you only need to shoot this video once. You could shoot this via Loom, just have some Google Slides that go through the structure, or it could even be a Google Doc with this filled out, but that's what you're going to send people. So all you're doing with this 2-step is you're sending this first thing that's giving them this valuable asset, and the goal here is for them to reply to it. Once they've replied, they've basically selected themselves as being interested in what you have to offer and sell. And then after that, we reply to them and we send them that asset that we only need to create one time, and we also state our offer in our reply as well. So that is the 2-step value script. Now, what you need to do now that we've gone over our initial outreach scripts, again, the goal of our initial outreach scripts is to get someone to reply with interest in our services. So what I want you to do is I want you to create your initial outreach scripts. You want to create scripts for at least 2 of the 3 scripts mentioned, right? So you want to create your 5-step direct offer script, your Loom video script, and your 2-step value script. You want to have at least 2 scripts created. Now, unless you're a little bit more advanced and you have good proof of concept, you might not be able to do the 2-step value script because you need to have a process that's proven and good case studies. If you're not in that position right now, you want at the very least for you to have the 5-step direct offer script. Like every single one of you should use the 5-step direct offer script. It's the easiest one to use and it's the most proven. And the Loom video script because it's basically the same thing but just in a personalized video format. So that's the action item I want you to do is create your initial outreach scripts and have at least 2 scripts ready. Now that we've created our initial outreach scripts, now let's go over creating your short-term follow-up scripts. So what our short-term follow-up scripts are is we don't want to just send one person one message. We need to make sure we actually follow up with them in the short term as well to maximize the amount of people who actually see our message. So our short-term follow-up scripts can look as so. So the first follow-up message, whether it's an email or we're sending them a DM, we just wait 1 day, and if we don't hear back from them, we could say, hey, name, did you get a chance to see this? I know you probably got a lot on your plate, but just want to bump this in case you didn't. Then sign off with your name. Then if they still don't reply, wait another 2 days and restate your offer. Hey, name, do you have room for more members in your gym? If so, we guarantee we can help you double your gym members in the next 60 days using a simple 3-minute funnel. We've built these out for a bunch of gyms in the area like X and Y, and I think we can get great results for you too. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Sign off, right? So we're just restating our offer again because maybe they didn't see it. We just want them to see our offer right away. And then the final follow-up email, we're going to wait 3 days. And if they still don't reply, we're going to have a last call saying, hey, name, one last follow-up here. Are you the right person to reach out to regarding more members for your gym? Let me know if there's someone else I should reach out to. Thisura. So that is the short-term follow-up scripts, just 3 follow-up emails or messages that we're going to send people to bump them until they reply to our message. Now, if you're sending someone a 2-step value script, the follow-up is going to be a little bit different. So the first message can stay the same. The second one, when you're restating the offer, instead of you pitching the offer right away, you would say, hey, name, were you able to, hey, name, did you still want me to send across this free resource that'll show you how to get more members to your gym, right? Or whatever you're sending across, it will just change slightly because you're sending someone a valuable asset rather than sending them the pitch right away. So hopefully that makes sense. But what you want to do, the action item, is I want you to create your outreach follow-up scripts using the frameworks above. All you need to do is create 3 simple follow-up messages that follow this, right? And again, it's either going to be sent to them via email or cold DMs, depending on which platform you're going to send, but the same principle applies. So once you do that, now you have your short-term outreach follow-up scripts created. The next thing that we have to create is we have to create our outreach scheduling scripts. So if you remember what our outreach scheduling scripts are, is the moment someone replies to our initial outreach message or our follow-up messages with interest in our services, the next step is we have to schedule them onto a phone call. So here's how we're going to do that. Let's say they reply to our initial message with something like, yes, I'm interested, or yes, tell me more. Here's how we're going to schedule them to our calendar so we can have a sales call. We could say, great. The next step from here is we can book a quick 15-minute chat and I can go over our system in more detail. I can do X time or Y time. So you just insert 2 times that they can book in a call with you. So you could say, I can do today at 9 a.m. or 4 p.m. I like to have one morning time and one later in the daytime. If that doesn't work, here's my personal calendar to schedule in. And you'd insert your personal meeting link, whether you're using Calendly or Go High Level, whatever you're using for them to actually book in a meeting with you personally. If none of those times work, let me know and we can work something out. Sign off. All right, so that's the first message. Then if you still don't hear back from them in 24 hours, send them a bump. Say, hey name, did any of those times above work for you? Let me know if not, and I can fit around your schedule. Sign off with your name. Now, if they still don't reply to you, wait another 24 hours and say, hey name, everything okay? Never heard back from you. Thisura, right? So this is how we're going to follow up with them. Again, this is for people who've replied with interest. So we know they're interested. We just need to get them to schedule a phone call. So we're going to continuously follow up and push them to book a call with us. Now, once they booked a call with us, you don't need to continue messaging them, right? It's done. Now, if you also have their phone number and you have their phone number on file, you can also call them as well if they reply with interest. So what I would recommend is call them all the time, right? Like an unreasonable amount of times until they pick up because they expressed interest. So you might as well fight to get them on a phone call because you'll make money if you do. So days 1 to 10, you can call them 2 times per day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. Days 11 to 20, you can call them once per day. And then days 21 to 30, you can call them 3 times per week. So every other day. So the script that you would use is you could call them. Let's say the person's name's Jim. You could say, hey, is this Jim speaking? And then Jim picks up and he says, yeah, this is Jim. Then you're going to open. Hey, Jim, this is just Thisura with Scale with Less. I was just wrapping up a meeting and saw you reply to my email I sent you on how we can help you double your gym members in the next 60 days. So I thought I'd give you a quick ring. Is now still a good time? Just something like that. That is the opening to it. Now, once they say, yeah, they reply to that, then what we're going to do is we're going to say, great. Next steps from here are really straightforward. We can book in a quick 15-minute call and I can go over our system in more detail and how it works. Does that work for you? And they're going to say yes. And then you could say, great. I have availability today at X or Y or tomorrow at X or Y. What works better for you? They say yes. You want them to confirm a time. Then say, perfect. I'll just send you a calendar invite now so it shows up on your end. Is the best email X, whatever email you have on file. Then send them over the email saying, great, just sent the invite across your way. Did you get it? You want to confirm that they received that invite and then tell them to hit accept on that invite because once they hit accept, that meeting actually shows up on their calendar and then just say, thanks, we'll chat with you then. So it's a very simple script here. And one thing I want to add out too is the reason we say I was just wrapping up a meeting and saw you reply to my email, you want to kind of imply that you have shit to do. You're not like if you want to kind of say like, hey, you're in a hurry as well. And then the other thing is you always, if they say like, hey, like I don't have time to do that. Can we just do the call now? Really try to push them to get on a call because every single time I've tried to do a demo with them on the call there when they pick up, it never ends well. So what I'll typically say is like, yeah, I got to dash to my next meeting in like 10 minutes, so we won't have enough time, but let's just schedule something in for X time tomorrow or X time later today. You want to make sure they're actually prepared and there's a scheduled meeting with them. So that is the outbound call script to use. So the action item for you to focus on is create your lead conversion scripts using the message here. So use this. So create your outreach scheduling scripts. So let me just update this. Create your outreach scheduling scripts. So all you have to do is literally copy and paste these messages here so you have these handy. So whenever someone responds to your outreach, you just send them this chain here to get them booked in, and then create your outbound scripts as well. So if you have their phone number, use this script to call them and get them scheduled in. So have those 2 scripts created. So now you know what to do when someone actually replies with interest, and now you know how to actually get them booked onto your calendar. And then the final thing we can go over is creating your long-term farming scripts. So we went over your short-term follow-up scripts, and your short-term follow-up scripts were the ones that we went over, just bumping them and getting them to actually reply. Now what we need to do is we need to create our long-term follow-up scripts. So this is how we can continually follow up with our outreach leads until they book a meeting with us, because that way we're going to maximize the amount of people who actually respond and the clients we get from our outreach messages, because we want to consistently follow up with them because people's circumstances change. They might not be interested in your services right now, but 30 days later or 90 days later, their circumstances might change where they really need your services. So we need to make sure we have a way to continuously follow up with them. Now, this strategy I'm going to share with you is where I actually got a lot, if not most of my meetings booked from my outreach strategy. So do not skip this part. So what I'd like to do is follow up every 30 days with the leads who don't reply. And the way I'm going to follow up with them every 30 days is in the first strategy, I'm going to reach out with new testimonials, or I'm going to reach out with valuable content. So here's what this looks like. This was 100% the most effective method for me, was reaching out with new testimonials. So every single time I would get a new testimonial from someone in my niche, I would take that testimonial and send that to everyone who didn't reply to my initial outreach message and say, hey, I just got this new testimonial. Let me know if you're interested. And what ends up happening is every time you get a new testimonial and you send it their way, you're just going to get people who are just keep seeing these new case studies from you that they're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to reply to this guy and see what he has to offer, especially if they recognize one of your case studies. Then at that point, they are for sure, if they're interested, going to reply back to you. So here's what we're going to do. We can have, if we're sending a cold email, we could have a subject line like quick update. Again, if you're not sending a cold email and you're just sending a cold DM, don't worry about the subject line. We could just say, hey name, hope everything's going well on your end. Then we're going to add social proof. We just finished up working with Mike from Pumping Iron Gym, about 35 minutes out from your gym, and helped him get 42 members in the past 30 days. Then we're going to insert our offer. Want to reach out because we're looking to partner with a few more gym owners who have capacity to take on new members. If you're like any other gyms we worked with in the past, I understand you might be a bit skeptical, which is why we guarantee we can double your members in the next 60 days or you don't pay. That way there's no risk on your end to try it out. Then we have our call to action. If you're interested, just shoot me a reply and I'll send you over the next steps. P.S. We're only looking to take a few gym owners in the area, so the sooner you get back to me, the better. So you can see here, we're reaching out with a new testimonial. We're saying, hey, we just finished up working with Mike and helped him get 42 new members in the past 30 days. Now, one other thing that we should probably add to this is we could say, you can check out his testimonial here. And you'd actually want to insert the link of your testimonial. So that way they can see it, right? So if it's not a testimonial, maybe it's a screenshot. You could also attach the screenshot, but you want to make sure that they can view that testimonial. So hopefully that makes sense in that social proof. That way they can actually view that video testimonial or see that testimonial up front and be like, okay, this is legit. And this way, every single time you get a testimonial, that's what I would do. Every time I would get a testimonial, every 30 to 60 days, I would reach back to all my leads with that testimonial. Every single time I would do this, I would get new meetings booked and new clients from it because they would recognize one of my testimonials, at least one of them that I would reach out to and be like, okay, let's hop on a call, right? So if you do this correctly, you will get so many meetings and clients from this. And this is where a good chunk of your efforts and your meetings and your leads will come from your outreach. So make sure to do this. Again, every 30 days, you get a new testimonial, or whenever you get one, follow up with your outreach leads and send them this. The second long-term follow-up strategy is you could reach out with valuable content. So every 30 days, you could just send them a valuable piece of content where you could have a subject line like, thought you might like this. Say, hey name, then we're going to have immediate value. We've been working with a lot of gyms in the area, and we compiled a free report breaking down 5 of the most successful ads we've run to fill up gyms with new members. For context, these ads generated 450 new members in the past 90 days alone across our clients. Then we have a call to action. Want me to send you the report? Just shoot me a reply and I'll send it your way. Right? So it's like a 2-step. Then if they reply with interest, then we send the value. Just attached it in the email below, and then we state our irresistible offer. Also, we're looking to work with a few gym owners who want to double their gym members in the next 60 days with guaranteed results. If we don't double your gym in the next 60 days, you don't pay for it. That way there's no risk on your end to try it out. Then we have a call to action. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Thisura. And then if they reply, we get them scheduled in. So that is the ways we can follow up with prospects consistently over the long term. We can either reach out with new testimonials, or we can send them highly valuable content and lead magnets. And if they reply, we send it their way and then pitch our offer as well. So the action item that I want you to focus on is create your long-term follow-up scripts if you have any existing testimonials or valuable content assets. Like if you already have 3 testimonials, you could create 3 of these testimonial scripts right now that you can use, and every 30 days you could just send them over to your prospects or everyone who didn't reach out. So you have like 90 days worth of testimonial follow-ups already created if you already have those testimonials and case studies. And you're going to use the testimonial follow-up script whenever you receive a new testimonial, so you can reach out to all your outreach leads who didn't reply. And if you do this, you will get more people to reply to you. I promise you that. And you want to use the value content follow-up script when you create any lead magnets, so you can reach out to old leads who didn't reply. So that way you have a constant stream to follow up with your outreach leads over the long term. And if you stay on top of them, you're going to maximize the amount of leads you get. And don't worry, we're going to go into how to actually launch your outreach campaigns and all that. But for now, you just need to focus on creating your scripts. So I know there's a lot that we covered there. Just a quick refresher on everything. that you need to create. So the first thing that we went over was creating your initial outreach scripts. This is the initial outreach message we're going to send someone to get them interested in our services. We went over 3 scripts: the 5-step direct offer script, the Loom video script, and the 2-step value script. The action item that you needed to complete was create your initial outreach scripts, and I wanted you to create at least 2 of the 3 mentioned above. Then you need to create your short-term follow-up scripts. So these are the 3 follow-up messages we're going to send in that same week if they do not reply. So these are the 3 messages here. So you need to make sure you create your short-term follow-up scripts. Then we went over creating our outreach scheduling scripts. So once they actually reply with interest, we need to schedule them into a sales call. So we have 3 messages that actually push them to book in a meeting with us. So make sure you have that complete. And we also went over, if we have their phone number on file, how to call them and what the script is to use to get them booked in. So the action item there was creating your outreach scheduling scripts and your outbound script as well, so you can call them if you have their number on file. And then we went over creating your long-term scripts, your long-term follow-up scripts. And we went over reaching out with new testimonials and reaching out with valuable content. So make sure you have those scripts created. So outline everything. I know that was a lot there, but once you have all that done, that's the hardest part. You have all your scripts created, and now we can start moving on to getting everything set up so we can start launching some of these campaigns. So make sure to get these action items done, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, I'm gonna show you how to find leads to reach out to, and I'm gonna share 4 different strategies you can use to find an endless supply of leads in your niche that you can reach out to and land as paying clients. So let's dive into it. So first, I'm gonna go over paid options you can use to find leads, and then I'm gonna go over free options you can use to find leads. So let's start with the paid options, and the paid options is using lead softwares. And lead softwares are by far the fastest and most efficient ways to find leads in your niche. And the way lead softwares work is they have a database with a bunch of different leads in your niche already, and they provide you the lead information, the contact information. You just have to pay a monthly subscription to get access to that information. So an example of that would be a lead software like D7 Lead Finder. D7 Lead Finder, if you're going after a local niche like dentists, chiropractors, or gyms, is your best bet. If you're going after e-commerce brands, Apollo works great. There's so many different lead softwares. So to show you what this looks like, I'm in D7 Lead Finder right now. You can see I made a search for gyms in Vancouver, British Columbia, and it automatically gives me all the contact information in one place. It gives me the name of the company, the phone number, the email address, and all their social media links, all in one location. And you can see all the results. This would have taken me a long time to manually get this information, but it gave me 383 entries in a few minutes. And all I have to do is download this as a CSV file, and I'll have all the contact information. And all I have to do to use D7 Lead Finder is I could just type in my niche that I'm in. So I can just type in gyms. I can choose the city, like New York, and I hit get leads. And with the click of a button in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it's going to give me a huge list of leads automatically. So you can see how it saves me a ton of time. Now, these are blurred out right now because I'm in the free option. I'm not on a paid user. I just want to show you this as an example. If you want to become a paid user, I believe it starts at about 61 Canadian a month or 74. Most of you are just going to need the $61 per month plan. I'm not affiliated by D7 Lead Finder. I just want to show you this as an example. And you can see you get 3,500 daily leads on this plan. That's more than enough. And that's going to save you a ton of time. So those are lead softwares. That is the steps there. If you want to save time and you have 60, 70 bucks a month, I would highly recommend using a lead software because it's going to save you a ton of time and you can be more efficient. So now let's go over some free options. Now, I used free options initially. I totally understand if you don't have $60, $70 a month to start, but if you do, use the paid options. If you don't, we're going to go through 3 different free options. So we're going to start with just manually using Google search. And all we have to do is we get to go to our friend Google over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to type in just our niche and we're going to type in our location. So I could type in gyms in Vancouver. And when I type that in Google, I can go to the map section directly and I can see a bunch of businesses and gyms that are already going to show for me. And you can see I have their contact information and I can go to their website and scrape the information directly, which I'm going to show you how to do. I can also go through all the search results page by page to actually find gyms. But all I have to do here is to show you how this works is what we're going to do is we go to Google search, we type in our niche to find businesses, which we already did, and then we're going to go to their website to get their contact information manually and put that into this lead scraping sheet here. So I actually created a lead scraping sheet for you, and all we have to do is once we're in this lead scraping sheet is we can manually put in this information. So when I typed in gyms in Vancouver, I can go to the map section here. I can go through some of these here. And let's say I want to get the information of Spartacus Gym. I can open their website. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this. I'm going to take my lead scraping sheet. I'm going to put the company name as Spartacus Gym. Position here, I'll just put owner. Then we'll take the website here. We'll put the website like that. Then we'll grab their email. And the way we're going to grab their emails, it's typically at the bottom, like so. You can see it's right here, info@spartacusgym.ca. We're going to take that. We're going to paste that in here. We're also going to grab their phone number, which is right here, 604. Grab that. Thank you very much. Put that in. And we'll grab any social media links that are relevant. And usually their social media links are, maybe it's in the contact. Let's see. Looks like they don't have any social media links right now. I mean, I could go to Instagram and probably find it. But for this sake, it's usually on their website, but all you'd have to do is just go to Instagram, type in Spartacus Gym, and you'd likely find their social media pages as well. But in this case, all you really need is their phone number and their email for now. And if you want to get their social media links, we can go to Instagram, type in Spartacus Gym. Here we go. Yep. So we can grab this link, Spartacus Gym right here. This is the gym. We can take that and put in, here's their Instagram link. And we could do the same for Facebook, for example. But this is how we'd grab and manually put in their contact information. And we could do that for every single result that comes up on that Google search, right? When I typed in gyms in Vancouver, I would just manually scrape this information and put it in. And then we could create a lead list. The other method that we could do is we could use Instagram hashtags. So we can go directly to Instagram and we can type in something like Vancouver. Well, we could just put in a hashtag like Vancouver gyms and a bunch of results should pop up. So all I have to do is click on one of these posts. Here's one, loaded athletics. I can click on that and we found a gym, right? And we can just manually scrape their information. So we can click on their website that's here, that's typically in their bio on their post, and we'll just manually scrape that information. So this is called loaded athletics. We'll put this in. It's owner. We'll grab the website link right here, put that in. Then we'll grab the email. And again, their email's typically right at the bottom, just like so. You can see the email. We'll copy that. We'll put that in. Then we'll take the phone number as well, which is right here. Thank you very much. We'll take the phone number. We'll add the social media link, which is already attached. So we'll click that, grab that, and we'll put that in. So that's how we can use Instagram hashtags. I would recommend doing this on your phone to find them, because if you go on your desktop and you hit search and you just type in any gym, like let's just go back to that search that I had, which was hashtag Vancouver gyms. What ends up happening if you're on desktop is it doesn't show you all the search results. It kind of stops. So you want to make sure you use mobile. It'll give you more options. But apart from that, that's how we can use Instagram hashtags to find leads. The third option is we can use the ad library. This is one of my favorite. This is an option that you can use to find businesses in your niche that are already advertising that you can reach out to. So let's go here. What we're going to do is we're going to hit the Facebook ad library, which is already linked right here. It's going to be linked in this document. And by the way, this document and all the free course notes are going to be linked in the pinned comment and in the description. You can download this and get it all for free. So make sure to get access to that so you can follow along. Once we're in the ad library, we can just type in, looks like it's making us ask a category. We're just going to put this at all ads, and we're going to type in a keyword. So I can type in gym, Vancouver gym. We'll just type in Vancouver gym. And what that's going to do is it's going to show me a bunch of results of gyms that I can go after. Well, maybe this is, I guess this isn't put together here, so I can actually just type in gyms. This is probably, let's put this search like that. That'll be easier. And we'll let this load. So you just want to type in like a keyword, whether it's gyms, whatever your niche is, dentists. We'll wait for this to load. And we can see a bunch of gyms that show up that we can reach out to. So we have the OBF gym, Rock Gyms. This is one in Quebec. And once we see these, what we can do is we can go to any of them, the ones that actually allow us to click learn more. So we can see here, this one's French. We probably don't want the French option. So we'll just keep scrolling till we find one that we like. Here's one, Waverly Gym. So what I can do is I can click this link here. It's going to load and it'll take me straight to their website, and I can do the same thing. I can manually put them into our lead scraping sheet. So this is called Waverly Gym. And again, the beauty about this is these are people who already know the importance of advertising. They are already trying to advertise and they're likely not getting results. So if we reach out to them saying we can do a better job, they're usually open to it, or they're going to be more open to it. So next we're going to put in the position. We can just put that as owner again. Then we'll put in the website link. We'll grab the email. Which they're giving us a hard time getting their email. Looks like it's, well, here's their phone number. Grab the phone number. Sure, their email's in here somewhere. You can also get their social media links like so. Paste that in. Let's see if we can find their email on here. I'm sure it's somewhere. If it's not, sometimes you can't get it all. Questions. Yeah, I guess they don't actually give you an email option, at least in this site. Can't find their email. It might be somewhere on this page here, but I don't see it. It doesn't really matter. You get the point. You would go through this ad library to just find, and you can go through all these different options that pop up to actually come across gyms. And there's, over 3,000 plus results of leads in here that you could just manually scrape and put into your lead scraping sheet. So those are 3 options you can use to find leads for free. You can use Google search, you can use Instagram hashtags, and the ad library. Now, again, I recommend if you have the cash flow, get a paid subscription to a lead software. That will make things a lot easier. But if you can't, that's totally fine. I started off using the free options. I was just manually scraping leads on Google using Instagram hashtags. That's what I was doing. You could also use ad library. Just go through these and you'll have an endless supply of leads that you can find and reach out to. Now, again, this is a little bit of a tedious process, but you just have to will your way through it and do it every single day. So make sure to go through this. This is how you actually find leads. The action item I want you to focus on is figure out if you're going to use a paid lead software or if you're going to do it for free, whether it's Google search or Instagram hashtags or the ad library. Just write that down and write out how you're primarily going to get leads. Are you going to get a lead software or are you going to do it manually? Write that down, and once you have that, you might need to look around a little bit too to see like you can actually find your leads on Google search or the hashtags or your ad library. Do a little bit of research there, and then once you do that, you'll have a clear idea, and then you can narrow down which method you're primarily going to use to find leads. So go finalize that. That's the action I want you to focus on. So I'll just write this in here as well. So you have this, which is finalize the method you will use to find leads, either paid or free lead scraping methods. So that's the only thing I want you to focus on. So go ahead and do that. And once that's done, you now know how to find an unlimited supply of leads, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over optimizing your cold outreach profile. And this step is so important because if our outreach profile is not optimized, we're not gonna get the amount of leads, meetings, and clients we could be getting from our outreach. So this is an essential step. So what you need to understand is when you send out an outreach message, what's gonna happen before someone responds back to you is they're typically gonna do a little bit of a background check. They're gonna check out your website, they're gonna see a picture of yourself, they wanna make sure that you're a real, legitimate person. If at any point they can't find your website, they don't know who you are, or you don't look legitimate, they're not going to respond to your outreach message. So we need to make sure that whichever outreach platform we're using, our profile is optimized and we look legitimate. So I'm going to show you how to do that if you're using cold email, as well as if you're going to be using Instagram or Facebook outreach. So let's start with optimizing our cold email profile. So what we need to make sure that we have is, you can see here, here's a test email that I did to myself. You can see this is what it would look like for a person. So the first thing that you notice is my profile picture. You can see I have a profile picture in my signature and in my just profile itself, a picture of my face that looks professional. This doesn't look like spam. It looks like a real person. You can see I'm not hiding myself. On top of that, you can see in my signature, I clearly state my name and my position. I also state my company. I state my phone number. And I also state my website. This all looks professional because when someone is going to see my cold outreach message, they're going to see this, my face here. They're going to see that I'm not scared to show my number. And on top of that, they're going to likely click on my website to do a little bit more research. And they can see when they go to my website, all the amazing clients that I worked with and what I've done. And it adds more credibility because they're likely going to go to my website first. And if they like what they see and I pass that credibility check, that's when they're going to go ahead and hit reply and actually respond back to me. So that's how the funnel typically works, is they see your message, they read it, but then they're going to see all this stuff and they're going to do a little bit of a background checks. But if that doesn't check out, or you look scammy or you don't look legitimate, they're not going to respond back to you. So you want to make sure here, going back here, you want to make sure you have a picture of yourself on your profile. You want to make sure you have a name and title, just like I have here, founder and CEO. You want to make sure you have your company name, scale with less in my case. You want to make sure you have your phone number and email. That would be good as well, which I have here. You want to make sure you have your website. And you want to make sure you have a real domain as well. You don't want to be sending from just like a random Gmail account. You want to make sure you have a real G Suite account that looks legitimate. That's what I would recommend. Now, there's a tutorial that I attached on how to do this step by step to optimize your email signature, so you can do that. So make sure to watch this video here that's attached that will show you how to set up your cold email outreach profile properly so you can make it look nice and pretty like I did here. You want to make sure you get that done if you're doing cold email. The next thing I'm going to go over is optimizing your Instagram and Facebook outreach. So if you're going to be doing Instagram direct messages and that's what you're choosing and you're not doing cold email, we need to make sure that that profile is actually optimized. So a lot of the stuff applies the same. It's just a little bit different. So the first thing is I'm going to open up Instagram here. We're going to go to my profile. The first thing that we need to make sure we do is we need to make sure we have a professional profile picture. And you can see here, I have a nice professional profile picture and a headshot. So I look like a real person. The next thing, and just to take one step back as well, when someone sees your cold DM that you send someone, what they're going to do is they're going to creep your profile. They're going to, that's just human nature. They're going to check out your profile and they want to make sure that you're a real person and you look legit. So when we're doing this, that's why we need to make sure our profile is optimized. So the next thing that we need to do after we have a good profile picture is we need a strong bio. And in our bio, we need to state who you help, what our offer is, what our credibility is, and our website URL. So typically the structure I like to use here is helping niche get outcome in time frame with guarantee or risk reversal. So what this would look like is helping gym owners double their members in 60 days guaranteed. Then you could have some credibility of how many clients that you worked with. So I could say over 100 plus clients or whatever you have. And then you want to have, see how we can help you scale here. And then you'd insert your website. So it'd be like this, see how we can scale, see how we scale gyms here. So I would just take this once I've written this out, like so, take this, I'll go to my Instagram profile because this is the key real estate, is this stuff right here. This is what most people are going to look at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit edit profile. I'm going to update my bio here, just like so. Hit submit. And once I do that, if I just go back to my profile here, you can see here, now my bio is updated. Helping gym owners double their members in 60 days guaranteed, over 100 plus clients. See how we scale gyms here. And then there's my website that's attached. So just like that, now I have a much stronger bio that when someone lands on my profile, they see my profile picture and they immediately see what we do and how we help. And this acts like a funnel. They see my offer statement, they see how many clients I worked with if I have that, and they can actually click on my website here and actually see my offer in more detail that's going to further sell them, and they can see all the case studies and results that we have. Again, this acts like a funnel. On top of that, you want to make sure you have relevant content as well. This would be a bonus. You don't need to have this, but I highly recommend having this if it's your primary outreach channel, is you want to make sure that you either have some nice pictures of yourself or ideally you have some short form content that demonstrates your expertise, where you're actually maybe sharing tips on how you can help people in your niche grow using ads or whatever your service is. Like in my profile here, if I was going after gyms and that was my niche that I was focusing on, I would actually have maybe some videos or some tips on how to actually grow your gym that were actually attached onto it. So when someone actually lands on my profile, they see this and they can see some valuable content right away, and they'll be like, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about, or these are some valuable tips. So ideally you want to have some relevant content. And the next thing is followers. If you don't have any followers on your Instagram, like if you're choosing Instagram as your primary outreach channel, but you have like 2 followers or 3 followers, it's not going to be a good look. It's just going to look like a bot and they're likely not going to respond back to you. So what I would highly recommend you do if you don't have any followers or you're just starting an Instagram account is you could just pay for some followers here for cheap. You can just use a service like Upgrow. They're relatively cheap. You can see the pricing here. It's like $29 a month and they'll get you 1,000 to 1,500 real followers. You can use something like this for just a monthly service to just get your first 1,000 or 1,500 followers or whatever, just to have a little bit of credibility, and then you can stop paying for the service if it's going to be your primary outreach channel. Because again, people are going to make a snap judgments once they see your outreach profile. And if you have like 10 followers or you have maybe 100 followers, but you're following like 10,000 people, it's not going to be the best look. So you want to make sure you have more followers than who you're following, and you have that credibility there. So onto your Facebook or Instagram outreach profile, you have a professional profile picture, you have a strong bio that's attached with who you help, your offer statement, your credibility, you have relevant content, and you have followers that's attached as well. And if you're using cold email, you have a picture of yourself, you have a name and title in your signature, you have your company name, your phone number, your website, your real domain. And again, we've attached a tutorial on how to do this. I'll just show you this one more time. This is what it looks like on an email signature, profile picture, all the details down here. And then on an Instagram profile, we have a good headshot. We have our description here. And then we'd want to make sure as well we have some relevant content that's good, which I don't have in this case because I'm not going after gym owners. But if that was my primary outreach channel, that is what I would be doing, and that's what I'd recommend. So the action item I want you to focus on that is attached here, that I'm writing out live, is complete and optimize your cold outreach profile. So if you're using cold email as your primary channel, follow these steps here, watch the tutorial so you get that done. If you're going to be using Instagram outreach or or Facebook outreach as your method, follow the steps here and actually get those done. Make sure you have all the stuff here, and then you'll be good to go. So go ahead and get that done. Optimize your cold outreach profile, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over setting your outreach targets and metrics. And the target I want you aiming for in the beginning is 50 outreach messages every single day at bare minimum. So every single day, you're reaching out to 50 prospects in your niche. So that's a total of 1,500 outreach messages every single month. And the goal with these 50 outreach messages per day is to validate your outreach message converts and know how many outreaches you need on average to get a client. Your number one focus in the beginning is to know how many outreach messages you need on average to land a client. Because once you know that number, getting clients becomes very easy. So let's say, for example, you know for every 1,000 outreach messages you send, you land 1 client. If you want 5 clients every single month, that means you need to send 5,000 outreach messages. It becomes a very simple math equation. So the sooner you can figure out that number of how many outreach messages you need to send to land a client, getting clients becomes very easy. But that's the hardest part because we need to validate our outreach message and stay consistent with our outreach until we know that number. And what we're aiming for, our target outreaches per client, is ideally we're getting 1 client for every 1,000 outreach messages we send. If we can get under that and below that, that's even better. At minimum, we're getting 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages we send. If we can stay within these ranges, that means our outreach message is converting and we can begin scaling it. Now, what actually is required, if you're wondering, okay, like what is required to actually get 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages? Let me show you. These will actually act as metrics for you and baselines for you to stay towards. So if you send 1,500 outreach messages per month, which is 50 outreach messages every single day, that's 1,500 outreach messages per month. Now, if 3% of them, which is an engaged reply rate, so if 3% of them reply back to your outreach message with interest, 3%, that gives you 45 engaged leads. And engaged leads are people who reply back with interest in your outreach message. Now, if your booking rate is 30%, and your booking rate is what percentage of the people who actually reply with interest you schedule into a call is 30%, that gives you 14 booked calls. Now you're going to know your outreaches per meeting is 107. So for every 107 outreach messages you send, you get 1 meeting booked. That's a very important number to know because now you know for every 107 outreach messages you send, on average, you get 1 meeting booked. That's great. Now you know your input that's required to get a booked call. Now let's say your show up rate is 70%, which is how many of these meetings actually show up to that call with you. That gives you 10 showed up calls. Now, if your closing rate is 10%, which means you close and convert 1 out of every 10 people into a paying client, that gives you 1 client. So looking at this, that gives you 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages you send. So what you need to look at here is these act as ranges. You want to try to get an engaged reply rate of 3%. You want your booking rate at least 30%. So 30% of people who reply with interest, you want to actually schedule onto a call. You want to have a minimum 70% show up rate and a closing rate of at least 10%. And if you can do that, you'll be within your ranges of landing 1 client for at least every 1,500 outreach messages you send. And if you do that, you have an outreach message that can scale. But just a quick recap, what I really want you focusing in on is sending 50 outreaches per day minimum. And your only focus, your main priority right now is knowing how many outreaches you need on average to get a client and staying within these benchmarks. If you can get 1 client for every 1,000 outreaches, amazing. If you can get 1 client for every 1,500 outreaches, great. You're within your benchmarks here and we can begin scaling it. And then it becomes a simple input and output equation. You want 5 clients every single month and it takes you on average 1,000 outreach messages to get a client. You need to send 5,000 outreach messages and it becomes a whole lot easier from there once we know these metrics. So hopefully that gives you clarity on how many outreach messages you need to send. So now that you're clear on that, we'll go over how to actually launch and send your outreach campaigns. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over launching your cold outreach campaigns. And I'm gonna walk you through step by step exactly how to send out your minimum 50 outreach messages per day. And I'm gonna show you how to launch your outreach campaigns on cold email, if that's your primary outreach channel. And I'm also gonna show you how to launch your outreach campaigns on Instagram, if that's your primary outreach platform. So let's start with cold email first. And we're gonna go over 2 options for cold email. Option number 1 is using a cold email software, which is a paid solution. And this is what I recommend because it's going to save you a lot of time and have better tracking. But if you can't use a paid option, which is totally fine, we're going to go over option number 2, which is sending out cold emails manually, which is a free option because I understand some of you don't have the cash flow for tools and softwares just yet. That's totally fine. I didn't either when I first started, and I sent everything out manually. So let's go through the first option first, which is using a cold email software. Again, this is what I recommend. So step number one, we need to buy a new domain and email address. And the reason I recommend buying a new domain and email address for your cold emails is because we don't want to risk having our primary domain for our agency get blacklisted. Because if we're doing cold emails and for whatever reason we get reported to spam and our domain gets blacklisted and you're using your primary domain that's linked to your agency, then your whole website can go down and that primary domain for your agency is going to get blacklisted, and we don't want that to happen. So to avoid that, what we want to do is buy another domain that's similar to our primary domain that we can use for cold email. For example, if your main website is scalewithless.com, that's my main website, I would buy an alternate domain like scalewithless.org or scalewithless.net or scalewithless.io. Those are specific for cold email. So all you have to do is take the domain of your agency and change it from a .com to a .org to a .net to a .io. Anything like that works. So I've attached a full tutorial that I made on buying a domain. It's linked here. It's very easy. Shouldn't take you longer than 5 minutes to do that. And once you have your domain bought, you need to get your new business email set up on G Suite as well. So I attached a tutorial that I made on setting up a business email. That again should take you no longer than 5 to 10 minutes. So once you have that complete, step number 2 is we're going to create a Lemlist account. Now, Lemlist is a software we're going to use to manage and send our cold emails. This is what I recommend to start. So we're going to go ahead and create a Lemlist account. It's going to take you here. You can start with the 14-day trial, but you can also pay for it. I believe the pricing on it is about $50 to $60 per month. But let's actually go through setting this up. Now, I already have a Lemlist account, so I'm not going to go through this again. I'm just going to download it and log in. So once we're in here, what we have to do is we have to get our account set up complete. So we have to set up our email provider. This is what allows you to send emails. And we want to get Lemwarm set up as well. That improves your deliverability. So what Lemwarm does is it basically increases your email deliverability so you don't land in spam. It's an automatic tool that they have with their software. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit my email provider. It says not connected. We're going to go ahead and connect that. So I'm going to click connect a new email address. It's going to be over Google and Gmail. We're going to select our domain. We're going to hit allow, wait for this to load, and it looks fine. It says this is attached. It says giving us a warning. It says we have some DNS errors. We don't need to worry about this for now. We can exit out of here, but now we have our email provider connected and good to go. Once we have our email provider connected and good to go, the next step that we're going to do is get Lemwarm set up. So this is Lemwarm right here. I'm not going to go through this process right now because there's a couple steps that are involved with it that you need to verify, but all you have to do is go to Lemwarm here. It's going to open it up. And you just have to go through the plan, connect your email provider, and start Lemwarm. So just follow the instructions in this 5-minute tutorial here, and that'll show you how to get Lemwarm set up. I recommend getting that done. But once you have your email provider set up and Lemwarm set up, you now have everything you need to actually start sending out your campaigns. So let's walk through how to do this. So we're going to go to Lemlist here. Under Dashboard, we're going to hit Campaigns. We're going to create a new campaign. So we're going to click that, hit Create a New Campaign here. Then once we're here, we're going to hit Create Manually. Then once we're on Create Manually, we're going to put steps. We're going to select email. And this is what's going to allow us to actually put in our outreach email and our steps here. So let's walk through this. First thing is the sender for email. The sender we're going to put is you should have one email once your email's set up here. So you're going to go ahead and select that. Then we want to put the subject line of our email. So we should already have our outreach copy created. So we're going to take that, and the subject line is hey name. So I'm just going to put hey, and I'm going to put add custom variable, which is first name with an exclamation mark. And this custom variable allows you to input the lead's first name, so it's personalized to them. Then we're going to write the content of the email. So I'm going to go ahead and take this here, copy this, and paste it just like that. And in this hey name column, I'm going to add personalization, add the first name. So anything that says name, we're going to replace with a custom variable, which is the prospect's first name. Now, there's some parts here like company and company that aren't filled out. Again, this is just a test email. That's why I didn't fill these in, but I just want to show you the process. Then once we've done that, and this is good to go, we can preview it, but we don't need to do that just yet. But this is all good. We can then hit next step. Actually, we can add another email as well. So I'm going to actually put in the follow-up emails as well so you can see these, because if you remember, there's 3 follow-up emails which we should have created. So I'm going to take that follow-up email, We don't need the subject line because this is just going to go to, it's just going to go in the same thread as the first email we're sending out. So the copy is right here. We're going to take that, paste that in, change this name here to first name. That's good to go. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add another email. This says wait for 1 day, but we're actually going to wait for 2 days here. So we're going to change this to wait for 2 days. Bingo. And then this next email, we're going to copy and paste this right here. Change this name, personalization, first name. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add our final one, which is we're going to wait 3 more days, and that's our last call. So we're going to change this from 1 day to 3 days, and we're going to update our email here. Copy this, paste that in, put this personalization as first name, and make sure everything looks good, and that's all good to go. So we have our email sequence set up. Then we're going to go to our next step. Then what we have to do is we have to import our list of leads. So if we are getting 50 leads per day that we want to outreach to, we want to make sure that we actually have our leads ready to go. So what I recommend you do is you create a lead list of your 50 leads every single day that you want to reach out to into a Google Sheet like so, where you have their first name, their last name, their email, and you would have a personalized you would have a compliment section, which again is optional, but if you have a compliments that you're doing for your prospects, you would add that in another column as well. In this example, I don't have those compliments, so I'm just going to keep first name, last name, and the email of the prospect. Now, what I recommend you do is every day find at least 50 leads to send out, and if you get into the schedule, basically every other day, or the leads that you find today are going out for your campaign tomorrow. So hopefully that makes sense. But all you have to do is every day find out 50 leads and put them into your lead list here. Then once we have the lead list, we're going to download this CSV file. So we're going to hit file, then we're going to download, and we are going to download that as a CSV file. That's going to load up here. We're going to go back into Lemlist. We're going to hit import from CSV, and we're just going to drag this sucker in like so. We're then going to hit continue, and we're going to make sure all the fields are correct. So first name, this is right. Last name, this is right. And email, this is correct, right? So it's just making sure that it's basically making sure these columns are right. So first name, last name, email, and Lemlist has those columns all correct. So we're going to hit continue here. Then once we're here, we can hit import our 48 leads, and that has put all of our leads in here. There's 48 leads that are in. We can also, sometimes there's an enrich filter that, we could hit enrich 48 leads if we want. What this is going to do is it's going to verify these leads to make sure that they're correct and they're actually going to get delivered. So if we hit enrich and verify these 48 leads, we can click that. This is going to take a minute or two to load, so I'll just meet you back once this is being enriched. Okay, so just like that, it looks like it verified the leads, and you're going to see some of these emails here say undeliverable, right? It says don't send, it will likely bounce, making your emails land in spam. So all the ones that are undeliverable, I'm just going to take these and delete these. You can see there's quite a bit in this example here, but I'm just going to go ahead and delete this lead, delete this lead. Now I'm just going to delete all of these leads, and then it'll come back once I've done these, because you don't need to watch me delete all these manually. All right, so I've gone ahead and deleted those leads, and that leaves me with 39 leads left. So what I'd recommend, if you have a lot that you had to delete and you're under 50, just find another 10 leads and import them again until you have 50 leads that you can reach out to. Then once this is all set up, we're going to hit next step, and it has all of our emails here, which we can review. This all looks good. So then what we're going to do is we have to review all these leads. So we're going to select these leads here. We're then going to hit review 39 leads. So now that all the leads have been reviewed, everything's set up, and all we have to do is hit the review and launch button. I'm not going to launch these campaigns because this is just a test campaign, but in your case, you would hit review and launch. It'll take you to a part where you can select your times that you want to launch at and just hit launch and send. And just like that, your 50 cold emails have been sent out using Lemlist, and it's going to track the performance end to end and make things really easy. So that is using Lemlist. So all you have to do is once you've done that, you're going to rinse and repeat that process every single day. So you're going to import your leads and send out the campaign. And Lemlist is going to do this all for you. So you don't have to do it manually. You just have to get your leads, send out the campaign, and you're done for the day. So it's going to save you a lot of time. That's why I recommend using a tool like Lemlist, because it's going to save you a ton of time, and Lemlist also tracks the performance of your campaigns for you in one central location. So that's using Lemlist. The next option we can have is we can send out cold emails manually. So if you can't use Lemlist, we can just send out our cold emails manually, which is for free. So all we have to do for this is step number one is we're going to open up our Gmail account. Once we're in our Gmail account here, then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and hit compose. and we're going to open our lead scraping sheet, which should have all of our leads in it that we've already manually scraped. Once we're in our lead scraping sheet, step number 3 is we're going to grab a contact from our lead scraping sheet. So let's say I want to reach out to our friend Tony Martins. So I'm going to grab his email, put it into here. I'm going to put in my subject line of my email, which I should already have, which is hey name. So it'd be hey Tony. Then I'm going to grab my email, copy this, paste it in, update hey name to hey Tony. Just a quick question. Now, obviously there's some places here that are left blank because this is a test. So I'm just going to modify this. We built these funnels out for a bunch of gyms in the area, and I think we could get 2. And this looks all good. Once our email's all set, what we can do then is we enter our subject line, which we've already pasted in, which was hey name. We can create a 1 to 2 sentence personal compliment for the lead that we're reaching out to. So what we can do here to actually get a personal compliment, this is optional, but all we have to do to get a personalized compliment is we have to do a little bit of research. So we just go to the company's website. Once we're in the website section, what I recommend is you're typically going to start at the homepage, hit the About Us, and usually if you hit the Our Story or something about the gym, there's usually going to be the history or a little bit of context about who the founder is, why they started the company, anything like that that we can use for a personalized compliment. So if we read this, it says, he's the owner. Tony, he has competed in over 100 competitions. He won the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000, right? So there's a lot of stuff we can pull at. I already looked at this earlier, so the compliment is I already have, which I'm just going to say, first off, had a chance to look at your bio. You have quite the impressive resume. Congratulations on winning the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000. So I would just take that and I could just paste that in the first sentence as my compliment. Now, again, this is optional, but once we have that compliment, this is all set. Everything's all good to go. And all we have to do from here is we send out our email. So we go ahead and click send. So that's just manually sending it out, and that's good to go. And we would just rinse and repeat that exact same process for 50 prospects and get it done. Now, what I recommend is you wouldn't typically want to do this in just one sitting of sending, 50 one by one by one. You might want to scatter maybe 10 every single hour or 15 every single hour, because if you do 50 all at once, it could flag your Gmail account if you're doing it manually. So I would recommend just kind of sparsing it out every 1 to 2 hours, like 15 at a time, and you should be good to go and fine on that side. So that is sending out your cold emails manually. So we've went over how to use a software like Lemlist, and we've gone over how to send it out manually. So now you know how to actually send out all your cold emails. Again, you just rinse and repeat this process until 50 messages are sent manually. So now that we've gone over launching your cold email campaigns, let's go over how to launch your Instagram outreach campaigns. And this is very straightforward. Step number 1 is we're going to open up our Instagram account. Once we're in our Instagram account here, we're going to go ahead and open up our lead scraping sheet. Once we're in our lead scraping sheet here, you should already have all of your contacts that you want to reach out to filled out. Step number 3 is we're going to grab a contact from your lead scraping sheet and find their Instagram profile. So let's say I want to reach out to our friend Tony Martins here. I'm going to open up his Instagram, which we should already have linked up. We're going to open this. Once this is loading, we have his profile up and running. Then we can move on to step number 4, which is optional, which is creating a 1 to 2 sentence personal compliment for the lead we're reaching out to. So all we have to do to get a personalized compliment is we can either look at their website about section or look at their social media for any inspiration. So I'm just going to go to Tony's website here. And typically under the About Us section, you're going to start at the homepage, but if you just go to the About Us or the Our Story, you're going to find out lots of details about the founder, why they started the company. You can see here in this case, you could see with Tony, he's competed in over 100 competitions and he's won the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000. So that's a great compliment, and we can use that as a personalized compliment. You can see here I have this as written as a compliment. First off, had a chance to look at your bio. You have quite the impressive resume. Congratulations on winning the New Zealand Bodybuilder of the Year in 2000. So I have my compliment. Then step number 5 is we're going to hit the message button on their profile, just like so. And once we're in the message section, we're actually just going to paste our outreach message and send out the DM. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up my outreach message, which I have linked right here. And let's paste this in. So I could say, hey, Tony, quick question. This is all good. We don't really need to sign off with our name here because there's no point, because this is over an Instagram DM. And we can add in our personal compliment as well as the first sentence. So we'll take this. And we're good to go. And just like that, we can go ahead and hit send, and our message is sent. It's really that simple. And all we have to do from here is we just rinse and repeat that process until we reach out to 50 people. So rinse and repeat that until 50 are done. And again, what I would recommend here is to send out about 10 to 15 every hour or two. You don't want to just send 50 at once. Your account can get flagged. So I would disperse it out, right? So 10 to 15 every single hour until you reach the limit of 50. Now, depending on your account, Instagram might only give you a limit of 30. Typically you have 50, but just if you run into that, you might need to create another Instagram account, which I'm going to go over in the scaling your outreach section. So just if you run into that issue, just go to the scaling your outreach video, and I'm going to show you how to get another Instagram account as well. So those are the steps for sending out your Instagram outreach. It's really that straightforward. It's as simple as that. And you just want to do this until 50 outreaches per day are done. So the action items on both of these that I want you to focus on is if you're launching cold email, select if you're going to be using a cold email software like Lemlist. This is what I recommend if you have the cash for it. It's going to save you a ton of time and keep everything in one area. Or option number two, are you going to send out your cold emails manually? So just select if you're going to do it manually or use a paid software like Lemlist. And then if you're doing things with Instagram outreach, just follow these action steps here. So again, if you're using cold email, select if you're going to be using a cold email software or if you're going to do it manually, and then start sending your 50 messages every single day. So your action item here is send out your 50 outreach messages every single day and review your progress after 30 days. So I don't want you doing anything else. I just want you to put your head down and send 50 outreach messages per day for 30 days. That is the only thing that should be on your mind, because that's going to allow you to send 1,500 outreach messages. And from there, hopefully you've landed a client and we can begin scaling. If not, we're just going to do a different stage, which we're going to cover in our next video. So all you have to do, put your head down, 50 outreaches per day for 30 days. Now, if you're doing Instagram outreach, follow the action items listed out here and do 50 outreaches per day for 30 days. This is your only focus. 50 outreaches per day at bare minimum for 30 days, and then review your progress. So now that you're clear on everything, go launch your campaigns, send out your minimum 50 outreach messages, and I'll see you in your next video. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over assessing your results after 30 days of outreach. And the objective here is after sending out 50 outreach messages per day for a minimum of 30 days, for a total of 1,500 outreach messages, we wanna review our progress and know our next steps. And there's really only gonna be two possible outcomes after you've sent out 1,500 outreach messages. And outcome number one is your outreach is not resonating, and outcome number two is your outreach is converting and resonating. So let's start with the first outcome, which is your outreach is not resonating. So if you've booked less than 5 meetings or landed no clients after 1,500 outreach messages, you need to enter the optimization phase. And this is where we figure out which part of our outreach is not working and we fix it accordingly, and then we retry. We send another 1,500 outreach messages, and if we can land a client and we're within our ranges of landing one client for every 1,500 outreach messages, or ideally under 1,000 outreach messages with our new optimization, we're good. We've now fixed it and we've optimized it. So that's outcome number one. If you book less than 5 meetings or landed no clients, you're going to enter the optimization phase. And don't worry, we have a full video on that, on how to optimize your campaigns. Outcome number two is your outreach is converting. So if you've converted a client after 1,500 outreach messages, we can now begin scaling our outreach as our outreach message is converting at our targets. And if that's the case, congratulations. That is the hardest part, getting your first client from your outreach. And if you've done that, you've validated your outreach message because you're within your targets. You've landed one client for every or under 1,500 outreach messages, or under 1,000. That would be amazing. If you landed multiple clients, that is a great sign. Now you can begin scaling it because you know how many outreach messages you need to send to land one client. And now we can begin scaling to see if things are going to hold, and you have a scalable outreach message. And that's when it gets a lot of fun. So all you need to do for now, your action item, is identify if you're in the optimization phase or the scaling phase with your outreach campaigns. Again, you're in the optimization stage if you booked less than 5 meetings or landed no clients. Then what we need to do is we need to fix our outreach campaigns and try it again. If you've converted a client, you're going to be in the scaling phase, and now we're going to start ramping up our outreach to bring in even more clients. So that's the action item. Identify if you're in the optimization phase or the scaling phase. So once you've done that, I'll see you in the according video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over optimizing your cold outreach campaigns. So after you sent a minimum of 1,500 outreach messages and you have less than 5 meetings booked and no clients, here's how we identified the bottleneck so we can fix that in our outreach campaigns and try again and hopefully get our outreach campaigns converting at our targets. So the first bottleneck you can run into is an open rate bottleneck. And this is only going to apply to you if you're doing cold email. If you're doing cold direct messages, you're not going to be able to see your open rate because there's no subject lines. So here's how you know you have an open rate bottleneck, is if your open rates are below 30%, you have an open rate bottleneck. And that's a problem because that means 70% of people aren't even seeing your outreach message. And if that's the case, it's going to be hard for you to get your outreach working because most people aren't seeing your message. So we need to increase that open rate. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to test a new subject line. So what I've done for you is I put together a list of 30 of my favorite subject lines that you can test and use. Now make sure to go to the pinned comment or the description below to get access to the free course notes so you can have access to that document. So you're going to test the new subject line. If you're also noticing you're getting a lot of bounces and your emails are not going through and you have low deliverability, you need to scrape better leads. That means the leads you're scraping are not valid. So you want to use a lead verifying tool like hunter.io. And what hunter.io is going to do is it's going to verify your leads for you to make sure they're active and your leads are not going to bounce if you send them out. So that's what you want to do. If your open rates are below 30%, test a new subject line. And if you're getting a lot of bounces, you need to scrape better leads and verify your leads using a tool like hunter.io. The next bottleneck you can run into is you have a low engaged reply rate. So if less than 3% of people are replying to your outreach message with interest, that means that your outreach message that you're sending is not compelling. It's not resonating with your niche and your market. So the action item we need to focus on is we need to create a new outreach script and test it for another 1,500 outreach messages. So go back to the lesson where we go over creating your outreach scripts and create another outreach script to test. Make your copy more concise, make your offer more compelling, make it more simple to understand. Really focus on having better copy on your outreach message and try it again. This is an iterative process. So the action item there is if less than 3% are replying to your outreach message, create a new outreach script to test and see if you can get it above 3%. The next bottleneck is a booking rate bottleneck. So if less than 30% of people who are replying with interest are booking a call, then that means you have a booking rate bottleneck. And what that means is if less than 30% of people who reply with interest are booking a call, that means your follow-up is not very good to actually get them scheduled in. So the action item that you need to focus on is you want to increase your follow-up frequency for leads who reply with interest who don't book a call. So that means send more follow-up emails. I know in the structure that we went over, we said 3 follow-up emails, but add more. Follow up with them more aggressively. Try calling them multiple times. If you're not calling your leads right now because you're too scared, try calling them. You're going to get more people who are actually going to book in if you call them. The next thing you can do is you can message them on multiple platforms. So when someone responds saying they're interested, but they ghost you on email, you can find their Instagram or you can find their LinkedIn and message them on there. Try contacting them on multiple platforms until you can get them booked in. So again, we want to make sure we can get at least 30% of people or more to book in who reply with interest. And the way we can do that is we can send more follow-up emails, call them multiple times if we have their number, and message them on multiple platforms. The next bottleneck you can run into is a show-up rate bottleneck. So if less than 50% of people are showing up to your calls and you've booked more than 20 calls, that means you have a show-up rate bottleneck. We need to get more people showing up to your calls. Now, I understand this isn't going to apply to most of you. Most of you are going to have an open rate, engaged reply rate, or booking rate bottleneck, but I want to show you how to handle it if you're getting calls booked, but people are not showing up consistently. So here's how we're going to handle that. We've created a tool for you called the Show-Up Rate Booster Checklist that goes over 7 different strategies and tools that you can use right away to increase your show-up rate. Once I apply these, I was able to really get my show-up rate up on my funnels and my outreach. So make sure to apply these. Actually, there's way more than 7. There's about 9 different strategies that you can use here to boost your show-up rate. I include the scripts and templates to use there, so make sure to include that. So if your show-up rate is less than 50% and you've had at least 20 book calls, make sure to install the show-up rate boosters in this document here. And then the final bottleneck you can run into is a closing rate bottleneck. So if your closing rate is less than 10% over 20 conducted calls, we need to dial in our sales skills because people are booking in a call, you just suck at sales. You're not able to actually convert them into a paying client. So the way we're going to fix that is if you feel like right now you don't have a structured, proven sales script, like you're just winging it or going with the flow, that's costing you deals. You need to make sure you have a structured sales script that you can rely on, that you can use no matter what mood you're in. When you have a dialed in sales script or sales process, you can close clients when you're like half asleep. So the sales script to use, if we've actually created a full training for you that you can open, that has a video of me breaking down a sales script and the structure that you can model step by step and a script that you can use to actually convert clients. I've used this to close hundreds of clients. You can model it and put it together for your niche and offer. So if you don't have a structured sales process, use the sales script training. If you're struggling to handle objections, you notice at the end of the call, you get price objections or think about it objections, and you don't know how to handle it at all, you need to focus on objection handling and get your objection handling more in. Now, granted, if you're getting a lot of objections towards the end of the call, it's likely because your sales structure in your script also isn't very good. But if you're noticing you're getting the same objections and you have no idea how to handle it, here's how you can handle those objections. We have a full training that goes over me handling objections, how to focus on it, and then goes through multiple different ways to handle the most common objections you're going to get. So make sure to watch that. That is a full, I think 30-40 minute training of me just knocking down objections. So make sure to go through that. So that's how you handle a closing rate bottleneck. So again, if your closing rate's less than 10% over 20 conducted calls, those are the action items to focus on. Now, I know up here we say after you send a minimum of 1,500 outreach messages and you have less than 5 meetings and no clients, here's how to identify the bottleneck. Now, the first 3 that we went over, the open rate bottleneck, the engaged reply rate bottleneck, and the booking rate bottleneck. Those are the 3 most common that you're going to have. But once you do outreach later on as well and you get the hang of it, you might also run into the show up rate bottleneck and the closing rate bottleneck. And this typically happens where you're getting calls booked, but you have more of a sales process issue. So I wanted to include these as well, because if you do encounter them, I want to make sure you have the tools and resources to fix any bottleneck you're going to run into with your outreach campaign. So this is going to be a very valuable resource. Make sure to refer back to this. Now, the action item I want you to focus on with your outreach campaigns is identify your current bottleneck in your outreach campaigns and apply the appropriate action item and test your next round of outreach messages. So all you have to do is identify if you have an open rate bottleneck, an engaged reply rate bottleneck, a booking rate bottleneck, a show up rate bottleneck, or a closing rate bottleneck, then apply the action item that I've attached, and then try your outreach again. Apply it and see if now your outreach is within your targets and it's converting. So go get that done, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna cover how to scale your outreach campaigns. And I'm super excited for this lesson because if you're watching this, you've validated that your outreach message is converting, and now you're ready to start scaling it up to get more clients and more meetings. And I'm gonna show you step by step exactly how to do that. Now, this video, there's gonna be a lot we're gonna cover. We're gonna do a little bit of math here, but you need to watch this if you're serious about scaling, because if you understand what I'm going to share, you're going to have more clients than you know what to do with. So with that being said, let's dive into it, and we'll start with part number 1, which is setting our scaling targets. So again, at this point, you've validated your outreach is converting, and you should know the following data. The first metric that you should know that's the most important is the number of outreach messages it takes for you to sign up a client. And again, this needs to be under 1,500 outreach messages per client. The second metric you should know is the number of outreach messages it takes to book a meeting. Once you have these metrics, all we have to do is reverse engineer how much revenue and clients we want, and then it's very easy for us to figure out how much outreach we need to do. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So step number 1, we need to identify the goal from our outreach. So this is where you want to set a target of how much new revenue you want every single month and how many clients you want every single month. So let's say your target is to get to $10,000 per month in new monthly reoccurring revenue. And let's say your average client pays you $2,500 per month. That means you need to get 4 clients per month, because 4 times $2,500 is $10,000 per month in new monthly reoccurring revenue. So now we have a target goal. Then step number 2 is you want to identify your current baselines. So first we need to get our outreach sending metrics. So let's say in this example, on average, it takes you 1,500 outreach messages to land a client. And for every 100 outreach messages you send, you get a call. And your funnel metrics from your outreach is your closing rate is currently 10%, your show up rate is 70%, your booking rate is 30%, and your engaged response rate is 3%. Now, if you're lost on these metrics, refer to the lesson setting your outreach targets and metrics. But just a quick refresher, your closing rate is what percentage of your meetings you convert into clients. Your show up rate is what percentage of the meetings you booked actually show up to the call. Your booking rate is what percentage of the engaged leads you get from your outreach actually schedule a meeting with you. And your engaged response rate is what percentage of leads actually respond to your initial outreach messages. So those are your funnel metrics. You need to make sure you have your current baseline. Then once you've identified your current baseline, step number 3 is we're going to set our projections to reach our $10,000 per month target in this hypothetical example. And it's going to be very black and white. So if we want to get to $10,000 per month, that means we need to send 6,000 outreaches every single month. And the way we got that is if on average we get 1 client for every 1,500 outreach messages we send, and we need 4 clients, and that's our target, we just have to do 1,500 times 4 gives us 6,000. So now we know exactly how many outreach messages we need to send. You can see this is a simple math equation. Now, if our engaged response rate is 3%, which we have from here based on our historic data, if we send 6,000 outreaches at a 3% response rate, that gives us 180 engaged leads. Now, if we have a 30% booking rate, that gives us 54 calls booked. And if we have a 70% show up rate, that gives us 38 calls booked. Now, if our closing rate is 10%, that gives us roughly 4 clients. And again, if our client value is $2,500 per month, now we hit our $10,000 per month in monthly reoccurring revenue. So you can see once we have these numbers, it just becomes a simple math equation. And it's really beautiful when you see it all come together like that. So the action item I want you to do is set your scaling outreach projections. And all you have to do is complete step 1, step 2, and step 3, and you're going to have all the projections you need to hit to reach your outreach targets. So now that you know what volume and targets are needed to reach your goal, what we have to do now is build the infrastructure required to send that volume of outreach. And we're going to do that by hiring people and increasing our tech capacity to be able to do that required volume of outreach. So let's dive into how to do that. So part number 2 is we're going to build our scaling infrastructure. So the first thing we have to do is hire lead generation specialists to do the outreach for you. So if we need to send 6,000 outreach messages every single month in this hypothetical example, that's roughly 200 outreach messages every single day. And you likely are not going to be able to do 200 outreach messages a day by yourself. So now what we get to do is we get to introduce leverage and hire someone to do the outreach for us. And these people are called lead generation specialists. And what they're going to do is they're going to find leads, scrape leads, and send out your outreach messages for you so you don't have to worry about it. Now, one lead generation specialist should be able to scrape and send 3,000 outreach messages every single month, so about 100 per day. So if we need to scale to 6,000 outreach messages per month in this example, we need to hire 2 lead generation specialists because again, one lead generation specialist can send out 3,000 outreaches per month. If we need 6,000, we need 2 of them. Now, the good news for you is the average salary for an outreach specialist is about $500 per month. And I'm going to show you step by step how to hire one of these people. But how we're going to hire them is we're going to go overseas to the Philippines. So what we're going to do to hire an outreach specialist is we're going to post on Online Jobs PH. Now, what Online Jobs PH is, this is Online Jobs PH. You're going to create an account. It allows you to hire Filipino workers, and Filipino workers are incredible. I've hired a lot of good Filipino workers who do the job incredibly well. So what you're going to do, you can see here, this is a job post I made for a lead generation virtual assistant. What I've done to make this really easy is I've created a job post for you that you can copy and paste for Online Jobs PH to get lead generation assistance. So all you have to do is copy and paste this as a job description, and you will get applicants your way. So let's break this down step by step. So with this job description, I won't go through everything, but it says we're looking to hire a virtual assistant to help with administrative tasks for our lead generation efforts. Now, what's key here is to the responsibilities and requirements. So I'll just go through some of these responsibilities: finding out contact information of potential leads, sending out emails. If you're sending out cold DMs, it would be sending out Instagram cold direct messages, responding to emails, entering data, adding compliments, conduct research, fast communication. Now, the requirements, we can say prior experience in lead generation. We want to make sure we only go after people who've done this before. And the good news is there's so much demand for this, you're going to have an endless supply of applicants your way. The next thing is experience inputting data clearly on spreadsheets, experience with Google Drive software like Docs, spreadsheets, and slides, excellent phone and email communication skills, good internet connection, and you can even have a fast typing speed. Now, at the end of here, one last thing is we say, PS, start your application with the word lemur if you're interested in this role. And the reason I put the word lemur, you can have any word here, but that way it filters out people who actually read this job description, because if they don't read this, they're not going to start their application with the word lemur. So to show you what this looks like, here's a job description that I made. Here's an actual post that I made. You can see this is literally the exact post that I made there. And what happens once you make this post is people message you. You can see I still have 136 messages I need to get to, and they just flood you from there. Now, to give you an example, once they actually reply to that, what it looks like is I can just search any of these messages here. This is actually someone that I hired from that job post. You can see they respond to that application with the word lemur, and they tell you, and they actually respond with a little bit about their experience and who they are. And then you read their application that they sent over, and then you schedule a meeting with them. That can be a Zoom call or a Skype call, and you conduct an interview. So again, all that happens is you set up that job post People see that job post, they reply to that job post, and you schedule a meeting with them. Now, in terms of what to actually do, you want to interview 5 to 10 of your top applicants. So you want to review all the applications you get from that job post, and there's going to be about 5 to 10 of them that are really good, that meet the criteria. Maybe you have less than that. But anyways, I like to interview at least 5 to 10 applicants from the pool that I get, and the script to use when you're actually hiring them, these are the questions to use on the phone call or the Zoom meeting. First thing, you want to ask them about their experience with lead generation, how long they've done it, what companies they worked for. That will give you a lay of the land of their past experience. Then you want to ask them, do they have any experience putting together lead lists, responding to messaging, things of that nature. Then the question I really like to ask is, what do you think makes a good lead generation specialist? And the reason I like that question is it acts as a filter, because only people who have been a lead generation specialist and know what they're talking about will give you good answers. Like they'll say it comes down to scraping the right contact information. Speed to reply is important. They'll actually give you real things versus someone who's new that doesn't have a lot of experience. They'll give you a vague answer. And then you can ask them like their work commitment in hours, what their goals are long term. Now with Filipino workers, they stay with you for a long time and they're very loyal as long as you pay them on time and you pay them well. So that's everything to really ask. You can add some additional questions as well if you want to add more context here. This call shouldn't really take you more than 15 to 30 minutes. When you ask them what pay and salary are you expecting, they're typically just going to reply with what you had on that job post, which again, I recommend about $500 a month for this service, because you're going to get about 40 hours a week, full-time hours to hire someone to do your outreach for you. So it's a bargain. Now, what I like to end the interview, as I say, I have a few more interviews today. I'll get back to you in the next 48 hours. So then that way they know the next steps. So these are the questions to ask in the interview. Then from there, you want to hire your top candidates. So after you interviewed 5 to 10 applicants, pick your top candidates to actually hire. Now, in this case, if I need to hire 2 lead generation specialists, I'm going to pick my top 2 candidates and get them on board. So the action item to focus on here is hire your lead generation specialists. Go post on Online Jobs PH. Use the job post right here, make any modifications to it, get it up and running, and typically within 48 hours, you're going to have a ton of responses and applications your way. Interview 5 to 10 of your top applications and hire the required candidates. Then step number 2 is we have to train our lead generation specialist, because they're not going to know our process. And that's why it's so important that in the beginning, we do the outreach ourselves so we can figure out, here's the outreach message that works. Here's how we find leads. You need to know the process yourself so you can train someone up on it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create standard operating procedures to outline our entire process for a new outreach specialist to get trained up on. So to show you what that looks like, here's an example of one that I made for my outreach specialist that I hired. You can see there's a Google Doc that has a bunch of documents in it. It goes through how I find leads. It goes through how I create compliments. It goes through what outreach messages to send. It goes over how to follow up with prospects, how to schedule them to a meeting, how to send out the emails. Everything's attached in here. Now, if you click one of them and you open it, you can see there's a full tutorial. There's a video of me breaking it down for my virtual assistants that I hired, breaking down, here's exactly how I find leads, and I do it with them live so they can see it. And then I actually go through and list out the steps as well. Here's how to do it and all the steps for them to follow. And I do that for every single one of these steps. So then that way, when someone comes on board, they easily know my entire process. Now, this can take a little bit of time to put together, but it's totally worth it, because now whenever you need to hire an outreach specialist, they just need a one-time training that you've put together and they'll know everything about it. So what you need to do there is create that standard operating procedure and put it into a Google document. And then you give them 24 to 48 hours, 72 hours maximum to watch your trainings. Now, if they're experienced, they're going to go through everything in like the first couple hours or the first day, and they're going to be confident on what to do because it's a fairly easy role that they're doing. Then what you want to do is you want to test them out for about 7 days with clear expectations you're looking for. So then that way they have clear expectations. So what you would say is, hey, I'm looking for you to send at least 50 or maybe 100 outreach messages every single day. From that, I'm expecting you generate at least 4 leads, and I want you to get at least 5 calls booked every single week. Something like that. You'd give them actual expectations that you're expecting based off of the baselines that you know. Now, if they can do the job at least 70% as well as you, you're golden. They're probably not going to do it to 100% of your task, and that's totally fine. But if they can do it 70%, that's really good. 70 to 80%, because you're not doing it. You have leverage now, and you can hire multiple of these lead generation specialists. Now, if within the first 7 days you notice that it's just not working, or they're what takes you, let's say 2 hours to get your outreach complete, takes them like 18 hours to get it done, or it takes them multiple days, and they're just very slow and they're bad at communicating. Just get rid of them and find another one. And you're going to have an endless supply of applications that you can reach back out to, and you just take them through this process again until you find someone who's good that knows your process. So the action item here is to create an outreach training for your outreach specialist to train them up. So create a Google document, walk through every step in your outreach process from how you find leads to when the campaigns go live, so they're clear on it, and your outreach specialist can get trained up. So just like that, we've checked off the second box, and now they're trained up. Then we can move on to the third step, which is managing your outreach specialist. So let's say they made it past these 7 days and they're a good fit. Now here's how we manage them long term. The first thing is we give them a set number of outreaches they need to do every single day and key performance indicators they're responsible for. So for example, we can tell them every single week you're required to send 700 outreach messages per week. From that, you're expected to generate 20 leads and you're expected to book 6 calls. These are your key performance indicators that I expect of you. So now they have very clear expectations of what they need to do. The second step, once they have their key criteria, is you want to make them do an end of day report each day in a Slack channel for the work that was completed. So for example, you'd give them a daily report, and at the end of day, they would put how many outreach messages they sent, how many replies they got, and how many meetings they were booked. So this has 2 purposes. Number one, this allows you to have a pulse of everything that's happening, because if you don't have them giving a report, you don't really know what's happening. And the second big thing is it holds them accountable, because if they know they have to put an end of day report, they're going to make sure they hit the targets. They're going to make sure they send their 100 outreach messages per day. So you can see here's an example of one. This is in a Slack channel. It has the date. It has how many outreach messages they sent, how many replies they got, and how many calls they got booked. And they're going to post this every single day. So that's all you have to do to manage them. Is give them clear KPIs and expectations and make them fill out an end of day report. So the action item here is create an end of day report for your outreach specialist to fill out and give them clear weekly and monthly key performance indicators for them to aim for. So now that we're clear on that, and you've actually hired your lead generation specialist, you've trained them up, and you know how to manage them, part 3 is we need the technology to increase our sending volume. So if you're doing cold email, and that's the channel you're using, we need to add additional email sending accounts to increase our volume. So if we're sending, in this example, we need to send 6,000 emails per month. That's roughly 200 emails per day. So you want to use Lemlist to send and manage your cold outreach campaigns. Now, Lemlist, in the lesson where we went over launching your cold outreach and your cold email campaigns, one of the paid options was using Lemlist. So if you're already using Lemlist, you don't need to worry about it. You already have your Lemlist account set up. If you're not using Lemlist and you did things for free, you need to go set up your Lemlist account, and you can do that watching the video in the launching your cold email campaign. So go follow the instructions there. Now, each Lemlist account can send 100 emails per day. So in this example, if we need to send 200 emails per day, what we need to do is we need to have 2 Lemlist accounts. Now, if you already have one set up, in this hypothetical example, you'd only need to create 1 more Lemlist account. So for that, you'd need to purchase a domain, an email address, and a Lemlist account. So you'd follow the steps that are outlined in the launching your cold email campaigns, where I go over how to set a Lemlist account to do that. So just repeat that process. And it's it's going to cost you about $80 per month for 1 Lemlist account that allows you to send out 100 emails every single day. And if you're wondering what that looks like, it's about $60 per month for the Lemlist account, $12 for the domain, and $8 for the G Suite account. Now, the other thing to mention here is if you need to send over 1,000 emails per day, let's say your targets are aggressive and you need to send over 1,000 emails per day to reach your targets, I'd recommend using Instantly instead of Lemlist. Instantly is better for high volume cold emails and cold outreach. So there's a full tutorial linked here on how to set up your Instantly account and do that. It's very simple. It's very similar. It just allows you to send a higher sending limit, and they're specialized in sending high volume cold emails. But if you're less than that, I recommend Lemlist. So again, for every 100 emails per day, you just need a Lemlist account. It's about $80 to do that. So let's say you need to send 500 emails every single day. It's about whatever 80 times 5 is. Let's just do a quick calculation. You can see I'm not very good at math. It's about $400 a month to manage something that allows you to do 500 daily outreaches, and you're going to make that money back, right? So the action item here is to create the additional email accounts to increase your sending volume if you're using cold email. So follow this process here to do that. And in this example, if I had to send 200 cold emails every single day, I would need 2 Lemlist accounts, 2 cold emails to be able to send out that volume. Now, if you're sending cold direct messages on Instagram and that's the platform that you're using, we're going to have to do a different approach. So if we're sending 200 DMs per day in this example, let's say you need to send 6,000 DMs per month, 200 per day, you're going to need roughly 4 Instagram accounts because on average, one Instagram account can send 50 cold DMs. So what you're going to need to do to increase your sending volume is you need to purchase an aged Instagram account. So I've attached a link here to a website called Bulk Accounts Buy. This is where you can buy this is where you can buy aged Instagram accounts. So these are accounts that are verified, that are aged, that you can modify and then start sending from. So in this case, you'd need to purchase 4 of them so you can start sending that volume. And what you then need to do is you need to, once you purchase that, is you need to optimize your profile using the steps outlined in optimizing your cold outreach profile. So you'd optimize your bio, your profile picture, the content, all that stuff so it is different. So once you've optimized your outreach profile, that's great. Now you can actually begin sending your 200 DMs per day on these Instagram profiles. So that's all you have to do. You have to get your aged Instagram accounts, optimize your profile, and you can begin sending from them. So just like that, now you have the technology to increase your sending volume. So if you're using cold DMs, the action item is create your additional Instagram aged accounts to increase your sending volume and optimize those profiles. So now that we've done that, we have just a quick recap onto this. We have set our scaling targets so you know exactly how many clients you want and how much outreach is required to reach that target. We are building our scaling infrastructure. So we've hired lead gen specialists to do our outreach for us. We've trained them up. We're now managing them. And on top of that, we've increased our technology to allow us to do the sending volume required. And now the final step is we're going to calculate our marketing returns with our additional costs. So now that we're paying for outreach specialists and we've likely paying for software at this point, we can now calculate what our returns look like. So staff costs and tech costs in this hypothetical example where I need to send 6,000 outreaches every single month, my staff costs are $1,000 for the virtual assistants because it's $500 times 2. So that's $1,000. And my tech costs are roughly about $200 a month because it's $80. In this example, if I'm doing cold email, it's about $80 per Lemlist account. I'm just going to round up. So it's, let's just say it's 100 for 2 of them is 1,200. So let's say my cost to manage the system is $1,200. Now, if I'm sending 6,000 outreach messages per month and my engaged response rate is 3%, that gives me 180 engaged leads. So that means my cost per lead is $7. So the way you do that is just 1,200, which is your total costs, divided by 180, gives you 6.6. So I just rounded it up to 7. Now, if we have a booking rate of 30%, so 30% of these 180 book a call, that gives us 54 booked calls. So that gives us a cost per call of $22. So we're spending $22 to get a call on our calendar, which is amazing. Now, if we have a 70% show up rate, that gives us 38 calls that showed up. And if we have a 10% closing rate, that gives us roughly 4 clients. So our cost per client is $300. So again, 1,200 divided by 4 is 300. So we're paying $300 to get a client. That is an amazing return. So if our client value is $2,500 per month, that gives you a monthly reoccurring revenue added of $10,000 per month. So your return on marketing spend on cash collected is an 8x because you're making $10,000 on $1,200 in costs. Now, let's say that your average client stays for 4 months. That means this is going to yield you $40,000 in revenue. So 40,000 divided by 1,200, you're getting a 33x return on your investment. So that is totally worth it. So that's the benefit of cold outreach is once you get the system working, just because of how cheap it is to run, you can get these crazy returns. Yes, there are manual steps and there's people to manage. So there's a little bit more complexity towards it, but the returns you can get are huge and it's a workhorse that can continue to work for you. So the action item here is calculate your marketing metrics with additional staff and technical costs. So just like that, that is step-by-step what you need to do to scale your outreach campaigns. So follow this, put it in motion, and if you implement this, you're now going to have a system that can consistently get you meetings and clients booked. So go get this done and let me know how it goes when you start scaling your outreach campaigns. All right, welcome to the paid advertising course. And what I want to do in this quick intro video is give you an overview of what the objective is with this course, as well as what lessons we're going to cover so you know what to expect. So with that being said, let's dive right into it and let's start with the objective of this course, which is to help you build out a paid advertising marketing system that generates you clients consistently. consistently. Now, paid ads is what I personally use to scale my agency from 10K per month to 100K per month. And I'm gonna outline everything I did step by step so you can copy it and model it and hopefully start getting more meetings and clients than you can handle in your agency. So with that being said, let's dive into what lessons we're going to cover in this course. So lesson number 1, we're gonna go over the paid ad strategy and when to use it. In lesson number 2, I'm gonna give you an overview of high converting ads so you know what high converting ads look like. Then in lesson number 3, we're gonna go over creating your ad copy. And I'm gonna give you the exact ad copy framework that I used to scale my ads past $3,000 per day profitably. Then in lesson number 4, we're going to go over creating your ad creative. So I'm going to give you a plug and play video ad script that I've personally used multiple times in countless different industries to get clients and sales. Then in lesson number 5, we're going to go over creating your funnel. And again, I'm going to give you the plug and play 7-figure funnel that I used to get over 500 meetings booked every single month from paid ads that you can copy and model. Then in lesson number 6, we're going to go over creating your targeting because we can have the best ad in the world, but if the wrong people see it, we're not going to get any sales. So I'm going to make sure you know how to set up the right targeting. Then in lesson number 7, I'm going to go over setting your targets and your key performance indicators. And we've created some awesome calculators for you that you can plug and play for your offer to show you exactly how much money you need to be spending on your ads and what metrics you need to aim for to be profitable. Then in lesson number 8, we're going to go over setting up your ad account. So if your ad account is not set up, I'm going to show you how to set up your ad account properly so it doesn't get banned. Then in lesson number 9, we're going to go over launching your ad campaigns. In lesson number 10, we're going to go over assessing your campaign results so we know what our next step is. In lesson 11, I'm going to show you how to optimize your ad campaigns. And I'm super excited for this lesson because at any point, if your ads are not performing and they're not profitable, I'm going to show you how to fix it. And we have tools for every single bottleneck you can possibly run into with your campaigns if they're not working. So you have the tools to quickly fix them and get your ads back on track. And then in lesson number 12, I'm going to show you how to scale your ad campaigns. And this is one of my favorite lessons because I'm going to show you how I scaled my own ad account from like a couple $100s per day in ad spend to $3,000 plus per day in ad spend in a very short time period. And once you know how to scale ad accounts, you can make a lot of money. So that's what we're going to cover. There's a hell of a lot to cover in this course. So with that being said, let's dive right into it and I'll see you in the first lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to give you an overview of the paid ad strategy and when to use it. So let's dive right into it and we'll start with the definition of what paid ads are. And what paid ads are paying platforms like Facebook or Instagram or YouTube to show ads that present your offer to your ideal clients. And really what the paid ad sales process looks like from the very beginning to the end when you sign up a client is it looks like this. You show an ad on a paid platform like Facebook or Instagram. Your ideal client then clicks on that ad. They then land on your funnel, which is like a website. And then from that funnel, they book a meeting with you and then you convert them into a client. So that's the entire process from click to close. And don't worry, we have systems and processes for each one of these steps so you can execute this. I got you covered. Now, in terms of when to use paid ads, there's a couple things we need to have in place to run ads successfully. So the first thing is you need to have at least $100 per day in ad spend minimum. If you can't spend at least $100 per day on ads, you just don't have enough of a budget to test ads and get data fast enough. So you need to make sure you have at least $100 per day in ad spend. The second thing is you need to make sure you have at least 3 strong case studies in your niche. If you don't have good case studies, because with paid ads, people are going to make a snap judgment of your business, and you need to make sure you have credibility to back up your offer and to make sure that you have that trust. So without 3 case studies, you're going to have a hard time doing that. So you want to make sure you have at least 3 case studies. The third thing is you need to make sure you have a strong guarantee and risk reversal. And the reason behind that is you're going to be competing against other agencies who are likely running ads for your niche that have a good guarantee and a very strong offer. So if you don't have a guarantee that reduces risk, it's going to be hard for you to sign up clients with paid ads. So you need to make sure, I highly recommend you have a strong guarantee and risk reversal. The fourth thing is you need sales confidence. So you need to make sure you have some experience taking sales calls and you have confidence in your sales scripts. You've proven your sales script. If you don't have this yet and you go straight to paid ads without validating your sales script, it's just going to be hard because now you're throwing money, like you're spending at least $100 per day. So you want to make sure you have some confidence in your sales. Now, this isn't mandatory, but I highly recommend you have confidence in sales first before you start running paid ads. The next thing, in terms of pricing, you want to make sure if you're selling a monthly service, you're charging at least $1,500 per month. Anything less than that, it's going to be hard for you to make the economics of your ads work. So you want to make sure if you're selling monthly services, at least $1,500 per month. And if you're selling a one-off service, like a one-off service package, it has to be at least $2,500 $2,500 minimum as a one-off package. Anything less than that, again, it's hard for you to make your economics work. The higher the better your price points are, as long as you can fulfill and deliver and, actually give your clients the results that are needed. Like the best offers on ads are typically high ticket because they have more room for their ads to work. So just keep this in mind for pricing. If you're selling monthly services, at least $1,500 per month. If you're selling a one-off service, it has to be at least $2,500. But the higher your pricing is, the better, as long as you can deliver the outcomes. Now, the pros of paid ads, like this is why I love paid ads. This was the primary acquisition system I used to get to 100K per month in my agency. It's what I leveraged. So the first thing with paid ads is there's very high leverage, because in my business, I only had one ad and one funnel that I used to scale to over 100K per month. Like that is the benefit of paid ads, is like I truly believe you only need one winning ad and one winning funnel. And once you have that, you can scale very quickly. So it's high leverage. Like you look at something like cold outreach, in the beginning, there's quite a bit of manual work that you need to do, and it's worth it, trust me, with cold outreach. But with paid ads, like you only need one good ad and one good funnel, and it can continue to work for you for a very long time. So there's high leverage. The second thing is you can get results extremely fast with paid ads as long as you do the right things. Like you can technically put up an ad and in 24 hours start getting meetings and clients from it. Like that's what I love about paid ads, is it's so fast. You can test an offer, you can test an ad, get it up and running in 24 hours, and you can immediately start getting meetings booked from it. So you can get results very quickly. It's the fastest platform to get results with, but the only thing with that is, again, it's pay to play. The third thing is there's fast feedback loops. And what I mean by that is because you can test an ad so quickly, like you can get an ad up and running in 24 hours, and you can get real market feedback of are people resonating with with your ad, or are they clicking on the ad? Are they booking meetings with you? And it's very easy to see what the problem is in your marketing message and iterate accordingly. Like you can just get feedback so quickly, make adjustments, and make things work. So that's a big benefit. And then the fourth thing is it's predictable and scalable. So with paid ads, it just becomes a huge numbers game. All acquisition systems are numbers games, but the beauty about paid ads is like, you'll know down to the dollar how much you need to spend to acquire a customer, acquire a meeting. And it just becomes a math game of how many clients you want every single month, and you can reverse engineer your targets. So those are the pros. The cons with paid ads is you're going to lose money before making money. And what I mean by that is if you've never ran ads before, it doesn't really matter. Like you're going to, this is just the way it works with an agency, because in order for you to make money, they have to book a meeting first, and then you have to convert them into a paying client. And because of that, there's a little bit of a lag from the moment you spend money to actually get that money back. So you have to lose money first before making money on paid ads. You can't really avoid that. And typically when you're first starting with any acquisition system, you're not going to be that great. Now, granted, if you model the systems and the structure I just give you, you're going to have a much higher chance of succeeding, but you're likely your first few ads you're going to launch might not work. That is normal. It's an iterative process, but it's not really a con. It's just expect that you're going to lose money before making money. The second thing is you can get restricted on ad platforms. Like you can get your accounts banned. Sometimes this happens. It happens to pretty much everyone, but I'm going to show you how to set up your account properly so you have a very low risk of this happening to you. And the good news is there's always workarounds, and you can always run like what I'm going to share with you is universal. You can test these on different advertising platforms as long as you have the right structures that I'm going to go over. And there's always workarounds. So it's a little bit of a con. It gets annoying, but it can happen. And then the third thing is there's just testing and iteration required. This is with anything, but just embrace the fact that you're likely going to have to test and iterate before you find winners. And what you're really testing for is you're trying to keep running your ads until you find that one ad and that one funnel that you can just pump out sales with. It's totally worth it. So that is the pros and cons with paid ads. Now I want to go over how to succeed with paid ads. And this is so important. Make sure to watch this, because if you don't understand this, it's going to be very hard for you to get your ads to work. The first thing is you need to allocate a monthly budget. So this is, if there's one thing you take away, it's this. So ads are a long-term strategy that's refined over time. So this isn't meant to, yes, you can get results quickly with paid ads, but you want to come in with the mindset that it's a long-term game. And on top of that, you need to have an ad budget set aside each month that you're comfortable spending with and unattached to. That's a minimum of $3,000 per month. That's $100 per day. And it's so important that you're unattached to that money. If you come in and you're like, okay, if I lose this $100 per day, like you can't pay rent or something bad happens, you don't want to run paid ads at that point, or because your mind's not going to be in the right place and you're not going to be able to run enough tests. That's not the mindset that you want to be in when you're running paid ads. You want to be in a mindset where like you're not attached to the money. You can test it strictly for testing purposes, because what you're optimizing for, once you get one ad and one funnel that works, you can scale it way past 10, 50, 100K per month, right? But you need to come in with that mindset where you're unattached with your budget. The biggest mistake you can make is to basically stop running your ads. And what I mean by that is like, if you only run ads for, let's say, a month and then you quit, you're never going to get any results. You have to have a budget that you can stick aside and continue to play the game until you can get your ads to work. So allocate a monthly budget that you're unattached to that's at least $3,000 per month. Until you're at that stage, if you're not there yet, you need to do cold outreach until you can get to that stage. The next thing is don't expect a home run right out the gate. Expect that your first ads won't work. That's normal. It took me 5-6 attempts of my ads before I found my winning ads that worked that I was able to scale very quickly. So you need to understand it takes tests and iterations to be able to get your ads working, and just really embrace that. And don't throw in the towel when things don't work. Like, I've worked with so many different companies, and the clients that don't get good results with ads, they do what I call they throw in the towel, which is essentially them quitting. They run ads for a month or 2 months, and if they don't see any traction, or even if they're getting some traction, but it's not what they expected, they just quit. And that's not the way you want to approach ads. You want to really come in with the mindset that it will take you time, and as long as you continue iterating and you get the feedback and you make improvements, you will get your ads to work. So don't expect a home run out the gate. Have a long-term mindset. The third thing is separate data from drama. And what this means is you want to make sure that your decisions that you make from your ads are made strictly from the data and not feelings. You never want to come in where it's like, I think my ads are not working, or I think my ads are not profitable. You don't want that mindset's going to kill you. You want to always look at the data first, look at what the data is telling you, and then make decisions based off of that data. So really come in with that, right? You want to separate your emotions and your feelings from your ads. You only want to make decisions based off of what the data is telling you, and then act rationally and make a decision from there. And then finally, speed is your friend, and you want to aim for speed and market validation. So it's much better to test ads and funnels quickly without overthinking things and getting data back from the market and iterating based on that. A big mistake you make is if you overthink everything and it takes you 5 or 6 months to be able to launch an ad. Like, if you do that, you're going to move way too slow. I'd much rather you test ads quickly and just, even if it's not perfect, just to get it out. Because as long as you have a good message and a good offer and you show it to the right people, your message will convert. You will get meetings from that, right? Like, the ads that I shot were on my iPhone, not very good audio, didn't look professional at all, but I scaled it to so much revenue and sales. So just remember that speed is your friend. Don't overthink things. So that's how to succeed with paid ads. Watch this a few times. If you come in with this mindset and you approach this the right way, it's very hard for you not to succeed with paid ads. So now that you understand that, now you understand paid ad strategy at a high level, you know when to use it, and you know how to succeed with paid ads, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over the fundamentals of high converting ads. So let's dive right into it, and we'll start with the objective of your ads. And the whole point of an ad is to get your ideal client to stop scrolling on the social media platform that they're on and click with intent onto your funnel. So this is very important to understand. Your ad is not responsible for directly selling your product. The only job of the ad is to get your ideal client to stop scrolling on the social media platform that they're on and get them to click with interest to your funnel. The point of your funnel and the job of your funnel is to convert that click into a booked meeting, and then you're going to convert them into a paying client. So you want to think of the ad, the whole job of the ad is to get the click with intent, because once they click with intent, now it's up to your funnel to convert that click into a paying client. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Don't worry, later on in this course. But for now, just really understand the job of an ad is to get your ideal client to stop scrolling and get them to click with intent. That is very important. Now, in terms of the 3 layers of an ad, every good ad has 3 layers. So the first layer is the creative. So this is the image or video that catches their attention, your ideal client, and stops their scroll. Because the first thing they're going to see when they're scrolling through Facebook or Instagram or whatever platform they're on is going to be the creative. So that is the image or the video. That's what stops their scroll and gets their attention. Then once their scroll is stopped from the creative, they then look at the headline underneath, typically. And the headline underneath is what's highlighted at red here in the bottom that says guaranteed 10x ROI in this ad. So they stop their scroll at the creative, then they quickly glance at this headline, typically, right? Because once they look at the headline is the text underneath the ad copy that catches the reader's attention and lures them to read the rest of the ad copy. So if we stop their scroll at the creative, they glance at the headline, and if the headline is good and it catches their curiosity, they're then going to read the rest of the ad copy. And the ad copy is the final layer of the ad. This is the ad copy is the written text that gives them more information and pushes them to click on your ad. So your ad copy is this first chunk of text up top. That is the I'll keep it short. If you're looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI. So this is the bulk of your text. But I really want you to look at these 3 layers as a slippery slide where someone's scrolling through, let's say Instagram, they're just scrolling through their feed, and the first thing that happens is they see your creative. And if the creative, whether that's an image or video, catches their attention and stops their scroll, that's step number one. Then once their scroll is stopped, they'll check out your headline. And then if the headline catches their curiosity and lures them in, they'll then read the rest of your ad copy. And if the ad copy is good, they then click on your ad and then enter your funnel. Now they don't always follow the structure. Typically they might look at the creative and maybe they'll just watch the creative directly and then click learn more. But I always view my ads in these 3 layers and look, the job of my creative, stop the scroll. The job of my headline is to lure them in. And the point of my ad copy is to build desire and get them to then click and enter my funnel. So those are the 3 layers of an ad. So make sure to understand these 3 components because that's what we're going to be building. So now that you know the 3 layers, let's go quickly over what makes a good ad. And there's really only 5 components you need to get right that I'm always thinking about with an ad. So the first thing is it needs to clearly call out the target market and ideal customer that you're going after. It needs to be very clear who the ad is going after. Now you can see in my ad here, I was going pretty broad and I just said, I'll keep it short. If you're looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So who I'm going after is people looking to scale their company. So I called that out right in the beginning. The next thing is it needs to clearly state a solution to a problem they face or a deep desire they want. Because once you lure them in and you've called out the ideal customer, we then need to quickly state how we can solve a problem or give them a deep desire that they want. So the deep desire that I'm hitting here is I'm saying, hey, if you're looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI. That is a deep desire they want, is they want to scale their company. That is the desire that I'm hitting. The third thing is you need to present an irresistible offer. If you have a good offer, ads act as basically steroids for a good offer because you can get it in front of so many of your ideal clients. And that's what I'm stating right here. We guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So for every $1 you pay us, you get $10 back. I'm stating my irresistible offer. The fourth thing is it clearly states the benefits and features of the product. Now you can't see this in this ad here because there's more text, but in this ad I talk about more of the benefits where I'm saying, so for every $1 you pay us, we give you $10 back. And the best part is you pay nothing out of pocket to get started. We only get compensated on the additional revenue we bring into your company. So I'm stating the benefits and the features of the product, and you want to state that in your ad. And again, we have frameworks for this that I'm going to go over. I'm just giving you a high level overview right now. And then the final thing is there's a clear call to action. So you want in your ad copy a clear call to action that says something like, if you like this ad, click the link below to get the full details and we can set up a time. Like there's very clear next steps that we want the reader to take and click on. It's just a very clear call to action, but this is what makes a good ad. You clearly call out the target market and ideal customer. If you're going after chiropractors, you're calling out chiropractors. It clearly states a solution to a problem they face or a deep desire that they want. Let's say chiropractors are struggling to get new patients. You are saying that. If you're a chiropractor struggling to get new patients, right? You're calling that out. You're stating a problem they face. Then you present an irresistible offer that they want. So if you could say, attention chiropractors, if you're struggling to get new patients into your clinic, we guarantee 30 new patients in 30 days or you don't pay, right? Presenting an irresistible offer. Then you clearly state the benefits and features of the product and you have a clear call to action. Those are the key components that you always want to look at with your ads. And again, we're going to go over how to write these ads, so don't worry, but these are the key components. So now that you know the components of a good ad and really a lot of the fundamentals, next up, we're going to go over creating your ad copy. So that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over creating your ad copy. And your ad copy consists of 2 components. The first component is your body copy, and the second component is your headline. And what your body copy is your main chunk of text. That is this first section here that's highlighted in red that says, I'll keep it short. If you're looking to scale your company, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us, and it has some more text underneath it. That is your body copy. The second chunk of text is your headline, and this is typically one sentence that lures and intrigues the reader, that in this case says guaranteed 10x ROI. In this video, we're going to cover both your body copy and your headline. So let's start by writing our body copy because this is the main chunk of text in our ad. And what we're going to use is we're going to use a 5-step ad copy framework. This is the framework I've used for all of my highest converting ads, and this is the framework I use for most of our clients as well that has always gotten the best results. So all you have to do is model this for your offer. So it all starts with calling out the desired outcome or key problem. So the very first thing we need to do in our ad is call out the desired outcome or key problem or avatar faces. So in this case, I could say looking to scale your company, Or if I have a dental marketing agency that specializes in dentists, I could say, looking for more dental patients, something like that. I am calling out the desired outcome or key problem, because someone who's scrolling through, let's say, their Instagram feed, that first little sentence that we have, if they resonate with it, they're going to want to read the rest of the message. So we want to call out the desired outcome or key problem. Then what we want to do is we want to state how our offer solves that problem or delivers the desired outcome. So in this case, I state, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So right away, I'm stating how our offer solves this problem. If someone is looking to scale their company, I immediately say, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. Going back to that dental example, if I can say, looking to get more dental patients, we guarantee 30 new patients in 30 days, right? I'm stating how my offer solves that problem. So you want to do that. Then we want to explain the benefits of our offer. We want to expand the benefits that are associated. So here I'm saying, and by the way, this is the exact ad that I use to scale to over 100K per month. So I know this works. So I'm explaining the benefits of the offer. So for every $1 you pay us, we give you $10 back. And want to know the best part? We'll do it purely on results, meaning there's no upfront fees, there's no useless monthly retainers, none of that nonsense. We only get compensated on the additional revenue we bring into your company. And then I say, sound too good to be true, right? So I'm elaborating on these benefits right here. I'm saying, hey, you guaranteed a 10x ROI. There's no upfront fees. There's no useless monthly retainers. I'm expanding on the benefits. So in this section, you want to explain and expand the benefits of your offers. Really tug into that. Then what we need to do is we need to add social proof, because after we make a big claim like this and we make our irresistible offer, the first thing that's going to go on in someone's mind is, okay, but who have you done this in the past? What proof do you have to support this claim? That's what they're going to think. So to address that, we need to show that we've done this for other people just like them. So social proof here, I can say, then click like sound too good to be true, then click on this ad and let me back up everything I said. You'll see major 6, 7, and 8-figure brands who we work with to help scale up to the next level. So I'm calling that out because I know that's what's going on in their mind. They're wondering, who have I done this for? Because they're like, a guaranteed 10x ROI, this sounds too good to be true. So I'm backing this up with social proof saying, hey, sound too good to be true? Then click on this ad and let me back it up. You'll see major 6, 7, and 8-figure brands who we work with. So now I've addressed that concern in their mind. So you always need to have social proof. That's why one of the requirements is you need at least 3 case studies. Then we have our call to action. So this is where we clearly state what we want the reader to do next. So in this ad, I'll say, you'll also see a video that explains how we generate results and how we can work with you to scale your company purely on a results basis. If that sounds good to you, click the link below to get the full details. And if you like the idea, let's talk. So I'm clearly stating, if that sounds good to you, click below to get the full details. And if you like the idea, let's talk. So now the reader very clearly knows what I want them to do next. So that is the whole 5-step structure. Just a quick recap. We call out the desired outcome or key problem, looking to scale your company or need more dental patients. Then we state how our offer solves that problem. We guarantee a 10x ROI working with us, or we guarantee 30 new dental patients in the first 30 days. Then we explain the benefits of the offer. This is where we want to expand and really paint the picture of the benefits our service delivers. And in this ad, I'm talking about how we'll do it purely on results. No upfront fees, no monthly retainers, right? These are all benefits of my offer. Then I'm going to add social proof, because the first thing in their mind is, who have you done it for? How do I have evidence that you've done it for other people just like me? So then we state, we've done it for clients, right? That click on this ad and let me back up what I said. You'll see major 6, 7, 8-figure brands who we've worked with. So I'm stating that social proof. Alternatively, another way you can do social proof as well is you could say, sound too good to be true. This is the same process we use for X client, and you could actually insert a testimonial. Like, this is the same process we used for Bob, who we helped go from 50K per month to 150K per month in 90 days. This is the process we used for Stevie, who we took from 100K per month to $1 million a month in 90 days, right? You can insert your case studies that way as well. And then we have our call to action, where we clearly state what we want the reader to do next. That sounds good to you? Click the link below to get the full details. And if you like the idea, let's talk. So all you really have to do when you're creating your body copy is just follow this framework and fill this in. And this structure is a proven winner. You just need to put it in. So that is the body copy. That takes care of this first section here. Now let's go over the headline. So the headline is the second chunk of text at the bottom that intrigues our reader. So the headline frameworks I like to use are really 3 key ones. One is an offer headline. The second one is a call out headline. And the third one is an outcome headline. So let's start with an offer headline. What an offer headline is where we just directly insert your offer in the headline. So my headline says guaranteed 10x ROI. That's my offer. You can see here it says guaranteed 10x ROI. I'm just clearly stating the offer. This is the one I typically use the most. Going back to that dental example, it would be 30 new dental patients in 30 days, right? Like if you had something like that, that would be clearly stating the offer in the headline. The next type of headline is a call out headline. So this is where you're clearly calling out who it's for. So I could say, read this if you want outcome, or watch this if you want outcome, if it's a video ad. So I could say, read this if you want to scale your revenue. Read this if you need more dental patients, right? You just read this if you want whatever the outcome that your niche is, right? Because that calls them out, that gets their curiosity, and that's going to point them and get their interest to read the rest of your ad. And then finally, we have outcome headlines. So achieve outcome guaranteed, or achieve outcome in time frame, right? So I could say scale your company guaranteed, scale your company in 90 days guaranteed, right? I could say get more dental patients guaranteed, get 30 new dental patients in 30 days guaranteed, right? These are outcome-based headlines. So what you can do in this context, typically start it with an offer headline or a call out. These are the easiest. These are the ones I test the most. But all you have to do for now, the action item, now that we went over how to create your ad copy with both the body copy and the headline frameworks, is create your ad copy and headline using the frameworks above. So create your body copy using the 5-step ad copy framework that we went over and just fill it out. You don't need to overcomplicate it. And then create your headline using the headline frameworks provided. And just like that, you will have your ad copy created. And then in the next video, we'll go over the creative and how to set that up. So I'll see you in that video. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over creating your ad creative. And what your ad creative is the video ad or image ad that you use to get someone to stop scrolling and convey your offer. And you can see in my ad here, the creative is what's highlighted in red, this video ad here. Now, what I recommend for your ad creative is using a video ad. That's what we're gonna go over. And the reason behind that is video ads is what's worked best for me, as well as for all of our clients. We recommend video ads because we see higher returns and more conversions. And the reason behind that is with the video ad, you can convey your offer more clearly and people can resonate with you because they actually see your face compared to an image. And a quick story behind this, I used to only do image ads because I was scared of getting my face on video in front of thousands of people. So I would only do image ads and my ads never really took off. I would get some leads, some results, but my returns weren't profitable enough to really start scaling. And I got frustrated, so what I did is I just pulled out my iPhone and shot a quick 60-second video ad just out of frustration, and that ad was what I scaled past thousands of dollars per day that helped me scale my agency past 100K per month, all from that one decision. And ever since then, I've been sold on video ads. So what we're gonna go over is creating a very strong video ad. So a couple fundamental house rules for a good video ad. First thing is you want to make sure it's direct to camera and in landscape mode. And what I mean by that is, shooting from your phone is perfectly fine. All the video ads I shot was on my iPhone. So if you have an iPhone or Android with the camera, that's perfectly acceptable. If you have a fancy camera like mine, you can use that as well. But all the ads that I used for my agency were on my iPhone and in landscape mode. And what landscape mode is you want to make sure your camera's horizontal like this. It's not in vertical mode where it looks all messed up. You want to make sure it's in horizontal landscape mode so it's a bigger frame. The next thing is you want to make sure that in your video ad, there's a headline with an offer. So you can edit your video ad in a way where there's the video in the middle and there's a headline up top. And the headline is so important. The headline actually states your offer. That's what gets someone to actually stop scrolling and then want to actually watch the rest of your video ad there. You can see here, mine says 10x ROI guaranteed. I'm stating the offer. If I had an agency going after gyms and my offer was 30 new members in 30 days, I would say guaranteed 30 gym members in 30 days as my headline. That would get a gym owner to stop scrolling and wanting to watch the rest of my video. So I'd have a headline with the offer. And you can either use an app like InShot to edit this if you're on your iPhone or Android, or you could just pay someone on Fiverr to edit this video for you for like $5. It's really cheap. Then you want to make sure you have subtitles. So you can see at the bottom of this video here, there's subtitles. And the reason subtitles and captions are so important is on Facebook and Instagram, video ads do not play with sound unless they click the sound. So you want to make sure there's subtitles. In that case, they're not watching it with sound so they can follow along. And then finally, you want to make sure you have clear audio. If your audio is not good in your video ad, your conversions are going to go down because they can't hear you. So kind of common sense, but you want to make sure with your video ad, it's direct to camera in landscape mode. You have a headline that with your offer, so get it edited. Have subtitles and clear audio. Those are the fundamentals. So now let's go over the actual script to use in your video ad. And here's the good news. The script that you're going to use is the exact script that you've already created for your body copy. So if you remember in the last lesson, we went over the 5-step ad copy framework. all you're going to do is you're going to take that ad copy framework that you've already written out and created, and you're just going to shoot a video of you saying the ad. That's all you got to do. So just take out your iPhone and just shoot a video of you saying line by line the ad that you've already written out. So in this case, I would be like, take out my phone and I would say, looking to scale your company? We guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So for every $1 you give us, we'll give you $10 back in return. And want to know the best part? We'll do it purely on results, meaning there's no upfront fees, there's no useless monthly retainers, none of that nonsense. We only get compensated on the additional revenue and sales we bring into your company that you're currently missing out on. Sound too good to be true? Then click on this ad and let me back up everything I just said. You'll see major 6, 7, and 8-figure brands who we've worked with to help scale up to the next level. And I'm confident if you're the right person, we can do it for you too. You'll also see a video that explains how we generate results and how we can work with you to scale your company purely on a paid-on results basis. So if that sounds good to you, click the link below to get the full details. And if you like the idea, let's talk. All right, so I just shot that ad. Like, that's how simple it is. I'm just stating what I've already written out as an ad. If you want to see the exact ad that I used, which was pretty much what I just said, watch this example video here that's attached. In fact, I'll get my editor to just play that video ad right now on the screen. So you can watch that right now. So that'll pop up.
Hey, Thisura here, and I'll keep this quick. If you want to scale up your revenue and sales, we guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So for every $1 you give us, you're guaranteed to make $10 back in return. And want to know the best part? We'll do it purely on results. So there's no upfront fees, there's no useless monthly retainers that lead to no results, none of that. We only get compensated on the additional revenue and sales we bring into your company that you're currently missing out on, so that way you can't lose. Now, if you're skeptical after hearing a big promise like that, which you should be, this is the internet after all, just click on this ad and let me back up everything I just said. You're gonna see countless 6, 7, and 8-figure brands who you might recognize who work with us to increase their revenue and sales in their company. And I'm confident if you're the right person, we can do it for you too, and we'll do it purely on results and guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. So if that sounds fair to you, go ahead, click on this ad. It's gonna take you to a page with a video that explains things in more detail. And if you like what you see, go ahead, book in a call, and let's talk. Cheers.
All right, so now that you just saw that ad, all you have to do now as your action item is create your video ad creative using the script above and following the instructions. So pull out your phone, make sure it's in landscape mode, and all you have to do is shoot a quick 60 to 90 second video of you saying the ad that you've already written out. And once that's done, you have your creative complete and you'll be good to go. And then just make sure you follow the instructions of there's a headline that's attached. So edit and have a headline on that video, add subtitles, and make sure the audio is good. Shoot a quick 60 to 90 second video of you stating and saying the ad that you've already written out, and you have your video ad and your creative completed. So once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over creating your funnel. And there's a lot we're gonna cover in this lesson because the main objective is to build out a funnel that will convert people who click on your ads into booked meetings. And I'm gonna give you step-by-step the exact funnel that I use to book over 500 meetings per month from paid ads and scale my agency over 6 figures per month. And I'm gonna break it down step-by-step so you can copy it and model it for your agency. So let's dive right into it. Now, one thing is make sure to go to the description below this video or the pinned comment to get access to the free course notes so you can follow along and actually implement this. So the funnel we're going to build consists of 3 core pages. The first page is our landing page, the second page is our booking page, and the third page is our call confirmation page. So I'm going to give you a high-level overview of each one of these pages, and then we're going to dive into each one of these specifically. So the first page is the landing page. And the landing page is really straightforward. This is the first page they're going to land on once they click on our ad. So the landing page consists of a good headline that lures them in. Then from the headline, we have a video sales letter, and this is a 5 to 10 minute video that pitches our offer. And don't worry, I'm going to give you the scripts for all of these. Then we have a call to action that pushes them to schedule a call with us. Then we have a high level 3-phase or 3-step description that goes over our process and how we generate them results. And we want to keep it at a high level and kind of vague, and we're going to do that on purpose. So you can see there's 3 phases here. And then we have all of our case studies and our results because we want to make sure when people click on this page, they can clearly see the clients that we got results for because they're skeptical right now and we need to address that. So we have a bunch of case studies that they can go through. And then at the very bottom, we have one last call to action for them to book a call. So that is the first landing page. Then from here, if they click any of these buttons to book a call, they get taken to the booking page. So the booking page is the second step in the funnel, the booking page right here. So the booking page consists of another headline that pushes them to book a call. Then we have our calendar that's embedded where they can book a call with us directly. And then we have even more case studies again that are stated, because while they're booking a call, we want to make sure that they can see all the results and case studies so they can validate that it's a good decision for them to spend time with us on a call. So that's all this page consists of: a headline, a calendar, and our testimonials. Then after they've gone ahead and they've scheduled in a call with us, they get redirected to the call confirmation page. And the call confirmation page is a very simple page that has a headline that says, "Congratulations on booking a call. Here's what happens next." And it consists of basically 4 to 5 bullet points that goes over the next steps. So the prospect is clear on what happens once they book a call so you can increase your show up rates. And there's another video that just reiterates what happens once they book a call. So those are the pages of the funnel. So now let's actually dive into each one of these and build these out. Now, one thing as well, if you have a Go High Level account, you can click the share funnel link right here, and that's going to automatically import that funnel into your account with the click of a button so you can fill it out a lot faster. You can also use the share funnel link. If you're not using Go High Level, you can click it. You can get a 14-day trial to Go High Level, and you'll get this funnel for free, so you can get access to the 7-figure funnel, and you can copy it. There will be a 14-day trial, and then after that, you become a paid member. I am an affiliate, so I would get a commission of that. So you can use that if you want to sign up for High Level. You get the funnel for free. But apart from that, if you don't want to use High Level and you have your own funnel builder website provider, that's totally fine. I'm going to show you how to go through each one of these pages so you can build it. So let's start with the first page we're going to build out, which is our landing page. So the outline for this page is very straightforward. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this split screen so you can go through this step by step. So we're going to start with our headline. And the headline to this page is a headline that calls out the desire of your market and states your offer. So we like to keep things really simple. So you can see my headline here, and this is the exact funnel I used. I said, "We'll scale your company's revenue purely on results, guaranteed 10x ROI, pay nothing out of pocket to get started." So you can see in my headline, I am calling out the desire of my market, which is they want to scale their revenue, and I am stating my irresistible offer, which says guaranteed 10x ROI, pay nothing out of pocket. So you want to just model a headline like that that calls out the desire of your market and states your offer. For example, if I have an offer for gyms and my guarantee is I can get them, let's say 30 new members in 30 days, it would be something like looking for more gym members, we guarantee 30 members in 30 days, or you don't pay. Something like that would be the headline. Then from there, we have our VSL, which is this video right here. I'm going to break that down a little bit later, the exact script to use, but all you need to do for now is complete your headline. Then you have to fill out your call to action, which you can just copy this call to action right here, which is watch the video, schedule your call using the button below to qualify. So you could pretty much copy and model that if you want. And then we're going to have a button that just says schedule your call now, which is this button right here. And then what you want to have, this is the thing that you're going to need to fill out, is a here's how it works section. And this is where you want to describe a quick 3 to 5 step process on how you generate results for clients. So that's this step right here. You can see at a high level, mine says, "We'll scale your company's purely on results and guarantee a 10x ROI. Here's how." And then I state phase number 1 is immediate revenue. Phase number 2 is optimize your sales process. And phase number 3 is hyperscale. So you can see it's just a high level overview. So what you need to do right now is pretty much model this, but modify this for your offer. So describe in 3 to 5 steps how you get results for your niche and add that description here. So just go ahead and write that out. And then you want to add your results in your case studies. So the case study formula that I use for my funnels that's very easy is I like to have the name of the client. I like to give a little bit of a description about who that client is and who that brand is to add credibility. Then I have a picture or video if it's a video testimonial. And then I just have the result, right? Like I'll have, if it's a testimonial or written testimonial, I'll just state that. And I just copy that formula over and over again. I don't like to have a ton of videos on the landing page because that makes the page speed slow, which I don't want. So that's why I have it all with images and texts onto it. So I recommend following that. So insert your testimonials, then have another call to action that says you can pretty much modify this. Watch the video, schedule your call using the button below to qualify, which is at the very bottom. Let's go here. So you'd write something similar, and then you'd have a button that says book a call. So all you need to do for now is pretty much just fill out anything that's in yellow. Apart from this video sales letter script for now, we're going to go through that script separately because it's a little bit bigger. But all you have to do for now is just fill out the yellow here, the yellow here, the yellow here, and everything else you can keep pretty much the same, and you're good to go, and you'll have everything you need for the landing page. So now you have the structure for the landing page built out. The next page is the booking page. So the booking page is even easier. That is the second page in the funnel. That is this beautiful page right here, which is just a headline, a calendar, and then some case studies. So all we need to do here is we need to have our headline, which all you really need to follow for this is we will scale, we will give you big result, book a call below to qualify. So that's all you really need. Just add a headline that says, we will get you, insert the outcome that they're after, book a call below. So that's all you need for the headline. Then you're going to embed your calendar directly under it. And you can get the calendar embed if you're using Calendly or Go High Level, whatever you're using. This is easy to get. And then you're just going to paste in your testimonials again, which you should already have. So that's all this page consists of. So you have the results section. And then at the very bottom of your case studies, you're going to have one more button for them to book a call. If they hit setup now, it just takes them to the top of the page where they can book in a call again. So this page is very simple. Again, there's a headline, a calendar. You're going to reattach your testimonials, and then you're going to have a calendar or a button that they can click to let them book a call. That is it. So that is the call booking page outline. You can create that in 30 seconds or 5 minutes. Shouldn't take you that much time. And then the final page after they book a call is a call confirmation page. So again, all we're going to use for the call confirmation page is we have a headline, we attach our video, and then we have our results section, which is optional. I don't even have a results section in mine, but all you need to do is you can pretty much copy this. So all it says is congrats on booking your call. Here's what happens next. So use that as your headline up top. In terms of the next steps, you can see there's 3 to 5 steps that are attached. So just copy this if you want, but just modify the steps here to your, you might have a call on Google Meet instead of a Zoom, or you might do things a little bit differently. So just modify these steps here. All you want to do is just outline what happens once they book in a call so they're clear on the next steps. And then you attach your video, which again, we're going to go through the video script to use here in a second. But all you need to do is outline your headline, outline the next steps, right? So these are 1 to 5 steps for your clients so they understand what happens after booking a call. And if you want, you can just copy the steps that I have there that are already on this page, which you can see here, and just modify that. And then we have a video, which we're going to go through that script here in a second. So once you filled those 3 out, you basically have all the pages for your funnel complete. We just need to actually install those, but you have all your pages wireframed out. You have your landing page, your booking page, and your call confirmation page. So go finish those outlines there so you have all the page scripts created. Then from there, we actually have to create the video scripts because every single one, well, not every single one, the landing page and the call confirmation page both have a video. So we need to create those videos. So let's go through the first video we have to create, which is our video sales letter. And what our video sales letter is, just a quick refresher, is that's this video here on the first landing page. And this video is very important, but you have to keep in mind most people are not going to watch most of this video. They're only going to watch 20 seconds to a minute of it, really. Most people are going to look at the headline, read all this stuff here, and then book a call. But we want to make sure we have a video that states our offer as well. So it's still important. You don't want to slack off on this part here. So the script we're going to use for the video is as follows. So we start with the hook and promise, then we go over social proof, then we go over how it works, then we go over how to qualify for our offer, then we state our criteria, then we have a strong call to action, and then we add scarcity and urgency. So let's actually break this down step by step so you can see this. So, and also one thing too that you can do is you can also watch my video here at any point as I'm going through this so you can see, because this is the exact script that I used in the video. So we start with the hook, and what the hook is, the objective of the hook is to really pull the reader in and get them engaged in what we have to offer. So you can see here, mine says, if you're an online business owner who wants to scale your revenue and sales, we literally guarantee we can do that. And to prove that to you, we're going to make you the most insane risk-free offer you've ever seen. So let me explain. We'll come into your company as a fractional CMO and scale your revenue purely on results. There's no upfront fees. There's no monthly retainers. You literally pay nothing out of pocket to get started. We only get compensated on the additional revenue and sales we bring into your company that you're currently missing out on. And here's the best part. We guarantee you'll get a 10x ROI working with us. So for every $1 you give us, you're guaranteed to make it $10 back. So if we decide to work together, you're literally guaranteed to make more revenue and sales in your company. So the key thing with the hook here is you want to really put your best foot forward because most people are going to watch the hook. So you want to really state your offer and state how it's pretty much a no-brainer for them if they want to get started. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm saying, hey, you're guaranteed a 10x ROI. You pay nothing out of pocket to get started. It's a no-brainer. You're guaranteed more sales. So I'm stating that right in the beginning. That's our hook. I'm really putting my best foot forward. So you want to make sure with your hook, you're coming in strong and you're showing how you can solve their problems and what they gain to benefit from working with you and how there's very little risk. Then after the hook, we need to add social proof, because right after we come in with a hook like that, they're going to be like, okay, well, who have you done it for in the past? It's very similar to the scripts that we used in our ads. We need to now state that in our video. So then we have to address social proof. So I could say, and if that sounds too good to be true, here's why we can make you an offer like this. We're not new to this. We've generated millions of dollars in sales for our clients, and we work with some of the biggest online brands in the world. And then I would list off the testimonials, like clients like X and Y and Z. So just watch the video here if you want to see how I did that in more detail. I just go through my case studies. Then I say, and you can see their results and testimonials below this video, but to keep things simple, we're very good at scaling companies. And then I like to transition by saying something like, so now that you know we generate results, you're probably wondering, how do we work with our clients? And that opens up the next section of the script, which is here's how it works. And here's how it works is just explaining at a high level how our process works. So this is where you want to just state your 3 to 5 core pillars or your core steps on how you generate results for your clients. Now, this is pretty much going to be exactly what you say on your landing page. You're just going to say that in a video. So I won't go through everything step by step here, but I basically say we partner with you and your business for 6 weeks to aggressively scale it up. We split the 6 weeks into 3 distinct phases. Phase 1 is immediate revenue. Then I explain what that is. Phase 2 is we focus on optimizing your sales process. Phase 3 is hyperscale. And we guarantee if we take you through this process, we'll scale your revenue. That's why we offer 10x ROI guarantee, right? So I'm stating how my process works. And again, I'm restating the benefits. We work purely on results. You pay nothing out of pocket. We only get compensated on the additional revenue. So that is what I like to do for my how it works section. It's at a high level. I'm not getting too nitty gritty. This section might only take me 2 to 3 minutes. Then the next part of the script is we want to go over how to qualify for our offer. So the way I like to do this is I say, now as awesome as an offer as this is, there is one small catch. We can't make this offer for everyone. And then you want to list out the criteria of your ideal clients. So in my video, I say you have to be doing over $500,000 in annual revenue. You need an engaged email list. You need to be spending at least $5,000 per month on ad spend. You need to work fast. You need to have integrity. You just list out the criteria that you need in an ideal client. Then we have another call to action where it says, if that's you and you want to scale your revenue, here's what to do next. Click the link below this video to schedule a call with me or one of my team members to see if you qualify. On this call, we'll analyze your business and create a game plan you can use immediately to increase your revenue. And if at the end of the call you want our help implementing it, we can discuss the next steps to start our partnership. So go ahead, click the link below to schedule in a call. So that's our call to action. So just fill that out. Very straightforward. You can pretty much copy this. And then we have our scarcity and urgency. This is where we're going to add how, we have limited spots here because everyone has limited spots at a capacity and we want to state that. So I can say, now due to the nature of this offer, this is extremely time sensitive as we only partner with so many businesses at a time. So if you're even slightly interested, book in a call below as we're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. And I promise you, if you want to scale your business, this will easily be the best decision you make this year. So book in a call below, right? So again, we're just stating how this is time sensitive. We can only partner with so many brands. So make sure to book in a call below as we're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. So have some sort of languaging like that to really encourage the reader at the very end to book in a call because we have limited openings. So that is the process. That is the script at a high level. One last recap. We start with our hook that pushes them in. This is where we need to put our most effort and our best foot forward. Then we add social proof to back up that claim, and we state our testimonial so they see we've done it for other people and it reduces the risk for them to get started. Then we go over how our process works, where we state 3 to 5 steps at a high level. And then we go over how to qualify for our offer, and we clearly state the criteria of our ideal clients. And then we have a call to action where we let them know what we want them to do next and book in a call. And then we add scarcity and urgency. So we let them know, hey, we're not doing this for everyone. We're doing it on a first come, first serve basis. So book in a call now, hurry up. So that is the process. All you have to do is fill this section in, fill out your hook, add your social proof, add the how it works section, add the qualification section, have a call to action, add your scarcity and urgency, and you'll have your video sales letter script. So that is this script right here for this video. Now, the next step is you actually have to put together a presentation, and this is optional. So what the presentation looks like is you'll see on the page that I used here is I go through a slideshow, and I use a slideshow that I put together on Google Slides. Basically, all I'm doing is once I write the script, I just take each one of the sentences and I turn that into a slide. So then that way, as I'm going through the video, I'm just flicking through the slides and then reading them slide by slide so I can do it in one take. That's how I do it. I like to use slides. Plus, I think with slides, it's more visual. If they don't understand a word you might be saying, they can always read it on as you're going through the slides. So what I would do is you can watch this video and you can see how I'm going through these slides. But all you have to do is once you have your script written out, and this is optional, like some people prefer to just do it direct to camera, no slides. They like to just split it up and do it in different takes. You're totally, like, that's fine if you want to do it that way. But if you want to use slides, all you have to do is once you have your script written out, put it sentence by sentence into slides like so. And then when you're recording your video, just screen share your face and the slides and just go through every single one of the slides and read it out and you'll be good to go. That is putting together the video script. So write your video sales letter script. If you're going to use a presentation, go create that as well. And then you'll be able to create your video sales letter. The next video that you have to create is the call confirmation video. So this is after they book in a call, which we went over. After they book in a call, they go into this page here that states the next steps. Now, pretty much everyone who books a call is going to land here and watch this video. So it's important to have this and get this done. So what this video looks like, it's probably the easiest video you'll ever shoot. All we're going to do is we're going to go over how to prepare for the call. And you're going to insert, 3 to 5 bullet points on how they can prepare for the call. Then we're going to go over here's what happens on the call and insert, 3 to 5 benefits or what actually happens on the call. Then go over what happens at the end of the call. And that's where you want to address, like, at the end of the call, I'm going to make you an offer to become a client. You're either going to say yes or no. And then you want to recap why they need to attend, because if we want to increase their show up rate, we need to, again, drive home the benefits of why they need to show up. So you can watch the video here for an example. In terms of, I like to use slides. You can literally copy these slides here and use this where it's like, here's how to prepare for a call. Let me know your goals and objectives for the business. Come with an overall understanding of your numbers. Be open to sharing your numbers accurately. Here's what we'll cover on the call. We're going to find immediate strategies to make you more money, increase your sales, blah, 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 right? You can see I just like to have like 3 to 5 bullet points that goes over what we're going to cover on the call and actually beefs up the benefits. Then I have a slide that here's what happens at the end of the call. And you can see my slide here is I say at the end of the call, once we finish coming up with the plan, I'm going to ask you one simple question. And that is, do you want my help implementing this plan? You'll either say yes or no, right? If you say yes, we'll get started. If you say no, that's totally okay. No harm, no foul, right? And then I just recap why you need to attend. So again, I restate the benefits saying, if you're plateaued or struggling to grow your business, this might be the most valuable call you'll be on this year. We're going to break down what you need to do to grow your business and take it to the next level. And if we decide to work together, you're guaranteed a 10x ROI. And then I'm stating this is extremely time sensitive. We're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. So I'm recapping and selling them again why they need to attend. And then I just say, look forward to talking. So those are the slides that I like to use. And then again, I just like to record a video that's a screen share of me going through these slides. And that's the only 2 videos that you need to create. So that's the video for the video sales letter. And that's the video for the call confirmation script. So all you got to do is shoot those 2 videos. And once you shoot those videos and you have all the landing page scripts created, you have everything you need to actually build this funnel. So once you do that, either build, if you're on Go High Level, like I mentioned earlier, you can click the share funnel link and it's going to import everything into your account. And you just need to basically modify it, put in the scripts for your landing page, your booking page, and your call confirmation page on there, change any of the branding or the colors for your specific brand. So you can have that funnel built, shoot your videos, and actually import those videos onto the page, onto the funnel, and you'll have it built. You have all the materials. Now you just got to put it together. And I'm not going to go through that because every landing page builder is a little bit different, but it's fairly self-explanatory once you have these. Again, if you're on Go High Level, you click this link, you'll have it with the click of a button. Now, the tech needed for you to do this, you need a landing page builder. So whether that's Go High Level, ClickFunnels, they all work the same. You just need to build out these pages, and very straightforward. You need a video conferencing software to actually take sales calls, whether that's Zoom or Google Meet. And then you need a scheduling software for people to book a call. So that's Calendly, or even Go High Level has forms now where you can book in a call. So that's the tech that's needed to actually pull this off. The action item you need to focus on to create your funnel is just follow the steps above. All you have to do is create your landing page scripts. So use the landing page outline, the booking page outline, and the call confirmation page. Use all of these outlines here, fill them in so you have all your scripts created. Then create your video scripts for your video sales letter and your call confirmation video. So you have those scripts created. And then once you have all your scripts created, all you have to do is, if you're on Go High Level, use a share funnel link here, import it into your account, fill out the scripts that you created onto those pages so you have that all done. Or just take your scripts and build it manually on pages, put everything together, and you'll have a functioning funnel that goes through all of these steps, and you'll be able to convert people who click on your ads into booked calls. So this might take you an hour or two to put together, but go through these steps. It's just one-time work that you have to do, but after that, you're gonna have a functioning, high-converting funnel that's gonna get you meetings booked and clients, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. So go get this done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over creating your ad targeting. And the main objective is to find the right audiences to target with your ads. And what your ad targeting is simply who sees your ad. Because you could have the best ad in the world, but if the wrong people see it, it's not gonna work. So your targeting is very important. And this is the structure and targeting strategy I like to use to maximize the amount of calls and clients I get from my marketing and advertising efforts. And I call it the 5 core targeting buckets. So let's break down every single one of these step by step. So the first targeting bucket is direct niche targeting options, which I'm going to show you in a second. The second targeting bucket is lookalike audiences. And the third targeting bucket is niche interests. The fourth targeting bucket is niche influencers, and the fifth targeting bucket is niche tools and softwares. So let's break down every single one of these, starting with the first targeting bucket, which is the direct niche targeting option. So this, for example, is where we can target our niche directly. So if you're going after personal trainers, this would be targeting personal trainers directly if they have that option available. If you're targeting dentist directly. That is going to be one of your best audiences because it is a direct match. Now, not every single time a direct match is available as a targeting option, but if it is, we want to use that. So an example of this and how we're going to find these audiences is we're going to open our Facebook Ads Manager. Then what we're going to do is we're going to hit create a campaign. Really, any of these options work, but I'm just going to hit leads for the sake of it. I'm going to just hit continue. You want to hit manual leads campaign. Go ahead and continue here. Then I'm just going to go ahead and hit next. And what I'm going to do to find audiences is I'm going to go down here to where it says Advantage Audiences. I'm going to hit switch to original audience options. Actually, we can hit audience suggestion. Just click this for now. And then once we're in here, we can actually start looking at our targeting options. So what I'm going to do is I can go ahead and hit edit. And we want to be in the detailed targeting section. This is what's going to allow us to find audiences. So let's say, for example, I'm going after personal trainers. That's my niche. I can type that in, and you can see that's an option as a job title. I could target that directly. Now, the niche that I went after was e-commerce store owners, right? So that wasn't a specific option, but I could type in, let's say, owners. Right, so that's a job title, owner. So anyone who's an owner of a company, I can target. I can target that niche directly, right? So I can type in owner. I can then look at suggestions, owner and founder, owner and CEO, right? These are huge audiences, 19 million. Owner and founder is 826,000. Owner and CEO is 1.5 million, right? So these are direct targeting options where I can go directly for the decision maker if I wanted to, right? So that's the first targeting bucket. The second targeting bucket that's probably going to apply to most of you is lookalike audiences. And what lookalike audiences are is where you can actually upload a list to Facebook or Instagram of, let's say, 100 people who've booked a call with you. And you can send that list over to Facebook. And what it's going to do is it's going to use its algorithm and its database to get you people who are similar to the people who've booked a call with you and show ads to people just like that. So those are going to be some of your best audiences because it's taking data from people who've booked a call with you or became a client. And then what it's going to do is it's going to find people similar and show your ads to them. So that is a lookalike audience. So let's go through how to actually create lookalike audiences and do this. So with lookalike audiences, you need at least 100 contacts from the same country for this to work. Now, from best to worst of lookalike sources, the best are clients. Like if you have at least 100 clients from the same country, that's going to be the best. Well, you don't know that till you test it, but in most cases, clients are going to be the best because they've actually paid money with you. The second is showed up calls. So if you have a list of prospects who've actually booked a call and showed up to that appointment from the same country, that's going to be your next best option for lookalike. The third is just calls. So if you have at least 100 contacts who've booked a call with you, creating a lookalike of people who book calls with you is going to be a very good audience. This is what I used. I used calls a lot of times. And then finally, you have leads. So if you don't have at least 100 contacts from the same country in any of these three options, you want to just pick leads. So these could be people who've opted in or just leads in general that you might have acquired. So how we're going to get this data The first option is owned data, right? So ideally, if you have client data, showed up calls data, right? Like any of these three already internally that you have, you can simply export that data into a CSV file and use that. So that's owned data if you have that. That's option number one. The second option is purchase data. So let's say, for example, you don't have client data, you don't have showed up calls, you don't have calls in general, and you don't have any leads. Well, what you can do in that case is you can just purchase data. So let's say my niche is gym owners. I could go to a tool like D7 Lead Finder, and all I would need to do is I could just type in, I could actually get, let's say, 500 emails from gym owners in the US, download that list, and then I could use that as a lookalike audience onto Facebook. And I'm going to show you how to actually upload a list and create this in a second, don't worry. But option number one is own data. This is where you own the data. But if you don't have that, the second option is you can purchase the data, go to something just type in your whatever niche you're in, but you could go to a a lead sourcing tool like D7 Lead Finder. I could use this to actually find any niche that I'm hair salons, gyms. I could type in gyms, view the leads. You have to pay for software like this, but then I could export those leads. You can see they have their phone number, the email address. I would export these leads here into a CSV file and then use that as a lookalike audience for Facebook to use as its central source. So let's actually go through how to do this. So how to create a lookalike audience. What we're going to do is we're going to go into Facebook. Once we're up here, we're going to click my face, if it lets me. Actually, we're going to hit these audience tabs right here, which is these three dots. We're going to go ahead and click audiences. This is going to load. Once we're in the audience tab here, we're going to hit create an audience. We're going to hit create a lookalike audience. So we're going to go ahead and click that. Then once we're here, we're going to select your lookalike source. So we have to create a new source. Then we're just going to click custom audience. So we're going to go ahead and create that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to hit a customer list. We're going to hit next. And then what you want to do is this all looks fine. You don't need to worry about it. Just hit next here. You can hit no to this of does your list include a column for customer value? Just hit next. And then what you're going to do is you're going to upload your CSV. So what you need to do is, let's say you can export a file of, let's just go back into here just to give you some context. But let's say you want to create a lookalike audience and you have 100 contacts who've booked a call with you. You want to get those lists, put them into a Google Sheet and put their name, their email, their phone number if you have that data. And you're going to download that file as a CSV file, right? That's going to allow you to actually upload this. So I've already done that, but once you have that file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit upload file. I'm going to put that in here as a CSV, final all calls. You can see this here. That's going to load. That's already done. So that's going to be the CSV file I'm going to use. I'm going to go ahead and hit next. And then it's going to show you, it says from the contacts, it knows that this field right here is email, but there's two columns that they don't really understand. They don't know what this is and this is. And this is the first name, this is the last name. So all I have to do is I have to click this, and then I just have to label this as the first name. And then the second column, I'm going to label this as the last name. So now it has all the columns created. It knows what all the columns in that CSV file is. It knows it has first name, last name, and the email address. Then from there, I'm going to hit import and create. It's going to say upload in progress. Then it's all done, 925 rows. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit create a lookalike audience. And then from here, we're going to select an audience and location. So I'm just going to put United States. Going to do that. And then from here, what I'm going to do is I can create a 1% lookalike. So what that's going to do, a 1% is the best match, or it's the closest match. What it's saying is, okay, find me people who are as similar as possible to the list that I just gave you of people who've booked in a call with me. So I'm going to put a 1%. So it's going to saying that audience is 2.7 million people. So it can find me 2.7 million people who are similar to the data I just gave Facebook, right? So you can see the power, and this is why it's so powerful. So I can go ahead and hit create audience, and it's going to go ahead and create that lookalike audience. And it's just populating that data. Now, what I would do is I would repeat that same process for a 2% lookalike audience and a 3% lookalike audience for every single one of those, right? So to show you what that looks like, I want to have at least a 1%, a 2%, and a 3%. So to show you what that looks like, I can do that same process again. I can hit lookalike audience. I can hit select an existing audience or data source. So I could just put final all calls, this one right here. And then I'm going to put United States. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this to a 2% lookalike. And this is now it's 5.5 million people in this audience. I can hit create audience. And now Facebook is creating me a 2% lookalike. It's populating. And you can say this is actually already ready. And then I can do that one more time. Lookalike audience. select your lookalike source. I'll just put final all calls, that was the data source that I put in. Put this to the United States, and we'll put this sucker to a 3%. So now I have my 3 core lookalike audiences created, a 1%, a 2%, and a 3%. These are the 3 audiences I like to test for lookalikes. So that's how you create lookalike audiences. Most of you are likely going to be using lookalike audiences as your targeting options, because if you're trying to go after dentists or whatever, they might not be a direct targeting option, but you can always use lookalike. So most of you are likely going to be using the 1 to 3% of lookalike audiences. The next targeting bucket is niche interests. So this is where we can target interests that our niche are interested in, right? So fairly self-explanatory. So let's say I'm going after, I need to go back into my ad manager here. Let's say I'm going after e-commerce owners, right? Because that's what I was going after. That was a big niche, was e-commerce store owners in my agency. Is what I would do is I would go back to my targeting options here, audience suggestion, go into detailed targeting, and I can type things like, if I'm going after e-commerce store owners, I could probably target people who are interested in e-commerce, right? So you can see e-commerce is an interest. I can go ahead and use e-commerce. I can hit suggestions and it'll show me more similar things. I can also target people who are interested in drop shipping, right? Because if I'm trying to go after e-commerce store owners, they're probably interested in drop shipping and e-commerce, right? So that's direct interests, right, that my niche is interested in. So what you want to do is you want to start thinking through, what are some of the interests in my niche, and can you find them? And then once you find one interest, just hit the suggestions tab and it's going to show you more and more. So that's the third bucket, is niche interests. The fourth bucket is niche influencers. So the next thing you want to look at are who are some big influencers in the space that people in your niche might be following. This has been some of my best audiences have been targeted influencers that my niche is interested in. So for example, people who are e-commerce store owners, they're probably interested in marketing and business influencers like Gary Vaynerchuk, Neil Patel, and Seth Godin, right? These are all big influencers in the marketing space. So I can type in Gary Vaynerchuk. You can see he shows up. I can hit suggestions. I can also hit, let's just see, Seth Godin. You can see Seth Godin, he shows up here. And then I can also target, who else did I have here? I think I had one more. Yeah, Neil Patel. Shout out to Neil Patel. Oh, this is looking at custom audiences, my bad. So we'll put this back, Neil Patel. And you can see Neil Patel shows up right here, right? So that's the third bucket, is niche influencers. Fourth bucket, rather, is niche influencers. So you want to figure out who are the big influencers in your space and see, that your niche are interested in, see if you can find them and then target them directly. That is a great bucket. And the final bucket is niche tools and softwares. So you want to think of what are specific tools and softwares that your niche is using that you can target. So if I'm going after e-commerce store owners, a big tool that they're likely using is Shopify. So I can type that in and you can see Shopify interest. I can target that directly. I can hit suggestions and I know what other softwares they're using is, let's go through here. Magento, right? This is another big software that e-commerce store owners use. Wix.com, another software that they use. And I can keep going through these. So now I have softwares that my niche is using that I can target. So you can see, just like that, I have 5 different buckets that I can target. I can go after my niche directly if that's an option as a job title in most cases. So if I'm going after dentist, if I can target dentist directly, I want to find that audience. That'll be a great audience. If not, for most of you, you're going to be using lookalike audiences from 1 to 3%, where you are going to be providing a list of contacts to Facebook and Instagram of people who've booked calls, leads, or clients. And then you're going to give that list to Facebook, and Facebook's going to find you people and create audiences that are similar to the list that you gave them. That's going to be where what most of you guys are going to be doing. So make sure you do this, you have this. You either have to own the data or purchase that data, whatever you have to do, get that data so you can use lookalike audiences. The third bucket is niche interests. So these are interests that your niche are interested in. And the fourth bucket is niche influencers. And the final bucket is niche tools and softwares. So what I want you to do, the action item, is I want you to create your targeting for your ads and fill out the targeting worksheet. So if you open up this document here, and again, you can get free access to all the course notes using the pinned comment and in the description below. Make sure to get access to this. But once you're here, you can see I have an audience sheet that has direct niche targeting, lookalike audiences, niche interests, lookalike influencers. I'm not lookalike influencers. This is supposed to say niche influencers, and then niche tools and softwares. I don't know why this says lookalike, right? And you want to start filling these out and putting in the size of the audience. So what that looks like is if you find, let's just get out of here for a second. The first targeting option, like I mentioned in here, is direct niche targeting. So let's say, for example, I want to target owners and founders. That's a job title. There's 19 million of them. So I would take that, I'd put that in as owner, audience size, 19 million. Then we have the lookalike audiences that we created from 1 to 3%. Gather the size of those lookalike audiences and then input that data in there. Then for niche interests with e-commerce and dropshipping, like I found earlier, put those audiences in here, put the audience size, do the same thing for niche influencers, do the same thing for niche tools and softwares. And once you fill this out, spend some time doing this, and you really want to have a list of audiences here that you can target. This is a list you want to keep refining. But again, most of you are going to be either targeting lookalike audiences and maybe some niche interests. So that's the action item. Create your targeting for your ads and fill out the targeting worksheet. So ideally you have at least 1 or 2 in each one of these categories. And if you have that, you have everything you need for targeting. This has been the process I've used to get the best results. So go ahead and fill that out, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over setting your targets and your key performance indicators. And the objective of this lesson is to get clarity on the key targets and metrics we need to aim for to run our ads profitably. Because once we have clarity on the key metrics and targets we need to aim for, running ads becomes a whole lot easier and less scary because we know exactly what we're aiming for. We know what we need to do to run our ads profitably. Without knowing these metrics, you're going in blind and it's gonna be much harder for you to get results. Now, this lesson, we're going to be going into some numbers and it might get a little bit boring, but do not skip this lesson. This is one of the most important lessons in this course related to ads, because if you don't understand what I'm going to share, you're not going to run ads profitably. You're going to burn your money. So this is a required skill set you're going to have to learn. So make sure to watch this video. I'm saying that in advance. So there's going to be 2 parts to this lesson. Part number 1 is we're going to go over important terms and metrics for you to understand. And then part number 2 is we're going to go over calculating your target metrics, where I'm going to give you 2 plug and play calculators that are going to show you the exact metrics you need to aim for to run ads profitably for your offer. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So let's start with part number 1, which is important terms and metrics to understand. And we'll start with a KPI, and that is a term, and that stands for a key performance indicator. And what that is the metrics you look at to determine if your advertising test is performing at the required level to reach your targets. So an example of a KPI is a metric like your cost per acquisition. And your cost per acquisition is how much it costs you to acquire a customer. So for example, let's say you're running ads and you figure out that on average, it costs you $1,000 to acquire a new customer. Once you know that number, it is magic, because let's say, for example, you want to get 10 new clients every single month for your agency and your cost per acquisition is $1,000, you know you need to spend $10,000 every single month to get those 10 clients. So then it becomes a big math equation. The next metric to understand is your cost per call. This is one of the most important metrics, and that is how much it costs you to get a booked call from your ads. And once you know this metric, you know exactly down to the dollar what it costs you to get a meeting booked, an appointment booked. So that way you have that predictability. Whenever you need to get an appointment, you're like, okay, I need to spend X amount. So let's say, for example, you run ads and you figure out on average, it costs you $100 to get a call. Let's say you want 30 new meetings every single month. That means you need to spend $3,000 per month in ads to be able to get those 30 booked calls. The next metric you need to know is your cost of goods sold. So this is the total of how much it costs you to fulfill on a client. So let's say your monthly service is $2,000, and across your contractors, your fulfillment costs, and all the softwares you run to manage that client, it costs you $1,000 in fulfillment costs. That means your cost of goods is $1,000. So it's whatever you need to spend to actually fulfill on that client. Those are your cost of goods. The next metric, and this is the most important metric, or one of the most important metrics that if you understand, you can really get your ads to work and go to 6-7 figures. This is one of the key metrics that most successful advertisers understand, and that is your break-even cost per acquisition. And this is the maximum you can spend to acquire a customer to break even. And what break even means, let's say, for example, your monthly service is $2,000 and you have $1,000 in fulfillment costs. So $1,000 in cost of goods, that leaves you with $1,000 in profit. If you can acquire a customer for at least $1,000 on Facebook or Instagram, you're at break even. You're not making any money initially, but every month that client sticks for you after is profit for you minus the fulfillment cost. And if you understand that, you're essentially acquiring new clients and customers for free, because that first month, yes, you're not making any profit, but all the profit comes if they stick with you and continue. And once I understood this concept, I knew as long as I could get clients for at least break even to start with, then I could infinitely scale my ads, and all the long-term returns come from if your client stays with you anyways. So you want to aim for in the beginning a break-even cost per acquisition. And I'm going to show you how to calculate this, so don't worry. The next metric is your conversion rate. So this is the percentage of visitors you convert into calls. So the number of people who land on your funnel that actually convert into a booked call. So let's say 100 people land on your funnel and 3 of them book a call, that's a 3% conversion rate, 3 out of 100. The next metric is your cost per link click, or your CPC. So that's just how much it costs you to get one link click. So these are the key metrics for you to understand. So make sure to watch this and understand that. The next part is calculating your target metrics. So step number 1 is we're going to fill in the calculating your ranges sheet to figure out your advertising targets and key performance indicators. So we're going to open this up. And this is a fancy little calculator that will calculate all of our target metrics for us. So we're going to put the selling price of our product, where let's say it's $2,000. Then we're going to put our cost of goods, which is how much it costs us to fulfill on that offer. So let's say I have $1,000 in fulfillment costs. Then we're going to put in our closing rate. So what our average closing rate is. So if we talk to 10 people, if we convert 2 of them, that's a 20% closing rate. So once we fill in these ranges, then it's going to spit us out all of our targets. So our break-even cost per acquisition, because again, what we're aiming for in the beginning is, can we at least get clients at break-even? Because if we can do this, we're acquiring new clients for free. Our break-even cost per acquisition that we need to aim for is $1,000. That is our target cost per acquisition. If we reach this target, we're golden. You pretty much can scale to 6 or 7 figures with your agency very easily if you can get to a break-even cost per acquisition. Our break-even cost per call is $200. So this is what we're aiming for our target cost per call. Can we get calls for at least $200 and our target cost per acquisition $1,000? And the way this math works, just to show you, if our break-even cost per call is $200, the way that works is if our target cost per acquisition is $1,000, and for us, our closing rate's 20%. If we spend $200 per call, that means for us to get 10 calls, that's $2,000 in ad spend. If we convert 20%, which is 2 of them, that gives us 2 clients. 2 clients out of $2,000 in ad spend is $1,000 cost per acquisition and a $200 cost per call. So hopefully that math makes sense. I know we're kind of going deep into the numbers. This might be a lesson you need to watch a couple times to understand, but these are how we figure out the metrics. But again, this will auto-calculate this for you. All you need to know for now is your break-even cost per acquisition and your break-even cost per call. This is what you're aiming for to acquire a client based on your offer, and how much what your cost per call needs to be for you to get this target. Your cost per call is almost like a lead indicator if you're on track, because it takes time for you to close a client, but what you can see immediately from your ads is, am I getting calls for at least $200? Then below that, we have our 2x cost per acquisition and our 2x cost per call. So initially we're aiming for break even, but over time you want to get better results. Now, let's say if you want to double your money, your 2x cost per acquisition needs to be $500. So you need to get a client for at least $500 if you want to double your money. That means your cost per call has to be $100. But again, we're aiming for break even in the beginning, but this just acts as contrast to let you know, if you want to get at least a 2x return on your investment, what your metrics would need to look like. The next thing I want to give you benchmarks for that will automatically show you is your cost per click and your conversion rate targets to reach this break-even cost per acquisition. Now, this will automatically calculate what you're aiming for as a benchmark is at least a 3% conversion rate on your funnel. So if 100 people land on your funnel, you want at least 3 of them booking a call. If it's at that stage, we know our funnel is resonating. Below that, it's probably not quite there yet. All the funnels I've used that have crushed it are above 3%. I've had some funnels upwards of 10+%. But if you can get it to at least 3%, that means your message is resonating and you're likely going to be getting consistent calls. So we want to aim for a conversion rate of 3%. And this will show you that your cost per click that you're aiming for is $6. If you can stay within this range where your funnel is converting at 3% and you have a $6 cost per click, that means that it'll cost you $600 for you to get 100 clicks to your funnel. And if you convert at 3%, 3 out of 100, that's 3 calls. That means your cost per call is $200 because it costs you $600 to get those 100 clicks because it's a $6 cost per click. If 3 of them book a call, that's 3 divided by 600 is 200. So that will automatically give you the range. So that's what we're aiming for. There's other ranges as well. You could see if your conversion rate's at 4%, what your max cost per click is. If your conversion rate's at 5%, that's here as well. But again, we're aiming for a 3% conversion rate on our funnel and a $6 cost per click. That will automatically fill out for you. Then the next thing that we showed as well is if you want to double, like if you need to get a 2x cost per acquisition, like if we're aiming for $500 cost per acquisition, you can see that your conversion rate, if it's at 3%, you need to get a click for at least $3. So this will just give you some contrast to what is required into your targets. But all you need to know right now is your break-even cost per acquisition, your break-even cost per call, what your conversion rate needs to be, which is 3%, and your cost per click, which is $6, which is going to auto-calculate based on what you put here. These numbers will show. So I'll basically highlight the numbers here in green that you need to know to make things really easy. These are the core 4 numbers I want you to memorize and know for now. Then once you've done that, now you have the metrics that you know you need to aim for to actually reach your targets with your ads. You're aiming for a $1,000 cost per acquisition, a $200 cost per call, a 3% conversion rate, and a $6 cost per click. Awesome. Now it's not that scary. We know what we're aiming for with our ads to be able to run ads at least break even and be profitable. Then from here, the next stage is figuring out how many audiences we want to test and what our ad budget needs to be. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to put our target cost per call and put that in. So in this case, it's a $200 cost per call. That's what we're aiming for based on this break-even cost per call. And then from here, we want to put the number of audiences we want to test. Now, I recommend testing at least 3 audiences to start. You should already have your sheet filled up with a bunch of different audiences. We want to recommend testing 3 audiences to start. Now, for most of you, that's going to be testing a 1%, 2%, and a 3% lookalike audience. That's most of you who are going to be watching this. Those are going to be your 3 audiences that you're going to test. But you want to start and test at least 3 audiences to start. Now, what this next category is a number of days for test results. So we want to make sure that each audience that we test spends our target cost per call. So if our target cost per call is $200, we want to make sure each audience spends at least $200, because let's say we test 3 audiences and each audience spends $200, which is a total of $600 across those 3 audiences. Every audience that's getting us calls for at least $200, we're going to keep and we're going to begin scaling, which I'm going to show you how to do later in this course. And the ones that are not getting us calls for $200, we're going to turn off. So we want to make sure each audience spends our target cost per call. Now, the number of days for test results is how quickly we want to get our feedback. And what I mean by that is you can see 3 options. There's 10 days, 5 days, and 3 days. If we select 10 days, what this means is it's going to spend 10 days for us for each audience to spend at least $200. Now, the advantage of if you put 10 days is your daily budget is going to be smaller. So you could see if I'm testing 3 audiences, my target cost per call is $200, and I'm going to run this test for 10 days. My daily budget for each audience is $20, and my combined daily budget for this entire test is $60 a day. It is a smaller budget. Now, if you want to get results faster in 5 days, like if you have more of a budget, you can get your results faster. If I select 5 days here, you can see my combined daily budget is I have to spend $120 per day, and each audience has to spend $40 per day. Now, the benefit is I'm going to get my test results back faster from this campaign, but I have to spend more money up front. I'm still going to spend $600 over the testing period. That's going to stay the same whether I pick 5 days or 10 days. But again, the benefit of a smaller, like if I pick 5 days, is I get my test results faster. I get in half the time. So I'll be able to know if that ad campaign doesn't work based on the results, I can test another one faster in half the time rather than waiting 10 days. So it just depends on your daily budget and how much you want to spend. If I pick 3 days, which is the fastest, I recommend you test any campaign for at least 3 days. That's why the minimum is 3 days. You can see based on this example here, my daily budget has to be $200 per day, and I have to spend $66 per audience that I test. So again, that just means I have to be a little bit more aggressive and spend more money each day. Now, if you don't have $200 a day to spend into that, then you have to pick maybe 5 days or 10 days. So just keep that in mind. That's why I have these different structures. Now, in this example, let's say I'm picking 5 days as how quickly I want to get my results back. That means that I need to spend $40 per audience, and my daily budget is $120 per day. So now I've gathered and I know exactly how many audiences I'm going to test. I'm going to wait 5 days to get my test results back. My daily budget's $40 per audience, and my total budget that I'm going to be running per day is $120. So hopefully this makes sense. Maybe watch this a few times to understand it. This should be fairly straightforward. But I know if it's a new thing that you're learning as we're going through numbers, it can get overwhelming. But again, all you have to do is fill this out, and then this will automatically give you the numbers you need to aim for. So just like that, we now know exactly what our break-even cost per acquisition is, our break-even cost per call is, our target conversion rate, our target cost per click. We now know all of that, and that's going to be highlighted in green. And then in the second calculator that you filled out, you now know exactly how many audiences you want to test. So let's say you want to test 3 audiences. You want your test results back in 5 days. That means your daily budget across all the audiences is $120 a day, and your daily budget per audience is $40. And your total budget for the full testing period is $600. So just like that, now we have everything mapped up and we have all of our metrics. So the action item I want you to focus on is fill out your calculating your ranges worksheet to get your KPIs. So that is calculating your ranges. Fill this out, putting your selling price, your cost of goods, and your closing rate, and everything else will auto-calculate for you. So you don't even have to lift a finger after that. Then step number 2 is fill out your testing budget calculator to calculate your daily budget and finalize the audiences you will be testing. So go to your testing budget calculator, put in your target cost per call, then figure out how many days of how quickly you want your test results back, whether that's 10 days, 5 days, or 3 days. Put how many audiences you want to test. I recommend 3 to start, and that will automatically tell you what your daily budget needs to be and how much you need to spend per day per audience, and you'll have everything you need at that point, and you're good to go. And with that out of the way, I will see you in the next lesson. So make sure to complete these action items, and I'll see you in the next lesson, which is setting up your ad account and making sure we have all the tech set up for us to be able to launch our campaigns. So finish these action items, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over pre-launch tech. So before you launch your ad campaigns, there's a few things we have to do on the tech side to make sure everything's set up so we can run our ads smoothly. And that's setting up our ad account, verifying our domain, and setting up our pixels. So let's walk through how to do this step by step, starting with setting up your ad account. Now, if you already have your ad account set up, you can skip this step, but if you don't have your ad account set up, there's a full tutorial here that shows you how to do that, as well as step by step, everything you need to do to set up your ad account the right way. Now, make sure to go to the pinned comment below or in our description to actually get our free course notes so you can get access to this full document that has all the notes I'm covering. So that's the first step, is setting up your ad account. All the steps are listed below. I would do this with you live, but I can't because there's certain things that I can't do live because it's going to ask me to verify certain pieces of data that I can't do. But just watch the tutorial and fill out these steps and set up your ad account. The next step that we have to do is we have to verify our domain. Again, when it comes to verifying your domain, there's a full tutorial attached on how to verify your domain with your Facebook ad account. This is important if you need to have this done in order to run your ads. It's a very quick and easy process, so you can go ahead and do that. Again, I can't do that on that account because I've already verified my domain. And then the second step we have to do is we have to set up our pixel and our tracking. And what our pixel and our tracking is, a pixel actually allows us to track the results from our ads. So it'll show us how many people click on our ads, how many people schedule a call. So it's important we get this set up. I can actually do this with you live because it's very easy. So all we have to do on Go High Level to actually set this up is I'm going to go into our funnel that we created. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go into our ad account. So I'm just going to go into our ads manager really quick. Once we're in our ads manager, what we're going to do is we are going to go into, if it lets me do this, if it loads, I'm going to go under campaigns, then I'm going to go under all tools, and I'm going to hit events manager right here. So once I'm in events manager here, what I'm going to go under is I'm actually going to go one level deeper into data sources. Once I'm in data sources, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click add events. Once I'm under add events, I'm going to click add new integration. I'm going to click that. I'm then going to hit meta pixel, this button right here. I'm going to hit setup. I'm going to put manually add code to your website. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to hit get started. That's going to give me this base code here. I'm going to hit copy code. I'm going to get out of here. And it says to paste the pixel code into the bottom of the header section just above the head tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of high level. I'm going to go to settings. So I'm going to go into the funnel and I'm going to add the head tracking code there. And I can also put in the body tracking code, but I'm going to put it in both of these areas. So that way the pixel is actually set up. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Might take a second here, but we'll know this works if we go to the live page here. And now we can see if I use the Facebook Pixel Helper, which is a free plugin that you can get, it's now showing that the page view and the pixel has been installed. So that's all you have to do to get the pixel set up, is you just have to get that code there manually, and then you have to put it into the head tracking page. All you got to do is hit settings and you'll typically see a head tracking code and a body tracking code. Just attach that there and that's good. Then the next step we have to do is we have to add our schedule pixel. And the way we're going to add our schedule pixel and get that done is the pixel event that we're aiming for, schedule. And what schedule is that allows Facebook to track every single time someone books a call with us. That's labeled as a schedule. And that's what we're going to be optimizing with our ad campaigns, is a schedule. So here's how we're going to insert our schedule pixel. We need to insert that on our call confirmation page. So if you remember what the call confirmation page, it is the final page in the funnel that links people to this page here after they book in a call, that goes over the next steps and has a video breaking down how to prepare for the call. The reason we want to put a pixel on this page here is because the only way they land on this page is if they booked a call with us. So that way Facebook knows whenever someone lands on this page, they booked in a call. So we need to make sure that we can track this page as a schedule. So the way we're going to do that, we're going to go under Events Manager. So once we're here, we're going to go under Add Events. We're going to hit Add New Integration. We're going to hit Meta Pixel. We're going to hit Setup. And what we're going to click here is we're going to hit the Event Setup tool. That's what we're going to click. We're going to hit Get Started. We're going to click Open Event Setup tool. And we're going to put in the website URL. So what we're going to do is we are going to take the website URL of our call confirmation page, which you should already have created. Once we're there, we're going to paste that in and we're going to click Open Website. And once that's in here, this should load, hopefully the pixel helper. There we go. So it's going to show events on this page, and nothing actually pops up. So what we're going to do to actually add our schedule is we're going to hit Track a URL. We're going to click that. We're going to hit Select an Event. We're going to add the schedule pixel that we have set up. And then instead of URL equals, we're going to put URL contains. And then once we have that, we're going to go ahead and hit confirm. Now what this means is it's basically telling Facebook that whenever someone lands on this URL here, count them as a schedule, because we know the only way they can land on this page is if they book a call. So we're going to hit confirm. And just like that, we have our schedule pixel set up. So our schedule pixel is now on this page. And now whenever someone lands on here, Facebook knows someone books in a call. So that's how we get our schedule pixel set up. All right. And just like that, you should have your pixel set up. So we have the pixel and schedule event set up. And that's everything we need to do to actually launch our ad campaigns. So make sure you set up your ad account, follow the instructions here, then verify your domain, watching this video here on how to do that, and then set up your pixel by adding it into the head tracking code and then adding the schedule pixel on your call confirmation page. And that should be all good. And all you have to do to verify that, get the Facebook Pixel Helper plugin and then go onto those pages and it should fire. You should see page view and schedule on the right page. And that's how you know everything's set up correctly. And once you've done that, now you have everything set up and we can go ahead into the next lesson and actually launch our ad campaigns. So I'll see you there. All right. In this lesson, we're going over launching your ad campaigns. So congratulations. If you made it this far, you have everything you need to start launching your ad campaigns. So I'm going to walk you through step by step how to launch your ad campaigns so you can hopefully start getting some meetings and clients from it. So let's dive right into it. And we'll start with step number 1, which is reviewing your targets and metrics. So if you remember in the lesson where we set up our targets and metrics, we want to review that so we have that handy. So open up your targets and metrics sheet here that should already be filled out. And what you want to do is you want to fill out your break-even CPA, your break-even cost per call, and your target conversion rate and cost per click. You want to have that and actually write that out so you have that front of mind of what you're aiming for with your ad campaigns. So in this example here, when I fill this out, my break-even cost per acquisition was 1,000, my break-even cost per call was 200, our target conversion rate, remember, is 3%, and that gave me a cost per click of $6. So I'm going to write that all here, just like that. So that way I know exactly what I'm aiming for. And then the second thing I need to write out is our testing budget calculator, where you want to put out the number of audiences you're testing, the number of days for getting back your results, your combined daily budget, and your budget for audience. Once we have these metrics, we're going to plug this in here, where our budget is $120 per day and $40 per audience. And the way I'm getting that is I'm just getting that from right here. Our daily budget is $120 and our daily budget for each audience we test is $40. And we're running a 5-day test, which I'm just getting from right here. So that way, we have all of our targets and metrics front of mind of exactly what we're aiming for, and we know what's required to get our ads to be profitable and at least break even. Then once we have that, we move on to step number 2, which is getting everything linked up in a location. So I like to have my ad copy in a Google document just like this. So make sure to have your headline and your body copy in one central location. And the reason we do this is we don't want to be, scrambling to get all this stuff when we're launching our campaigns. It's much easier if you have everything in one area. Then we want to link our ad creative. So I typically just upload my video ad to Google Drive, just like this. And then I get the link and then I link that to my ad creative. Then we want to link our targeting options. So your targeting should already be filled out. here in this sheet here. And if we're testing 3 different audiences, because that's what I'm testing in this example, we want to actually write that out. The location, the age that we're going after, the gender. For most of you, it's going to be male and female, whatever your age is for your ideal client. Location, which locations you're going to be targeting, whether it's US, Canada, Australia, just write which targeting areas you want to locate. You want to target rather. And then put in your interests, right? So in this example, the first interest I'm going to target is my lookalike audience number 1 that I created, then a Shopify interest, and then Gary Vaynerchuk, because again, I'm going after e-commerce owners. And then we want to put our destination URL, which is just our website link. So that way we have everything linked up in a location. We know what we're aiming for, and we have all our raw materials. Now we can move on to step number 3, which is actually setting up and launching our campaign. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go into our ads manager. We're going to go ahead and hit create. Once we're on create, we're going to hit the leads objective here. We're going to go ahead, we're going to name our campaign. I'm just going to name it test 1-step call funnel. Then once we've done that, we're going to hit continue. Click manual leads campaign. Make sure not to click the other one. Click manual leads campaign. From here, we're going to fill this out. So the first thing here is categories. Most of you are not going to have to select a special category like credit, employment, housing, or social issues. You're only really going to need to select housing if you're running ads for like real estate agents and that's your niche. But for most of you, you're going to leave this empty. Buying type, we're going to keep as auction. Campaign objective, we're going to keep as leads. Make sure A/B test is turned off and advanced campaign budget is turned off as well. So it should look like this. Then from here, we're going to hit next. And what we're going to name our ad set is the name of the first audience we're going to test. So in this case, the first audience is my lookalike audience number 1. So I'm going to take that, go to my ads manager, and name the ad set lookalike audience number 1. And this is going to make more sense as we go along, and you can see how this naming convention works. Then we're going to select website. For the conversion, we want to make sure it's on our website, not an instant form. Performance goal, maximize number of conversions. That's good. We're going to select our pixel. So you should see your pixel here, and you're going to click that. For conversion event, you want to make sure you click schedule. So your schedule pixel should already be set up, and we've set up the schedule on our call confirmation page so we can measure the amount of people who book a call from our ads, and that's what we're optimizing for, is booked calls. So that's why we're going to select the schedule conversion event. You can leave the cost per result goal blank. You don't need to do that. Turn dynamic creative on. And then for your daily budget, this is per audience, right? So remember, our budget per audience in this example, when I filled it out, was $40 per audience. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to put the budget to $40 for this audience. And then once we do that, we're going to scroll down, and what we're going to click is, you can see it says audience controls and advantage plus audience. What we're going to click is click switch to original audience options. It's going to give you a warning saying up to 33% lower cost. Don't worry about that. Just hit use original audience. Then once you're here, what we're going to do is we are going to select our audience. Now, in this case, because I'm going after my lookalike audience number 1, a lookalike audience is going to show up under custom audiences. So I'm going to search my existing audience. I'm going to select a lookalike audience number 1. So yours is already going to pop up if you have a lookalike audience. You're going to select that. The location, just leave blank. The reason we're going to leave the location blank is because this lookalike audience is already targeting people in the US. So we're just going to leave that blank. If you want, you can put in the location to US if you want, but just leave the age open. Actually, I'll put the age to 25 to 65, like so. We don't need to worry about detailed targeting or anything because we're targeting our lookalike audience. And just like that, we're good. We're going to hit next. And I'm going to be targeting all genders, both male and female. Again, if you are just going after male, feel free to do that. And again, the reason I'm not putting a location in this one is because this is a lookalike audience just targeting people in USA. So I'm going to go ahead, hit next. And then we're going to actually select the pages that we want. So we actually need to make sure, personal page here. I'm going to select the right page, which is your page. You're not going to have a bunch of pages. The reason that showed up is that we have a bunch of clients. So just put your Facebook page here. You don't need to have an Instagram account. If you have an Instagram account linked up, great. I ran all of my ads just on my Facebook page. Now, if you just have a Facebook page, you're still going to show ads on Instagram as well. So don't worry, but it's optional to add an Instagram account, but add your Facebook page for sure. That's going to be needed. Then for your ad setup, what we're going to do is we're going to keep that to manual upload, single image or video, multi-advertisers ads, we can deselect that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to upload our creative. So we're going to hit select videos. Now in your case, you're going to have to hit upload here. and upload your creative if you don't have it already. And once you hit upload, it's going to ask you to upload the file, and then you would just upload your Google Drive, the video that's going to be attached here. So if I go right here, that is this ad creative. So you would download this and then upload that into the ad manager. I'm not going to do that because I already have the video here. So I'm going to click that, hit continue. I have my video created. Then we're going to insert our primary text. Our primary text is the body copy. So I'm going to open up my ad copy. I'm going to take the body copy like so. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to the ad manager and paste that in just like that. I'm going to hit the backspace here, make sure it all looks pretty. Then I'm going to add my headline. I'm going to take this headline, guaranteed 10x ROI, bingo bongo, add that in like that. I'm going to add another headline option. And that's what dynamic creative allows you to do. It allows you to have multiple pieces of body copy and headlines. I typically keep the same body copy and I'll just put in like 2 headlines for the sake of it. That's just what I've always personally done. So that's going to test 2 different headlines. We don't need to fill out description. And then we're going to put in our website URL. And our website URL is our destination URL. And that's why I like to have everything in one location. It just makes things easy. You can see I'm not really scrambling. I'm just posting things in. That's the website. That's all good. Don't need to worry about display link. We don't need to worry about any of these. The browser add-ons, keep that at none. Keep the call to action to learn more. That's what I've always used. Tracking, put website event. It's going to automatically select your pixel, so you're all good. And what you can do is you can look at a preview of what your ads are going to look like on different platforms. Not platforms, but different areas. Like this is what it looks like on the feed section on Facebook, the feed section on Instagram, marketplace, all stories. It shows you what it looks like. I don't really worry too much about this, but I just typically just do a quick glance to make sure everything's good. And you can actually see what your ad is going to look like. You can see it's going to see your profile. It's a sponsored post. And you can look through that and just give it a quick glance over to make sure everything's good. And just like that, we have the ad completed. And then all we have to do at this point is we're not going to publish it just yet. We're going to exit out of here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the ad set level. And what we're going to do is the ad set level. So the first is our campaign. So think of the campaign as the overall campaign. Within each campaign, there are ad sets. An ad set is where we're going to be testing different audiences. So within the first ad set, now that this is created and we have it set up, what we're going to do is we're going to hit duplicate, number of copies. We're going to click 1. That's going to duplicate this campaign. And what we're going to do is we're going to change this ad set name to the second audience we're going to test, which in this case, I'm going to be testing Shopify. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to change this ad set name to Shopify. Then all I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this custom audience, get rid of that. And then we're going to fill this detailed targeting options. I'm going to need to put in the locations, which is United States and Canada, because those were the 2 locations I wanted to test. 25 to 65, all genders, and detailed targeting. That's where I'm going to search for Shopify. And under interests, I click that and we're good to go. So everything else stays the same. That's why we duplicated it. The only thing that changed was just the targeting, right? So it's the exact same ad. Like you can see, it's the exact same ad. That's why you want to create it once under one audience. And once you have it set up, we simply duplicate it and then change the audience that we target. So we're going to do that one more time. We're going to hit duplicate, and then we're going to change this to our final audience, which is Gary Vaynerchuk. I'm going to go here, put this Gary Vaynerchuk. This all stays the same. Get rid of Shopify. And instead, we're going to put Gary V, just like that. And again, the budget all stays the same, $40. Then once we have that, we have everything set up. We have our campaign. We have the 3 audiences we want to target, which is Gary Vaynerchuk, Shopify, and our lookalike audience, each at $40 a day. So that's a total of $120 per day with this campaign. And then what we're going to do once we have this set up is we're going to select one ad set. So one of these audiences. We don't want to publish all 3 at once, because if we publish all 3 of these audiences at once, and let's say for whatever reason the ad gets rejected, it's not good to have 3 rejections at once. Instead, what we want to do is we want to test and publish one ad set first. And once that gets approved, then we have the good to go, and then we can easily launch the remaining 2 ad sets and it's going to get approved. It's just a safer way to do things, especially if you're launching like 10 ad sets. You don't want to launch them all together, because if they all get rejected, that's not going to look good in your ad account. You want to launch one ad set first. Once that gets approved, then you launch the rest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select any one of these, hit edit, and then you would hit publish, and that would launch that campaign. And typically it takes 24 hours to 48 hours for it to get approved by Meta and Facebook and Instagram to actually go live. Now, I'm not going to publish it because this is just a test campaign, but you would just hit publish here. And once you hit that publish button, it's going to say in review. And then typically in 24 to 48 hours, it's going to say processing and live, right? And then you'll know once it's live. Once you get the notification that your campaign's been live, you're also going to get an email from Meta that once it goes live. Then let's say it goes live. What you're going to do is you're going to select the remaining 2 ad sets, because now that you have the good to go, you'll hit edit. You'll select both of the remaining 2 campaigns, which for whatever reason is not letting me do. Let's just say, let's Shopify and Gary Vaynerchuk, and we've already published the lookalike audience. It's not letting me do that, but what you do is you just hit publish on that one, and then you'd select the other one, go into it, and then hit publish on that as well. And then all of your campaigns have been launched, and your initial launch campaign is live. So give yourself a pat on the back. You've launched your ad campaign. Then from there, what we're going to do is step number 4 is our reporting cadence, because now that we've actually published our campaigns, we need to make sure we're reporting and we're staying on top of things so we have a pulse of how our ads are performing. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to use our daily reporting sheet. So we're going to click that. I've already linked this. It's a sheet that you can model and copy. And all we're going to do is we're going to fill out the information here every single day. So let me show you how to get this data so we can fill this out. So let's say once our campaigns go live, here's just a sample campaign that I used to show you this. We're going to go, instead of the campaign level, we're going to look at the ad set level. And this is where we're going to get our metrics. So you can see up top here, you can see the columns tab. Yours might be on performance or a default setting. What we want to click is performance and clicks. Then once we're on performance and clicks, it's going to give us all the data we want. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to go ahead, open up our tracking sheet here. We're going to put the date. So let's say in this case, this is September 21st. Don't want that in all caps. September 21st. Then we're going to grab the ad spend that day for this campaign, which is $990. So we're going to take that. We're going to put that under the ad spend category. Then we're going to get the impressions. So the impressions is simply how many people Facebook and Instagram decide to show that ad to, which in this case was 19,799. So we'll paste that. Then the next one is our CPM, which stands for cost per thousand. So this is how much Meta and Facebook charge you to have 1,000 people see your ad. So in this case, it's about $50. So I'm going to take that, put that right here. Then the next one is our link clicks, which here is 162. So I'm going to take that, copy that, and put that right here. And then we have our link click-through rate. The way I'm going to get that is you can see our link click-through rate right here. Click-through rate link. I'm going to copy that and put that right here. And once we put that in, the next thing is our cost per click. The way we're going to get our cost per click is $612 right here. So we'll take our 612, put this in right here. Oopsies. Don't know why that looked bold. There we go. And then we're going to get how many meetings and schedules we got. And if we set up our pixel correctly, that should track that data. So you can see here, this day, there was 13 schedules. So 13 meetings booked from this $990 in ad spend. So we're going to take the 13 and we'll put that in. Oopsies, not 14, 13. Cost per meeting. So our cost per result is $76.21. We can see that right here, cost per result. So again, Facebook will automatically give us that data. Now, Facebook is sometimes wrong, meaning sometimes they'll over-report or under-report. So it's important for you to also look internally, look at how many calls were booked that day. So just look at your Calendly account or whatever you're using to just double verify that, because sometimes the Facebook reporting is off by 10 to even 30% sometimes. So you want to verify that. And then it's not going to track sales because there's no way to feed that data back. But let's just say this day there was 1 sale. That means our cost per acquisition was $990. So what you're going to do is you want to fill this information out every single day. Every 24 hours, you're going to go back and fill the previous day's data, right? That's going to give you a pulse of everything for you to track, right? You want to make sure that you're actively tracking the data so you can see any trends. If you just leave it up to chance and you're not filling this out every single day, you can lose money. Tests can go longer than they need to. And you want to make sure you have a pulse of things because you're spending your money. You need to treat it like such. You can't just freely leave it. So make sure you fill this tracking sheet every single day. So now that we've gone over that, the action item I want you to focus on is launch your ad campaigns until each audience has spent the target cost per call. So follow steps 1 to 3 here to actually launch your ad campaigns. And you want to launch your ad campaigns until each audience has spent your target cost per call, which in this case, I need to run my ads for 5 days in order to do that. So if you remember in this sheet here, I'll just pull this up really quickly. My target cost per call was $200. And that means I need to run my test for about 5 days because that's what I selected. So we're going to run this test until each audience has spent our target cost per call, which in this case is $200. And I'm going to complete my daily reporting every single day. So I'm going to fill the sheet out every 24 hours. So that's what you're going to do. Complete those action items, get those done. If you have any comments, drop them below if you have any questions regarding this, but just get this done. And once you've done that, congratulations, you've launched your ad campaigns, you're reporting and you're tracking them, and get that done. And I'll see you in the next lesson, which is assessing the results from our launch. So we know the next steps and we know what we need to do from there. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over assessing campaign results post-launch. And the objective of this lesson is to review the data from our initial launch once each audience has spent the target cost per call to identify the next course of action to either optimize or scale our campaigns. So let's dive into how to do that. So after you launch your initial campaigns and each audience has spent their target cost per call, there's gonna be 3 doors. There's gonna be 3 situations and outcomes that can happen. So door number 1 is your audiences are at your cost per call target. So my cost per call target was $200 and I tested 3 audiences. If one of my audiences is at $200, that's awesome. Or under $200. That means my audiences are at my cost per call target. The second door, an outcome that can happen, is your audiences are at your cost per click target, but not your cost per call target. And the third door is audiences are out of your cost per call target and your cost per click target. So it's not working altogether. Those are the 3 outcomes. Either your audiences are working at your target cost per call, either your audience are at your cost per click target, but not your cost per call target, or your audiences are outside of your cost per call target and your cost per click target. So here's how we're gonna handle every single one of these doors. So door number 1 is our audiences are at our cost per call target. So if our target cost per call is $200, and let's say I have an audience that's getting me calls for under $200, now we're gonna enter the scaling phase. And we have a whole video on that, but the scaling phase is when we're gonna start scaling that ad and that audience to get us as many calls as possible, right? We're gonna start ramping that up so we can get more calls coming in because it's working. Door number 2 is audiences are at our cost per click target, but not our cost per call target. So what we're gonna do is we wanna make sure that we run that audience until it has at least 100 clicks. The reason we want at least 100 clicks is because that gives us 100 people who are going to be onto the landing page in our funnel, and we can see if our funnel converts at least 3%. Now, in most cases off your initial test, if you're at your target cost per click, that audience likely doesn't have 100 clicks yet because we're testing at a small budget typically to start. So what you want to do is you want to run that audience until it has at least 100 clicks. Now, once it has 100 clicks, what's going to happen is one of 2 scenarios. Once it has 100 clicks, that audience now might be at your cost per call target. And if that's the case, you're going to enter the scaling phase and we're going to start ramping it up. Now, if after that audience gets 100 clicks and there's still no calls and it's outside of your cost per call target, then you're going to enter the optimization phase and turn that audience off. You're just going to turn it off. So I'm going to repeat that. If your audience is at your cost per click target, but not your cost per call target, you're going to run that audience until it has 100 clicks. Once it has 100 clicks, if that audience is now generating you calls at your cost per call target, we're going to enter the scaling phase. We're going to start ramping that up to get us more calls because now it's performing. If after 100 clicks, it's still not getting us calls at our target cost per call, we're going to enter the optimization phase, which I'm going to go through. It's a whole separate section where we fix that campaign. But what you need to do in the meantime is turn it off. And the third door is your audiences are out of your cost per call target and outside of your cost per click target. So what this means is we're going to enter our optimization phase because all this means here is our campaigns are not working. And our optimization phase is where we're going to fix that campaign, figure out what's not working, and then make the appropriate adjustment. So you want to turn off that campaign. So again, in door number 1, you're going to enter the scaling phase because your audiences are working. In door number 2, if your audience are at your cost per click target, but not your cost per call target, run it until you get 100 clicks. Once you get 100 clicks, if you're now getting calls at your cost per call target, you're going to enter the scaling phase. If you're not getting calls at your cost per call target after 100 clicks, we're going to turn off that campaign and enter the optimization phase. And door number 3, if your audiences are outside of your cost per call target and outside of your cost per click target, we're going to turn off that campaign and enter the optimization phase. So the action item I want you to focus on is assess your results post-launch to determine what door you'll enter and what you need to do. So assess the campaign results, right? Let's say hypothetically, from 3 of your audiences, 1 audience is at your cost per call target. Great. That means you're going to enter the scaling phase. Let's say the other audience is at your cost per click target, but not your cost per call target. We're going to run that till it has 100 clicks. And let's say there's still no calls that are going to be booked. We're going to turn that campaign off and enter the optimization phase. And let's say like your last audience is outside of your cost per click target and your cost per call target. We're going to turn that off and enter the optimization phase, hypothetically. So hopefully this makes sense. I know these concepts might be new, but all you have to do for now is assess your results post-launch to determine what doors you'll enter and what stage you're entering, whether that's the scaling stage or the optimization phase. So go do that, and I'll see you in the next lesson, which is going to go through how to handle the optimization phase. And there's another lesson that goes through how to handle the scaling phase. So you're going to see those next two lessons on how to handle each one of these outcomes. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over optimizing your ad campaigns. And you enter the optimization phase when you launch your ad campaigns and one or multiple of your metrics are outside of your KPIs, so your ads are not profitable. Now, the good news for you is we have processes and tools to optimize each metric that's outside of KPI, so we always know what our next move is until we can get things that are target KPI and our ads are running profitably. Now, make sure to go to the pinned comment or in the description to download the free course notes, because the tools I'm going to go over are extremely valuable, so make sure to get access to that. So the optimization phase consists of 3 core stages. Stage number 1 is we identify the bottleneck in our campaign. Stage number 2 is we optimize that bottleneck with the correct tool. And then stage number 3 is we run the new test with the optimization and we measure the results. We see if that test worked or if it didn't. So let's dive into each one of these in more detail, starting with stage number 1, which is identifying the bottleneck in your campaigns. And all we're doing here is we're simply figuring out which part of our ads or our funnel is outside of our KPI and what to prioritize and optimize first. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to use the identifying the bottleneck tool. So we're going to go ahead and open this document here. And this is a tool that we can use to show us what to optimize in what order. So the first thing is we want to review our metrics. So if you remember our metrics here that we had, you can look at your campaigns and you can see, okay, which part of your campaign is off? Maybe your conversion rate is below 3%. Maybe your cost per click is too high and that's outside of your target. That's why your metrics aren't working. So you want to identify what is off. What is the metric that is off? Then once we're here, it's typically going to be one of these things. Either your cost per click is outside of your KPI, which is most common, or your landing page conversion rate is outside of KPI, your show up rate is outside of KPI, or your closing rate is outside of KPI. In most cases, it's either going to be your cost per click or your landing page that's outside of KPI. Once you've identified which metric is outside of KPI, we're going to drill into it. So let's say your cost per click is the problem. Your cost per click is what is outside of KPI. Here's how we're going to fix that. If we have a high click-through rate all, which is over 1%, and a low unique outbound click-through rate, which is under 1%, that means we have low quality ad copy. So we need new ad copy to test. Now, if you're wondering where to get that data, we are going to go into our ad campaigns and our ad manager here. Once we're in our ad manager, we want to make sure we see the following data: our unique outbound click-through rate and our click-through rate all. This should show up. If it doesn't, what you're going to do is you're going to hit customize columns. And once you hit customize columns, just type in unique outbound click-through rate, make sure that's clicked and hit apply. And then make sure you have click-through rate all. So type that in, select it and hit apply. And that will show up in your tabs here. So you can actually get this data. So going back to the sheet here, if you have a high, again, if our cost per click is outside of KPI, the first thing we're going to look at is if we have a high click-through rate all. So if we have an over 1% click-through rate, but a low unique outbound click-through rate, so that's this, a low unique outbound click-through rate under 1%, but our click-through rate all is over 1%, that means we need new ad copy to test. Just new ad copy. We don't need to come up with a whole new ad. We just need to test new ad copy. If we have a low click-through rate all, which is under 1%, so if our click-through rate all is under 1%, but we have a high unique outbound click-through rate, which is over 1%, that means we have low quality creative. So we either need to change our video ad or our image. So in most cases, you're going to be changing your video ad and shooting a new video ad. That is a new creative. Now, if we have a low click-through rate all, which is under 1%, and a low unique outbound click-through rate, which is also under 1%, that means we have low creative and low creative copy and creative. So we need a new ad altogether. So in this case, you have to start and create a whole new ad. You need a new angle, new body copy, and new creative. Now, if you have a high CPM, And what a CPM is again, that's our cost per thousand. So if you notice that your cost per thousand is unusually high, like it's $100 or it's just incredibly high, Facebook's charging you a lot for those eyeballs, but you have a good click-through rate, which is over 1%, and a good outbound click-through rate, which is over 1%, you want to test new audiences. So that's how we're going to identify what our action needs to be. So again, if your cost per click is outside of KPI, just simply follow this. Look at which variable is off. If you have a low click-through rate, but a high unique outbound click-through rate, that means you have low quality creative and you need to create a new video ad. So you can see you're just going to follow this to identify what the course of action needs to be. That's if your cost per click is outside of KPI. Now, let's say your cost per click is within KPI, but your conversion rate is what's outside of KPI. It's under 3%. Again, we want to make sure our funnel is converting at least 3%. So here's how we're going to fix that. If less than 10% of people are clicking onto the scheduling page, which is the next step in the funnel. If you remember, the first page is the landing page that has our video sales letter, and the next page they click is where they actually book a call. If less than 10% of people are clicking onto the schedule page, we need to optimize our landing page. So the way we can get that data, I'm in a test account right now. You can see here in this funnel that only 2% or only 2 people out of 86 unique people have actually landed onto the booking page. That means that we need to fix that landing page because it's under 10%. A good landing page will have at least 10% of people clicking over to the booking page here. So we know we need to fix that. So that's how we can actually see that data. Now, if over 10% of people are landing on the scheduling page, but under 10% are booking a call, then we have to optimize the booking page. So let's say, going back to this, over 10% of people are actually clicking and making their way to the booking page, but less than 10% of people who land on the booking page are booking a call. That means we need to optimize the booking page. It needs to be more clear. Maybe we need multiple call to actions or calendars that are embedded. That's the problem in that case. That's how we know what we need to fix. So that's if your conversion rate's low. You're either going to be optimizing your landing page or your booking page. Next, if your cost per click and your conversion rate's within KPI, but you have a low show up rate, now I'm going to go through this as well. Now, if your show up rate's under 70% over 10 calls, you need to optimize your show up rate. And we have tools to do all of these, so don't worry. Now, if your cost per click and your conversion rate and your show up rate's all within KPI, but your closing rate is outside of KPI after 20 conducted calls, and let's say you're closing under 20%, here's how we're going to optimize that. If you don't have a structured sales script you can follow for each call successfully with confidence, you need to optimize your sales script. If you struggle to handle objections towards the end of your call, and you're getting the same objections, you need to optimize your objection handling. If you're consistently getting ghosted by prospects on your follow-up calls, that's kind of a symptom of both optimizing your sales script and your follow-up process. So you can see this is how we can drill down to figure out which part we need to fix. The data will give us the answers. Now, if all of your metrics are outside of KPI from your initial launch, meaning everything's out of whack, go to optimizing the cost per click section first. So start by looking at your cost per click section and then take the appropriate action. So again, if everything's out of whack, start by optimizing your cost per click and look at these steps first. Now, the next thing that you can go through is when to overhaul your offer. Because you can go through this cycle, you can enter this optimization phase where you keep testing new things and it's not working. Now, if you tried 10 different ad creative tests, you tried 10 different audiences, like let's say you have a cost per click plateau, like your cost per click is your problem, and that is always your bottleneck, and you keep testing new things, but you can't get your cost per click where it needs to be, and you've tried at least 10 different ad creative tests, you've tried 10 different audiences, outcome number one is if your click-through rate all is above 1% and your unique outbound click-through rate is above 1% and still you're above cost per click KPI, you need to overhaul the offer. So I'm going to read that again. Outcome number one, if your click-through rate all is above 1% and your unique outbound click-through rate is above 1% and you're still above your cost per click KPI, you need to overhaul the offer. You need to create a new offer because your offer is just not viable and it's not resonating. Outcome number two is your cost per click is still outside KPI and your click-through rate all and your unique outbound click-through rate is below 1%, you need to overhaul your offer. So in both cases, if you tried at least 10 different ad creative tests, 10 different audiences, and your stuff's still not working, you're going to have to overhaul your offer and create a whole new offer to test because the market's telling you it's not resonating. Stage number two is if you have a conversion rate plateau. So if you have a conversion rate plateau, and you've tried at least 10 different conversion rate optimizations and your conversion rate is still below KPI, you have to overhaul your offer because it's showing you that your offer is not resonating. But again, we need to do a lot of optimizations before we do a complete offer overhaul. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, this might be something you need to watch multiple times, but all we're doing right now is we're in this first step, we're just identifying what the bottleneck is. If we have a cost per click is outside of KPI or a conversion rate, whatever it is, we're just going to look and figure out what is the bottleneck. What do we need to fix? once we've identified what the bottleneck is, and the answer should be very clear once you go through this and you look at the data, you'll be like, okay, I need new creative only, or you'll be like, I need to optimize the landing page. It'll be very clear what you need to fix. Then stage number 2 is once we know what the bottleneck is, because stage number 2 is optimizing the bottleneck with the correct tool. Once we know what the bottleneck is, it's time to optimize it with the correct marketing tool to get things at KPI. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to use the optimizing the bottleneck tool. So we're going to open this tool up. And the beauty about this tool here is whatever you were pointed to. So you can see in this first tool here, let's say, for example, your conversion rates outside of KPI, you have less than 10% of people going onto the scheduling page. That means you have to optimize your landing page. The beauty about here is, depending on your situation, we have tools to fix every single one of these. So if you need to increase your landing page conversion rate, you can see we have a full video and tutorial breaking down how to increase your conversion rate. Literally step by step, how to fix it, how to fix your text, how do you fix your copy, how to fix everything, the ad, everything step by step on how to fix that if that is the bottleneck for you. So for every single one of the scenarios you can run into, we have specific videos and tutorials on how to fix that bottleneck. So you can go ahead and fix it for everything, how to optimize your cost per click, how to optimize your conversion rate, how to optimize your show up rate, how to optimize your closing rate. Literally everything is in here, from what sales script to use, how to objection handle, how to follow up, how to create a new offer. Everything is in here. So no matter what your bottleneck is and what you need to do, once you move on to step number 2, which is optimizing the bottleneck with the correct tool, we have tools for every single bottleneck, so you will always know how to fix that. I'm trying to streamline this process to make, like, if you know how valuable this is, like, this took a lot of time to put together, and this is going to save you so much headache, because this is the beauty about this. Once you identify what the bottleneck is, we have the exact tool on how to fix it, and then you can go ahead and fix it. Now, I'm not going to play all these videos, or else this video would be really long. That's why you need to make sure you go to the pinned description or in the comment section to actually get this free course that has all this data and all these tools that you get for free. So that's step number 2 is, let me go back here, a lot of documents we have open, is we're going to use the optimizing the bottleneck tool to know what the tool we have to use is and then actually fix it. So again, let's say my conversion rate is outside of KPI and the action item I need to take is I need to optimize my landing page. I then go to my optimizing the bottleneck tool. Then I go to this video here in this tool, optimizing my conversion rate. I go ahead and open that. I watch this video that breaks down exactly what to do. And let's say I need to create a new headline. I open this up and there's a whole tutorial on how to redo your headline and how to tweak that, right? So everything, no matter what your situation is, I know I sound like a broken record, everything's taken care of. You have all the tools to fix the bottleneck. Then stage number 3 is you run a new test with the optimization and you measure the result. So once we've identified the bottleneck and we've implemented the tool to fix it, we launch our new test. So for example, let's say we go through that and we figure out we need to optimize our landing page and we're going to create a new headline. We've optimized our headline onto our landing page. Now we're going to relaunch our ads with that optimized headline to see if our conversion rate is going to increase and see if our ads are now profitable and we're within KPI. So once we've made that test, we're going to do this using the optimization testing tracker. You want to make sure you're actually keeping track of all of your tests. So in this example, let's say your cost per click is what's outside of KPI. What is the bottleneck, right? So the ad creative's not responding because we've already figured this out. What are we going to implement to optimize the bottleneck? We're going to create new ad creative. Did we run the test? We're going to say yes or no. And was the test successful? Yes or no? Or did the test fail? Yes or no? So then that way we can always see what tests we're running, and we're like kind of scientists at a lab. We're like, okay, here's a test we ran. Did it work? Did it not work? Right? So we're simply filling this out and launching our test and going through that cycle again and seeing if it fixed it or if it didn't. So those are the steps there. I know there's a lot of stages here. What you need to do to really ingrain this is you need to actually follow these steps. You might need to watch this a few times to really go through this because I know we covered a lot here, but I tried to streamline things. Again, just a quick recap. Stage number 1, we identify the bottleneck in your campaigns. We need to figure out what part of our ads or our funnel is outside of KPI. What is the bottleneck? So we're going to use the identifying the bottleneck tool to figure that out. If our cost per click is outside of KPI, or our our conversion rates outside of KPI, or our show up rate or closing rate, everything's in here. So you just need to drill down and then figure out which part you need to optimize. Every scenario is in here. Once you've used that tool to identify what the bottleneck is in your campaign, we're then going to use the optimizing the bottleneck toolkit, where we open that up and that has all the tools to fix whatever bottleneck you run into, so you can fix that bottleneck and run a new test. Then once we've made that optimization, we run it to stage 3, where we run a new test with the optimization and we measure the results. We see if it worked or if it didn't, and we follow the optimization testing tracker to actually track that progress. So that is step by step what you need to do in the optimization phase. It is an iterative process, but if you continue and you just keep making these little optimizations over and over, it's very hard for you not to succeed with ads. So I hope you found this helpful, and I hope you got the gears turning of how this process works. The action item I want you to focus on if you're in the optimization stage is identify the bottleneck in your campaign, implement the optimization, and launch your new optimized test and measure it in this document here. So that's what I want you to focus on. Go through these stages, stage 1 to 3, follow the steps, identify your bottleneck, implement the optimization, and launch your new optimized test. So go ahead and do that. And once you've done that, I'll see you in the next video, which is all about scaling your campaign. So hopefully you have a couple campaigns that are ready to scale, and we'll go through how to do that in the next lesson. So we'll see you there. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to scale your ad campaigns. And this lesson is going to be a lot of fun because once you know how to scale your ad campaigns, you can grow your agency very quickly. This is the same process I use to scale my ad campaigns from a couple $100 a day in ad spend to $3,000 plus per day in ad spend profitably in under a 60-day period. And that just ramped my agency off to the races. So if you know how to apply these, you can grow very quickly. So the way we're going to do this is in 4 steps. Step number 1 is we're going to set our scaling targets and projections. Step number 2 is we're going to overview the different types of scaling strategies that you can use, and I'm going to go through every single one of them with you live. Step number 3 is we're going to launch our new scaling campaigns. And then step number 4, we're going to review and plan our next move. So let's go through everything starting from the top, which is setting our scaling targets and projections. So the first thing we have to do when we're ready to scale is set our targets on how many clients and calls we want every single month. And the way we're going to do this is using our scaling projection calculator, which is going to show you exactly what you need to spend to be able to start scaling. So the first tab here is your historic ad stats, and everything in white you need to fill out with your historic stats. So let's say, for example, you've spent $3,000 in the past 30 days on ad spend, you booked 15 calls. That means your cost per call is $200. You got 2 clients from that, so your cost per acquisition is $1,500. And the way we got that is just 3,000 divided by 2 is 1,500. Let's say your offer price is $2,000 per month. That means you collected $4,000 in new cash collected, and you added $4,000 per month in monthly reoccurring revenue if it's a reoccurring service. So we're going to place in our historic stats. Then we're going to set a monthly revenue target of how much monthly revenue we want every single month. Now we can begin scaling. So let's say the goal is you want to bring in $10,000 per month in monthly reoccurring revenue from your ads. This is going to then auto-calculate and reverse engineer what you need to do to hit those targets. So if you want to get $10,000 per month in monthly reoccurring revenue, that means your monthly ad spend needs to be $7,500 per month. That's going to generate you 38 calls based on your metrics. And that's going to give you 5 clients, because if your offer price is $2,000, 2,000 times 5 is this 10,000. So that means on a monthly level, you need to spend $7,500 per month, $1,875 per week, and $250 per day. So once we have those metrics and we know how much we need to scale our ads by, now we need to actually start raising and scaling our ad budget. So what we're going to do here is you need to fill out your current daily spend. So let's say right now you're spending $100 per day. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start scaling. So we have 3 different ways we can scale. It just depends on your risk tolerance. So what we need to scale our ad account up to, if we want to get to, $10,000 per month in new collected revenue, is we need to spend $250 per day based on this example. So the first way, the most risk-averse way, the least risk, is you can scale your ads by 30% every single week. So if you're a little bit, you don't want to put too much risk, you want to take things slow, you can increase your budget by 30% per week. So you'd go from $100 per week to $130 per week. And then if that worked, you just continue scaling it by 30% every single week until you reach your $250 per day. The second way is a medium scaling method, where you raise your budget by 100% every single week until you reach your target. So you'd go from $100 per day to $200 per day in ad spend. You'd basically double your ad budget right away. And that's the second version. The third method is aggressive scaling. This is where you actually ramp your ad budget by 150% per week. So you'd go from $100 per day to $250 per day. We're immediately raising and scaling our budgets to our targets. So you just have to pick, depending on your goals and your ad budget, how fast do you want to scale. If you're a little bit less risky, maybe you're going to be just raising by 30% each week. If you're more aggressive like me, like I was scaling my budget by 150 every single week because I had money to spend and I want to scale things quickly. So it just depends. You just need to pick how much you want to scale from. But once you've done this, and you've set out your targets and you know how much you want to increase your spend by, and we have that number, then we can move on to step number 2, which is overviewing the different scaling strategies. So I'm going to show you different ways you can actually scale your ads to really start ramping things up. Now there's 2 primary ways of scaling your ads. There's vertical scaling and horizontal scaling. Now what vertical scaling is increasing your budget on winning ad sets by 50% to 100%, and then measuring that for 3 days, and if it continues to produce results, increasing it again by another 50 to 100% until it breaks. And if performance drops, you just push it back to the previous budget. So to show you what this looks like tangibly, I'm in my ad account right now, and we have the sample campaign. And let's say this is my campaign. I'm spending $100 a day. And based on my projections, I want to scale it, let's say to $200 per day. That's my goal. I need to get it. Or actually, let's say we need to ramp it to $250 per day because that's our goal. We want to get it to $250. That gets us to our targets based on our math. So what vertical scaling would look like is increasing our budget on winning ads by 50 to 100%. So a 50% increase is going from $100 per day to $150 per day. I would just make that one change, and I would hit publish, and then I would launch that campaign and it would go live. And then what I would do once I've done that is I would measure that performance for 3 days. And if it continues to produce results at my target cost per call and my metrics, I would increase it again by another 50%. So let's say that worked, that test worked after 3 days, and then I'm going to go by another 50%. So then I'm going to go to $200 per day, right? And then at $200 per day, let's say that continued to produce results for another 3 days, then I would go to $250 per day. And that's vertical scaling. That is the easiest method, right? And just like that, if everything held in a perfect world, I'm already at my scaling targets. I'm at $250 per day in that campaign, and I have hit my objective, right? So that is vertical scaling. That is the easiest method. This is typically, you're not going to scale crazy amounts using vertical scaling. Sometimes you can, but the biggest method you're going to use is horizontal scaling. Horizontal scaling is when we take our winning ad and we make little adjustments to it to really take things to the next level. Because when you have an ad that is working well, that is producing you results consistently or at your target cost per call, that means that that ad is resonating with your market. There's parts of it that is working well. So what we need to do is really take things to the next level and really make little micro variations of it to take it to scale. So here's how we're going to do that. So with horizontal scaling, there's really 4 different methods we could use to horizontally scale an ad aggressively. And this is what I primarily did to scale my ads very quickly. So what it comes down to is scaling a winning ad by changing key variables of the campaign, just one key variable at a time. So method number 1 is we can duplicate a winning campaign and we keep the audience and the copy the same, but we change the creative. So to show you what that looks like is I'm in this ad account here, and let's just put this back to $100 a day. So I'll show you how I'd scale to, let's say, $250 a day horizontally. So what I would do is I would duplicate this, and I just hit duplicate with current settings. Just number of copies 1. This all looks good. I don't know what this is saying here. Duplicate using original objective and duplicate with updates. And we've duplicated the campaign. Now what we're going to do here, the first method is, like I mentioned, we keep the audience and the copy the same, but we change the creative. So what we could do here is I'm just going to label this as horizontal scaling 1. So I'm going to go into edit, and all I'm going to do is I'm not going to change anything. I'm only going to change one variable. So instead of using this video, I'm going to change this video and pick a different video. Everything else stays the same. I'm just going to upload a different video. So let's say for this case, I've shot a different video, and maybe I'm going to use this one. So I use this one instead. It's just a different creative. And then all I'm doing is I'm going to exit out of that. And let's say I test this one at $50 a day, right? Bingo. So that's the horizontal scale. All I'm doing is I duplicated that campaign and I changed one variable. I just changed the creative. So now that has me at $150 a day. The next type of method that I can do horizontally is I could duplicate that level 1 campaign. I can keep the audience and the creative the same and change the ad copy. So I'm going to hit duplicate again, duplicate using original objective, duplicate using simplified objective, duplicate using original objective. We'll hit duplicate here, and then I'll label this horizontal scaling 2. Exit out of here, hit edit, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the copy. So what I'll do here, and that's just me changing this primary text. That's the only variable I'm going to change. Everything else stays the exact same. I'm just going to get rid of the second one. Everything else stays the exact same. The creative stays the same, targeting, everything stays the same. All I'm doing is I'm changing the copy. So what I could do here is I could just change this by saying, looking to scale your company? We guarantee a 10x ROI working with us. I just made a small change to the creative, and I can hit publish on that. And let's say this campaign, we could also put this at $50 a day, right? That's a second horizontal scaling method. So now I'm at $200 a day. The third method is I could duplicate the campaign again. I could keep the image and the copy the same and just change the audience. So again, just changing one variable. I can hit duplicate using original objective, hit duplicate. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna label this horizontal scaling number 3, hit edit. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna change the audience. So instead of targeting this bundle that I'm targeting right now, I'll just get rid of all of these. And let's just say, hypothetically, I want to just target people who are interested in Shopify. Not employers, my bad. Shopify, the interest. And I put that in. Just changing one variable, getting out of here. And then I'm going to put that at $50 a day. So now I'm at $250 a day. I've reached those scaling targets horizontally, right? I'm just making little variations of those. That's all I'm doing. So you can see the target was $250 a day, and I just duplicated that one winning ad originally, and I made a little variation. You can see the first method was changing the creative, then we changed the copy, and then we changed the audience. Now the fourth method is we could duplicate that campaign and change the campaign objective. So we could change it from an ad set budget optimization to a campaign budget optimization campaign. So the way we do that is we'd hit duplicate here, duplicate using original objective, and what's going to change here, as you can see, it's already on. Well, this is actually, it's already set as a campaign budget, but what we'll do instead is we'll turn this off, and that changes the bidding type. So this was going to take it from a campaign budget optimization, so a CBO campaign, to an ABO campaign. So we're just either deselecting this method or selecting this method. That's it. We're either going to turn this on or off. And then from there, this is using an ad set budget. So the budget is set at the ad set level. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into that ad set here. Oh, sometimes this happens when you create a campaign where it gets all muddy. So I'm just going to refresh this. I'm going to open this, and this is going to be called horizontal scaling 4. And inside of this, there should be one ad set, and we're going to put this budget here at the ad set level to $50 a day. All right. So that is the fourth method. You could see here from that horizontal scaling, we took an original campaign, we duplicated it 4 times in 4 different ways by just changing one variable. The first one, we changed the creative. We uploaded a new video ad, right? So I'll actually show you that. You can see we uploaded a new video ad. The second version, what we did is we changed the ad copy. I changed 1 or 2 sentences in the copy, kept everything else the same. The third version is I changed the audience. I picked a different audience to target. And then the fourth version, I changed the bidding type. I took it from at the ad set level I took it from the campaign budget level to the ad set level. So those are 4 different ways to scale it. And once you know how to do these, you can scale ads so quickly because you could take one ad and scale it in multiple different directions, right? There's so many different variations that you can do, right? And that was me just picking one audience. You could duplicate that ad and test it to 5 different audiences. Like when I scaled one ad from $100 a day to $1,000 a day, all I did is I just picked 10 different audiences instead of 1, right? And you could do things where instead of testing one creative, you test 4 different types of creative. Sorry, I thought something fell on my pants. But that's all we're doing here, right? This is how you can scale ad accounts very quickly. So those are horizontal scaling methods. So once you've done that and you have an idea of the different scaling strategies, step number 3 is launching your new scaling campaigns. So now that you know how to scale your ads and how much you need to increase your daily budget, begin launching your vertical and horizontal campaigns to begin increasing your budget and scaling. So depending on what you want to do, maybe you want to start with vertical scaling, maybe you want to start with some initial horizontal scaling. You can determine that, see which ones you want to run, and then measure that test for 3 days. And if it's good, continue. And if it drops, just turn it off. That's all you have to do. So that's how you're going to launch and scale your campaigns. So again, going to the ad manager, let's say you're at $100 a day, you want to get to 250 a day because that's the goal here. Maybe what you do is you vertically scale your campaign from $100 a day to $150 a day. And then you test 2 different horizontal scaling strategies where maybe you test a different creative and a different copy at $50 a day. And that keeps you to 250 because we vertically scaled it by $50 and we have 2 horizontal scaling campaigns each at $50. So we've reached our target of $250 a day. That would be a hypothetical case of how you'd scale your campaigns. So hopefully this is making sense. If it's not, watch it a few times and implement it. It'll start becoming second nature as you scale more accounts. Then step number 4 is we review and plan your next move. So after you have scaled your budget and you've launched those new scaling campaigns, we're going to review the results. So outcome number 1 is the test succeeded. So if it worked and you've scaled your ad account and that test is still working and producing you results at your target KPIs, then you can continue either vertically scaling or horizontally scaling. So if you did, like I mentioned, if you vertically scaled that and that was your test and it's still producing, continue vertically scaling it if you want more leads and clients. If you horizontally scaled it and that test is still working, try a different horizontal test or increase the budgets on it. That's all we're doing. Outcome number 2 is if it's at KPI in the last day or close to KPI. So it's pretty close to KPI, but it's not there just yet. If it's at KPI in the last 1 to 2 days, but holistically it's not at KPI, let it run for at least 100 clicks and test for 2 to 3 more days until 100 link clicks have been there to get a baseline. If it's still not at KPI after you've tested it and it's gone at least 100 clicks, turn it off. Outcome number 3 is test failed. So you start scaling your campaigns and it breaks. It's outside of KPI and it didn't work. If that's the case, just turn off your campaign and run the next scaling test. And you're just going to be repeating the cycle over and over again. So the action item for you to focus on is begin scaling your campaigns that are within KPI using the instructions above. That's all we're going to do. Step number 1 is we're going to set our scaling targets and projections. We fill this out, fill in the ones in white, and they'll show you exactly what your daily spend needs to be and everything broken down so you have clear targets on how to scale. Then once you've set your projections, overview the scaling strategies. Use vertical scaling or horizontal scaling. Dive into this a couple times and really understand the different methods. Then once you know the methods, step number 3 is you're going to launch your new scaling campaigns, measure it for 3 days, and if it's good, then we're going to enter step number 4, which is reviewing our tests. So after we've launched our scaling tests for at least 3 days, we're going to review the results. Outcome number 1 is the test succeeded, and if it succeeded, amazing. We can continue scaling it either vertically or horizontally. Outcome number 2, if it's at KPI in the last day or close to KPI but not quite there, run it for another 1 to 2 days, and if it's then at KPI, continue scaling them. If it's not, turn it off. And outcome number 3, that scaling campaign you launched fails and flops, turn off the campaign and just run your next scaling test. And you're just going to continue that cycle until you can begin scaling it. And you can get as many damn clients and meetings as you want. So this stuff is really powerful. I can't wait for you to start actually diving into it and launching your scaling campaigns. This was one of my favorite parts, was scaling up my campaigns. It could be a little bit scary at times when you see your ad budget going up, but once you start seeing more revenue, more clients coming in, it's kind of addicting. So the action item is beginning scaling your campaigns within KPI using the instructions above. So go ahead and do that, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome to the email marketing course. And what I want to do in this quick intro video is give you a quick overview of what the objective is with this course, as well as what lessons we're going to cover so you know what to expect. So with that being said, let's dive right into it, and we'll start with the objective, which is to help you build out an email marketing system that gets you clients consistently for your agency. Now, what I'm going to share with you is the exact email marketing strategy I use to generate millions of dollars in sales for my clients, as well as the system that I used in my own agency to get consistent meetings and clients from my email list. So I'm going to break everything down for you to copy and model for your own agency. Now, in terms of what we're going to cover in this course, the first lesson, I'm going to give you an overview of the email marketing strategy and the use case so you know when to use it. In lesson number 2, we're going to go over creating your content emails, and your content emails are the backbone of your email marketing strategy. And if you know how to do this properly, you can send out a lot of emails to your list that provide a ton of value while also get you a lot of calls and clients from it. Then in lesson number 3, we're going to go over creating your direct booking emails, and I'm going to give you 10 plug and play offer emails that you can use to immediately get meetings and clients from your email list. Then in lesson number 4, we're going to go over creating your email schedule so you know exactly how many emails you need to be sending every single week. Then in lesson number 5, we're going to go over setting up your email marketing system to make sure that's good and up and running. Then in lesson number 6, I'm going to show you how to launch and send out your email campaigns. Then in lesson number 7, we're going to go over how to track your email marketing performance so you can see which emails are performing better than others, what messaging is resonating, so you can do more of what works and less of what doesn't. And then in lesson number 8, we're going to go over creating your email automations so you can set up an automated email funnel that gets you meetings and clients on autopilot. So there's a lot we're going to cover in this course. So let's dive right into it, and I'll see you in the first lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to give you an overview of the email marketing strategy and when to use it. So let's dive right into it, and we'll start with the definition of email marketing. And what email marketing is, put simply, is sending a marketing email to contacts who have given you permission to contact them. And the key word there is permission. So this isn't a cold email. This is a prospect that's opted into your email list. So if you're running ads to a lead magnet, they've given you their contact information and you have their consent to email them. So that is the key difference. Now, in terms of what the email marketing sales process looks like from the very beginning to the end when someone becomes a client, looks like this. We send out an email to them. The prospect either clicks that email or replies to that email. Then they book a meeting from that email, which is a sales call, and then we convert them and close them into a paying client. So that's the sales process, super straightforward. Now here's when to use email marketing. You want to start using email marketing when you have a growing email list of at least 500 prospects who have given you permission to contact them. If you have less than 500 contacts on your email list, it's not worth prioritizing your email marketing efforts yet because there's not enough people to get consistent meetings and clients from it. And you also want to make sure you have a growing email list, meaning you have new contacts joining your email list every single day, either from paid ads or your cold outreach efforts. If you don't have new people joining your email list or you don't have at least 500 prospects on there, focus your time and energy on getting one of your cold acquisition systems working first, whether that's paid ads or cold outreach. But if you're in a position where you have more than 500 prospects on your email list and you're getting new email leads every single day, now you can start focusing on email marketing. So now let's go over why email marketing is so important. And the biggest reason behind that is most of the leads and most of the sales calls you're going to book are not going to buy immediately. That's normal. Let's say that you're closing right now at 30%. That means 70% of your leads and your phone calls are not going to convert into a paying client, and that's completely normal. And the main goal of email marketing is to continue to nurture these leads because eventually those leads will buy from someone. They will, whether it's 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, or even a year down the line, they will buy from someone. So the goal of email marketing is to continuously nurture those leads so when they are ready to buy, you're the first person they think of. So that is why it's so important. And once you get email marketing working, it can continuously churn out clients for you every single month. You should be getting 20-30% of your monthly revenue from your email marketing efforts if it's dialed in. And I'm going to show you how to do that in this course with the different strategies here. And again, the beauty about email marketing is it's going to help you increase your organic revenue because you've already paid for these leads. A lot of times these are leads that you might have thought were never going to purchase from you. And again, because you've already purchased these leads, when you get sales from your email marketing efforts, there's no costs associated with it. It is an organic sale. So it's going to increase your overall profitability. So now that you know the importance of email marketing, let's go over a high-level overview of the email marketing strategy to use. Now, this is the email marketing strategy I've personally used that I've had the most success with to get agency clients, and I've used for a lot of other companies as well that they've had a lot of good success with. So the strategy we're going to use consists of 2 different types of email. So the first type of email is our content emails. And the goal of our content emails is to warm up our leads. Now, the second type of emails is our direct call booking emails. And the goal of these emails is to convert those warm leads into booked calls. So you want to think of the content emails as these emails that consistently nurture and warm up our leads. And our direct call booking emails these are our asks. These are when we directly ask to get people to book in a call with us. So let me actually break these down. So here's an example of a content email. The first step is we're focusing on getting the click. And you can see this email here. It's just pure value. It says 11 plug and play promotions to generate sales fast. And all we're doing, there's no sales pitch, there's no call to action to book a call. It's just saying, hey, I just put together a new video breaking down 11 plug and play promotions you can use to bring in sales. You can watch it here. And it just drives people to click on this email, to this valuable piece of content. Then the second part of the content email is they land on our funnel. And the goal of the funnel is to convert that click into a booked call. You can see the funnel here has the title of the video, 10 plug and play fast cash promotions to generate sales fast. There's the video, and below that, there's our calendar where they can actually book in a call with us. And I'm going to give you access to this exact same funnel, and I'm going to show you how to build this out, so don't worry. But these are content emails. You can see primarily they're just value-based. All they're seeing is just a valuable piece of content that they can click, but if they click on it, they can actually book a call with us. And I love these content emails because they just provide so much goodwill to our audience. We can send out a lot of these, and some people who are going to click on these emails, a small percentage will actually book in a call with you. So it's a very consistent strategy you can use to get consistent calls booked without being too salesy. So that's the first type of email. Again, this is warming up the leads. Now, converting those warm leads is our direct call booking emails. Now, here's what these look like. Here's an example of one. You can see the email says, Thisura, call me. And the email is just, hey, Thisura, give me a call if you want to do any of these things for you. Help you run and scale your ads, help you build a high converting funnel, coach you one-on-one for a full year with guaranteed results. Here's how to reach me. we have a few openings tomorrow. So you can see a direct booking email it's a direct ask. We are asking them to book a call with us directly. There's no value that we're giving them directly. We're just saying, hey, here's our offer, book a call. And if they click on the email, they land to a calendar where they can directly book in with us. So that is the difference between a content email. We're giving them value up front, and then some people who watch the content who want to take things further can easily book a call. But a direct booking email, we are making an offer directly for them to schedule a call with us. And that is the beauty about this strategy. It allows us to consistently warm up our leads and then pluck the leads who are warm with our direct call booking emails so they can schedule in with us. This is the strategy I've used, and I'm going to break down how to do this. So now that you know the high level strategy at a big picture level, here's how to succeed with email marketing. The first thing and the most valuable thing that you need to know is consistency is key. If you are just consistent with your email marketing, and I'm going to show you how to put together a schedule, so don't worry, but if you can just stay consistent, you're good. If this is the only thing I want you to focus on is just being consistent with your emails. I have lost out so much revenue and sales by not being consistent with my own emails in my agency, and I've made more money when I was consistent. So just make sure you're consistent. The next thing is you want to focus on giving as much value as possible in your emails. You want people excited to see your emails and knowing they're going to get some serious value bombs. So in the content emails you create, you want to give away everything. Don't hide any secrets. Show them what's working right now. Give them as much value as possible because that's what's going to actually warm them up. And when they're thinking about buying, they're going to go to you. So give them as much value as possible in your emails. And the third thing is you need to measure data and performance and iterate and improve. So I'm going to show you how to do this, but it's so important with your email marketing. You're looking at the data. You're seeing what emails have higher open rates, click-through rates, calls booked, so you can actually do more of what's working and less of what doesn't. So that's how to succeed with email marketing. So this is the email marketing strategy and use case at a high level. I know we went through a lot. Make sure to watch this. And in the next video, I'm going to go through how to actually create and put together your content email strategy. So that is this first section here. So I'm going to go through that and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over creating your content emails. And just a quick refresher, the objective of our content emails is to continuously warm up our leads. This is the backbone of our email marketing strategy. And just a quick refresher on how they work. The first step of our content emails is getting the click. So it's a very straightforward email, and I'm going to give you the framework, so don't worry, where we're just driving people to a valuable piece of content that they can watch. There's no pitch that's made directly, but once they click on this piece of content from the email, they're going to land onto a funnel that we make that has our content, has the video that they can watch, but below that video, they can book in a call with us directly. Now, not everyone's going to book a call, but a small percentage of them, if they like the content, will book in a call with you. So this is a great way to send out and provide a lot of good value to your prospects while also booking calls from it. So here's how we're going to do this. There's really a couple steps. Part number one is actually coming up with the right content ideas. Part number two is the actual content video framework to use. Part number three is the content email structure. And part number four is the content email funnel. And I'm going to break everything down so you guys can model this. So let's dive right into it, starting with part number one, which is coming up with content ideas. So the easiest way to come up with content ideas is just type in the service you offer on YouTube. So if you're if you're offering Facebook ads, just go to YouTube, type in Facebook ads, and you'll see all these options that pop up. Then once you do that, look at the top 5 to 10 YouTubers creating content on your service. For example, when I type in Facebook ads, the first guy that comes in is Ben Heath. I can go ahead, I can open up his channel here, and I can look at his videos. And what I can do is all these videos here, I can copy, I can replicate them and send to my prospects because, again, these are literally the best pieces of content that people are already making for my service. So all of these content, like mistakes that hurt 85% of Facebook advertisers, Facebook just told us the best audience, all these different videos here, I can even sort them by the most popular. All I can do here is I can start replicating those videos with my own twist, obviously, and sending them out to my prospect. So what I would do is I would go through 5 to 10 of the top YouTubers in who are offering your service, looking at the top pieces of content and just recreating those. That is the easiest way to come up with content ideas, and you'll have an endless supply of content ideas that you can create. The other way is just internal lessons. So these are lessons that come up while you're working with clients. So I'm sure this has happened to you if you've worked with clients. There might be a certain lesson that you have where you implement something that works really well for your client, or you have a new ad structure or a new tactic that worked really well. Well, once you discover that, you can create a content piece around that and send that out to your email list. So those are the two primary ways, either replication or internal lessons. And once you come up with those ideas, you can put them into this idea sheet here, just make a copy of it, And the idea sheet here, you just have the name of the idea of content. For example, maybe you have an idea called 5 proven ad frameworks to increase your ROAS, your return on ad spend. The category that's under is ads because it's related to ads. If there's inspiration, like if you're modeling a video, you could just put that URL of that video there. And then did you create the video and piece of content? Yes or no? And then you're just going to have an endless supply of ideas that you can put through to create content about. So whenever you need to create a piece of content, this should all be filled out and you'll have hundreds. It's not hard to come up with content ideas. The hard part is figuring out which one you want to choose. So that's how you come up with content ideas. Again, you can either replicate by looking at what content's working the best in YouTube videos, and you can come up and find those creators and model their videos, or if there's any internal lessons that come up, do that and then put them into the content idea folder sheet here. So that's how we're going to come up with content ideas. Part 2 is the actual content video framework. So what you actually say in your content videos. And the reason I like video is because it allows you to educate your prospects. They build a bond with you and they get excited to watch your emails compared to, just reading them. I found videos work a little bit better. So here's the script that I like to use for any content videos I'm creating. So any videos like this, which I'll just pop up, you can watch a few of these too. Like any videos like these that I'm creating is what I'm referring to. So really straightforward. First is the hook. And the hook is I'm pretty much just going to say whatever the title of the content is. So if I'm creating a video on 10 plug and play promotions to generate sales, I'll say in this video, we're going to cover 10 plug and play fast cash promotions you can use immediately to generate more sales in your business. We've used these 10 promotions to generate millions of dollars in sales for our clients, and you can copy these for your business to generate cash flow immediately. So let's dive into it. So just a really straightforward hook like that, where I'm talking about the concept of the content and I'm just diving right into it. You don't want to make this too long. They're already on your list. They know you already. So just keep things pretty quick, 5 to 30 seconds maximum. Then we have the value chunk, and you don't need to overcomplicate this. Just explain the value, right? What I would do in this case, if I'm going over 10 promotions, I would, go over the first promotion. I would go over the second one and the third one. So this is just the teaching concept where you're actually providing value to them. And then the final bit is just a call to action. So at the very end, once you've given them value, you'll have a call to action at the end saying, if you found this video helpful and you want our help just creating these promotions for you so you can scale your company, there should be a button below where you can schedule in a call with our team directly and we can go from there. Apart from that, I hope you found this video helpful and I'll see you in the next one. Right? So really straightforward call to action, just saying, if you found this helpful, click the link below and schedule in a call. That's all you need to do. As you get more advanced, you can also sprinkle these call to actions throughout the value portion as well. But to keep things simple, just have a hook, value, and then a call to action. That is the script and the structure I follow for all of my content videos. If you want proof and you want to actually watch some content videos, I've attached 3 different content pieces I've shot. You can open any of these, watch the content videos, and you can see how I did those. So that's how you actually create your content videos, the framework to use so you know what to say in your content. Then part number 3 is the content email structure. And the structure for the emails are so easy. There's only a few sentences. So let's dive into it. We start with the subject line. And for a subject line, just keep it simple. Whatever the content topic is about is going to be your subject line. So if I'm creating a video on 11 plug and play promotions to generate sales, my subject line will literally be that. Other examples would be like how to create winning ads, 5 ways to scale your ads fast, how to increase your conversion rate, right? Just really straightforward. Whatever the title of your video is, that's going to be your subject line for your email. And the subject line, I'm sure you're familiar with it, but if you're not, I'll just put this up as a refresher. It's what they see in their inbox. It's that first line, the subject line up top that says 11 plug and play promotions. The next part of the email is going to be the hook, right? So after the subject line, you want to have the same hook. So I like to have 1 to 2 sentences that just teases them what the content piece is about. So I could say, want more sales in your business fast? I just put together a new video breaking down 10 plug and play promotions you can use right now to bring in sales. So just a quick hook that entices them, that engages their curiosity. Then I'm going to have my call to action. You can watch it here now. And all I'm going to do is link them to the funnel that has the content, which I'm going to go over in the next step, right? So then they can actually click it and go watch the video. Then what I like to do is I like to build a little bit more value about the content piece itself, because at this point, if they're still reading, I need to hype up that content piece so they're even more intrigued to click on it if they haven't clicked it already. So I could say these promotions are responsible for well over 8 figures in revenue for our clients, and we've used them in over 100 plus industries, so we know they work no matter what business you have. Chances are you'll be able to find at least 3 to 5 promotions you can use right away to get a major spike in sales for your business. I even include templates for each one so you can easily implement them. So I'm building value. I'm saying, hey, we've validated this in over 100 different industries. You can find 3 to 5 of these you can use right away to make sales, and templates are included. So now there's more value built up around this content piece. Then I'm going to have a second call to action. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and watch it here. Hope you find it helpful, right? So just a second call to action that they can click to watch my content piece. And then you want to sign off with your name, like Tisu, right? Just enter your name. Really straightforward. So that is the structure for your content emails. We have our subject line, we have our hook, we have our call to action, we then build value, and then we have another call to action and we sign off. So whenever you're creating content emails, just use this structure. As you send more of these out, it's pretty much going to be like second nature, and you can write one of these in like 5 or 10 minutes. It's really not that complicated because the content is what's going to be doing most of the work for us. So that is what we actually write the emails. That is the structure to use. And the final part is the actual content email funnel. So again, once they click on this email, they're going to land on a funnel like this, right? Our landing page like this that has our content, our video, and a little bit of a description and an area for them to book in a call. So let's actually break this down, this whole structure. So the first part of the funnel is the booking page, which I just showed you. This is that hosts the content, has a calendar that they can book into, has a little bit of a description about how we can help them, and then has our case studies that they can go through. And then at the very bottom there's another calendar that they can book in with. Very straightforward. Then after they book in a call, right? If they go to our calendar here and let's say they select a day and they book in a call, the next step after this is we have a confirmation page. So whatever, if you're using Calendly or whatever booking software you're using, you can have a redirect page that takes them to a landing page like this that says, congratulations on booking your call. Here's what happens next. And there's just like 4 or 5 bullet points that mentions what the next steps are. So the prospect's clear on what happens after they booked a call. So it's a very straightforward process. We have the booking page and the confirmation page. And I've also included a share funnel link that you can click if you're using Go High Level. If you import that directly, you can import that directly into your account. So you can just modify that to your liking. So I make it really easy. You can model that in a click of a button, or you can use this template below, which I'm going to go over. So the first page, like I mentioned, is the booking page here, this first page here. So let's actually go over the structure of this so you can create this. So first we have the headline of the content. So this is just going to be the name of the content. So it'd be like 10 plug and play fast cash promotions to generate sales fast. So that's going to be this right here. Then underneath that, we have our video, which you're going to embed your video. So once you create your video, upload that to either YouTube, or maybe it's Loom, or maybe it's Vimeo, wherever you upload it, just embed that right here. And then right underneath that, we have our call to action, which says something along the lines of, if you want our help scaling your company, schedule your call below to qualify. Something like that does the job. And then that's this section right here, you can see. Then we have our calendar embed. So this is where you're going to embed your calendar directly. All you have to do is go to Calendly or whatever software you're using and put in a form. Should be very straightforward. And you'll just embed that directly onto the site so they can book in a call. Then the next step in the funnel is going to be an optional description. So this is where you can have a big picture description of how your process works. So an example of this is like, here's how we can help you scale your company. We partner with your business for 6 weeks as a strategic partner, purely on a paid on results basis to increase your sales. We split the 6 weeks into 3 distinct phases. Phase 1's immediate revenue. I won't read every single one of these, but I'm just giving a high level description. And that's this section right here. Just a quick high level overview. And this is totally optional. Then the next section after that is you want to have your case studies. This is important. You want to make sure you showcase your case studies and your results from brands for social proof so they can see that you've done it for other people. It adds more trust there. So this is where you're going to add any case studies, testimonials right below that. You want to make sure you have that if you have case studies. And then at the very bottom, you're going to have one more call to action. I like to say something like, believe us now, book a call below to discuss partnering up or discuss working together. So at the bottom of your case studies, you can see here, it says, believe us now, book a call below to discuss partnering to scale your business. And then you're going to have one more calendar embed. So that's how you're going to create this page. And the beauty about this is once you create this page one time, all you have to do for every single piece of content that you create is all you do is you duplicate this page, right? Within your funnel builder, you just clone it, and then you change the headline of the next piece of content, and then you change the video, right? So let's say the next video you create is 3 ad copy scripts you can use to generate sales. All you would do is you would clone this, you would change this title to 3 ad copy scripts to generate sales fast, and then you would change the video and you'd embed that video instead. So you can just consistently clone these over and over again to create separate funnels. So hopefully that makes sense. That is so important. What I'll do is I'll actually show you an example of this for like more context. All right, so here's what I mean by that in terms of all you have to do is clone it. You can see I have one page here, which is this, which says this loads 10 plug and play fast cash promotions to generate sales. All this stuff here and below stays the exact same. All I do is I go here and then I can hit clone funnel step, and this will clone the page. And then you can see I have all these other videos that I've already created, right? And all I did is if I open up any of these, I just change the headline to whatever the new piece of content is and embed the new video, but everything else stays the exact same, right? So that's what I mean by cloning the step every single time. That way you just need to create one shell, which is this framework that we've just went over. And anytime you have a new piece of content, you clone it, you change the headline and put a new video. So it's this continuous funnel. It takes like 2 seconds to do. Really not that crazy. So that is the first page, the funnel for that first page. And the second page of the funnel is the call confirmation page. And again, just a quick reminder, after they book in a call, this is optional, but I recommend having it. It's this page right here, where after they book in a call, it shows what the next steps are, so they're clear on that. So this is really easy, but I thought I'd go through it anyways. All you have to do here is you have a headline that says something like, congrats on booking your call. Here's what happens next. Then there's the next steps. You want to insert 3 to 5 clear next steps so the prospect is clear on the next steps. So here's what I did. You can just copy this if you want. It says you'll receive an email with the meeting invite for your scheduled time. Make sure to accept that. Step 2, the meeting will be held over Zoom. So make sure to save the Zoom link, XYZ, right? That's all I'm doing. So then they know the next steps. So that's all you really have to do to create your content funnel. So just like that, you've now built out your content email structure. So just a quick recap of everything, because I know we went through a lot there. Step number 1, or part 1, is coming up with content ideas. The way we're going to do that is we can either use replication or internal lessons. Replication, we can go on YouTube, type the service that you're offering, whether it's Facebook ads, email marketing, whatever it is, type that in on YouTube. Look at the top content creators, go to their channels, and look at all their videos. You can recreate and replicate those videos with your own twist. That will give you an endless supply of ideas. Or use internal lessons that you come whenever maybe you test an ad and it works really well for your client. Use that as a piece of content that you can use. Those are internal lessons. Whenever you have an idea, put them into this idea sheet here, and you'll have an endless supply of content ideas. Part 2 is the content video framework. The content video framework to use so you know what to say in your video content is you have a hook in the beginning that pretty much just states what the content is about. Then you have your value section where you're teaching them or providing value at a high level and just giving them all the goods. And then you have a call to action that lets them know if they found this video helpful, they can book in a call below. And then in terms of the content email structure, the structure we're going to use is we have a subject line, which is literally going to be the title of the video that we have. Then we have our hook that builds intrigue and provides value. It doesn't need to be more than 1 or 2 sentences. We have a call to action that pushes them to actually click and land on our funnel. Then we build a little bit more value about the piece of content to build more intrigue and curiosity. And then we have our second call to action that they can click, and then we sign off with our name. And then for our content funnel, this is where they land when they actually click. The first page is our booking page, and the second page is our confirmation page. You can click here to use our share funnel link. That's going to give you the exact funnel, and you can just modify it for your business. If you click this here, it'll just allow you to start a 14-day free trial to go high level. I am an affiliate of that, so if you do sign up, I do get a commission on that, but you can also just copy this. If you're already a high-level user, you won't even need to, it'll just let you share it immediately. Or if you don't have high-level, just use the frameworks that I already went over and fill it out. Really easy for the outline for the booking page and the call confirmation page. So follow these steps here. The action item I want you to focus on, I'll just write this out here, is follow these steps to create your content emails. So that's all you need to focus on for now. Follow these 4 steps to create your content emails. Get that done, and once you have that, you have everything you need for the backbone of your email marketing strategy, which is your content emails, and I'll see you in the next video, which is all about our direct call booking emails. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over creating your direct call booking emails. So just a quick refresher, the objective of your direct call booking emails is to convert your warm leads into booked calls. So when we went over content emails in the last video, that was creating content emails that warm up our leads and nurture them. These direct call booking emails, these are the right hook. This is where we ask people to book a call with us directly. So it's a direct pitch and a direct offer. So to give you an example of this and the structure, the step number one is getting the click. So an email, a direct call booking email would look like this. Hey Thisura, give me a call if you want to do any of these things for you. Help you run and scale your ads, build out a high converting funnel, coach you one-on-one for a full year to scale your business. Here's how to reach me. We have a few openings tomorrow. So I'm directly asking someone to book a call with me. Then once they click this link and they click on this email, they get taken to step number 2, which is a calendar and a website where they can just directly book a call with us. Very straightforward. So that is a direct call booking email. So what I want to share with you is 10 different types of direct call booking emails that you can copy and paste to get calls booked from your email list. These are where most of your calls are going to come from. So let's dive into each one of these 10 first, and then we'll go over how to build out the funnel that's required for this, which is a piece of cake. So first, let's go over the direct call booking email templates. So the first one I want to go over is an educational call booking email. So this is a direct call booking email that you can send a lot to your email list that provides still a lot of value up front, but we're still pitching our offer. So the subject line is really just going to be the name of the content piece. So for example, it would be 3 biggest lessons after spending $10 million on ads, for example. Then we have the hook, where it's just a quick 1 to 2 sentences that gives the reader and hooks them in to read the rest of our email. So I could say, after spending $10 million on ads in the past 12 months, working with hundreds of brands, here are the three biggest lessons we learned when it comes to creating high converting ads. That hooks them in. Then we have our value portion, where we're just going to provide value and just show them and provide as much goodwill as possible. So I could say, lesson number 1, product positioning is key. And there's, a paragraph or 2 that goes through this point and provides value. Lesson number 2, more creative testing equals more winning ads. And again, just 1 or 2 paragraphs that really instills this point. And then lesson number 3, lifetime value is everything. So that's the value chunk. I'm just providing value and giving them tips. Then I have my call to action and offer, where I transition into getting them to book a call. So I could say, now, if you found these lessons helpful and you're struggling to get your ads converting profitably, we can help. In fact, we guarantee we can increase your ad ROI by at least 20% in the first 8 weeks, or you don't pay a single cent. You just change up what your offer is. If you're interested, go here to book a call with our team, and that would drive them to our funnel where they could book a call. We can explain our process in more detail. Talk soon, right? So this is an educational call booking email because we are providing value up front. And then at the end of our value, we have a call to action where we're stating our irresistible offer, where they can click the link and book in a demo and our call with us directly, and we can convert them into a paying client. So this is the first structure that you can use, is an educational call booking email. This is less direct, but this is a format you can send multiple times to your list each week while getting calls booked. The next format that we can use that's plug and play is the call me email. So this is the example I went over previously, and this works great. It's like 2 or 3 sentences, and it's an easy way to get calls booked. So it's the subject line of the email is name, call me, and the name you just put in the contact email's name. Most email providers will allow you to customize it and put in the first name of the contact as long as you ask for that detail. So it'd be name, call me, and that's copy would be, hey, give me a call if you want us to do any of these things for you. And this would link them to the funnel that I'm going to show you how to build where they can book in a call. Number 1, and we'd insert one outcome that they want. So for example, help you run and scale your ads. Insert outcome number 2 that they want. Help you build out a high converting funnel or store that brings in sales profitably. And then insert a third outcome that they want. Coach you one-on-one for a full year to scale your business with guaranteed results, right? So you just insert 3 outcomes that your niche or your market wants from you. Here's how to reach me. Again, this would link to your calendar where they can book in a call. We have a few openings tomorrow, so if you're interested, book while there's availability open and then sign off with your name. So this is a very easy email. You can see there's like 4 sentences that you need to write that you could send out, and this plucks the low-hanging fruit and the warm leads in your list, and they'll book a call with you. So that is a call me email. You can easily copy this and modify this. The third email is a working together email, and I've used this email a lot to get calls booked for our own and for clients. So the way this works, the subject line is working together. You could even have working together, right? Doesn't really matter. That's all we're going for here. And the copy is, hey name, I'm looking to work closely with a few, insert the niche, who want insert outcome in time frame. So to show you what that would look like, I'm looking to work closely with a few chiropractors who want 30 new patients in the next 90 days, right? Or 30 new patients in the next 30 days. You just insert that based on your niche, the offer, and the timelines that you're comfortable with that you can actually deliver on. If you don't have a timeline, you're fine if you just have chiropractors who want 30 new patients every single month, right? Whatever it is, just insert your offer following the structure. So if you, and then what we like to do, what I like to have, is 3 outcomes that they want. So I could say, so if you, insert outcome 1, want to smash your Black Friday and Christmas sales goals. Well, if I want to go back to that chiropractor example, I could say, so if you want to end 2023 with a bang, insert outcome number 2, are committed to getting more patients than ever on a monthly basis for your chiropractic clinic. And then insert outcome number 3, want the exact advertising system that we've used to generate over 4,000 patients for our chiropractors across North America. You're exactly who I'm looking to work with, right? So you just insert 3 outcomes that you know that your niche wants. Make sure to book a call if that's you. We start next week, and this would link them to your calendar and your landing page where they would book a call. Talk soon, Thisura. So this is a working together email. Again, all we do is we're opening this with the line that goes over the niche we're serving, the outcome that we can deliver in a time frame. Then we say, so if you, and we're just inserting 3 outcomes that they want, that we want them essentially saying yes to each one of these in their head mentally, like, yes, I want this. Yes, I want this. Yes, I want this. And then it says, you're exactly who I'm looking to work with. Make sure to book a call if that's you. And then this drives them to our landing page where they book a call. That is the working together email. Very simple, very effective. The next type of email is a case study email. And maybe you've seen these. This has been around forever, and it is highly effective. So the subject line is, we could say, name, want to be my next case study. People always want to be someone's case study because that means it's implying if they're going to get the result. So it's, hey name, thought I'd reach out as I'm looking for a few people who want to be my next case study for a new offer I'm testing. And this could be a new offer, a new program, whatever it is. My goal is to help you insert outcome in time frame. So going back to that chiropractic example, my goal is to help you get 60 new qualified patients in the next 60 days. If you can deliver that, just modify this for your offer. But you need to qualify. And this is where we're going to insert, 1 to 2 or maybe 3 qualifications that they need. But you need to have a chiropractic clinic doing over $50K per month in revenue, be actively spending money on marketing, and have an engaged list of contacts, right? You just insert 2 to 3 qualifications that you want. All you got to do is, if you're happy, you must be willing to post a testimonial or case study, right? So that's the big reason why. If you're interested, go here to book a call, and that will book them a call. You can have a sales call with them and convert them into a paying client. Talk soon, insert your name. So that's a case study email. This has been around forever. Really good email you can use if whenever you're launching a new program, or you just want a new frame around the existing offer that you're having. It's a good angle that you can use to get people to book a call with you. So that is a case study direct call booking. The next email is a handful email. So this is very similar to a case study email. All we're doing is, instead of case study, we're replacing the word case study with a handful. So here's what I mean. So it's saying, hey name, the subject line is just, you could have something like update or name interested, very easy. We could say, hey, I'm looking for a handful of people who want big result in time frame. So I'm looking for a handful of chiropractors who want 30 new patients over the next 30 days. I can't do this for everyone, which is why I'm only looking for people who meet the following criteria. And then you'd list out your criteria. So I can't do this for everyone. I'm only looking for chiropractors that are doing over $50,000 per month in revenue, spending at least $100 per day on marketing, and are willing to make 2024 their best year yet. If that's you, go here to get the full details and book a call, right? Or go here to book a call. And that would link them to the landing page where they book a call. And then you'd sign off with your name. So you can see that these emails are so easy. There's like 4 to 5 sentences. And the reason I like these is because our content emails are what's going to really provide a lot of goodwill and nurture our list. These are our right hooks. These are the emails that we're using to directly ask people to book a call. So they don't need to be too complicated because we're already generating demand. We're already providing value. So there's always going to be a percentage of people who want to book in a call with us. We just need to remind them with simple emails like this. The 6th email that we can use is a strategy session email. So the subject line could be name, want some help. And the copy can say, hey, what if I personally got on the phone with you and helped you outline the most effective strategy to insert goal outcome for free? So I could say, what if I personally got on the phone with you and helped you outline the most effective strategy to add 30 to 60 new monthly patients to your chiropractic clinic in the next 60 days for free? Right? So just a big outcome. from a perspective of someone who, and then you'd want to insert your credibility, right? So from a perspective of someone who's helped hundreds of chiropractors around the clinic and has generated over, 8 figures in new patient value for chiropractors, right? Something like that. So you know that the information strategy is 100% proven to work. And then at the end, which is totally optional, I gave you an exclusive offer to work with you on your brand new strategy we just crafted. Would you be interested? If so, book in a call with me here. That leads them to your calendar and your landing page where they'd schedule in a call with you. And then I have limited availability as this is my personal calendar and we're doing this on a first come, first serve basis. So make sure to book in when you can, Thisura. And then we have a PS. This is not for everyone. You need to, and you can insert requirements. This is optional, but you could say this isn't for everyone. You need to be doing over 50K per month, have X amount in your contacts, and be willing to invest money in marketing. If that's you, book a call with me here, right? So that is a strategy session offer. This will get you a lot of call bookings if you have, demand already. So you need to make sure that you're very clear with these people that, hey, you're doing this because you're going to make an offer if they want more help with you. So they know coming into it ahead of time that yes, you're going to be helping them, but if they're happy with the results, a percentage of them will become paying clients. You want to state that up front. So that is a strategy session offer. The next email you can use is a power offer, and this is extremely powerful. The subject line is, hey name, ... So we could say quick question and then insert outcome they desire. So let's say, for example, going back to that chiropractic example, quick question, do you need more patients for your chiropractic clinic? Right, something like that. Quick, just like that. Quick question, do you need more patients? Do you need no chiropractic patients? Reason I ask is because in the last time frame, here's a few results our clients got. So I could say, reason I ask is because in the last 90 days or in the last 60 days, here's just a few of our results from some chiropractors around the area. And then I would insert 3 to 5 client case studies. We helped Mark get 60 new patients in the past 30 days. We helped Jane go from 30 new patients a month to 90 new patients a month in 6 months, right? And we just insert our client case studies so they can see that. We get results like this by insert your offer, right? So we get results like this by using a simple video funnel that we can copy and paste and set up for you in less than, 30 minutes, something like that, right? Whatever it is. You just insert how you get results. So if you want outcome, insert offer and guarantee. So we could say, so if you want to get more patients for your chiropractic clinic, we guarantee we can get you 30 new patients in the first 30 days or you don't pay a single cent. So we're inserting our offer and our guarantee. If you're interested, book a call with us here and then sign off with your name. And they can click it, they get taken to your funnel and they book a call. This offer works great. This is a really good one that you can model and use. So that is the power offer. This works because you're inserting the outcome they want, you're backing it up with social proof, and you're stating your irresistible offer. The 8th email that you can use is a case study or testimonial email, because the most powerful form of marketing is not from your mouth, but it's from your client's mouth. It's more trustworthy. So here's how this works. We can have a subject line like can't scale your ads or whatever problem is that they face. Then what we do is we start by sharing a common problem prospects face. So let's say, selling to e-commerce brands owners. I could say, struggling to scale your ads past $1,000 per day profitably? Then we can share the testimonial of your client overcoming the problem. So you want to make sure you have a testimonial that applies to a big problem that most of your clients are likely facing. So I could say, that's what our client Steve was struggling with for over 18 months. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get his ads to scale past $1,000 per day profitably. Every time he would try scaling his ads, his ROI would crash and he would be right back to where he started. Then he started working with us, and within 60 days, we scaled his ads to over $10,000 per day in ads profitably, or in sales profitably. Check out what Steve had to say here. And then we'd share a picture or video for proof. So you could either link them a video testimonial, or maybe it's a screenshot that you have from, Messenger or text of the person saying, you helped us scale to $10,000 in sales or whatever it is, right? We're just sharing a picture for proof. And again, the key thing here is this problem, the person who's going to be reading this, if they have this problem, they're really going to relate with your case study and testimonial. Then we have a call to action if they want a similar transformation. If you're running into the same problem and you're struggling to scale your ads, we might be able to help. In fact, if you're the right person, we guarantee we can scale your ads at least 30% further profitably in the first 8 weeks, or you don't pay. If you're interested in learning more, book a demo with our team here. That links them to our landing page, they book a call. We'll go through our process in more detail and answer any questions you might have. Talk soon, then sign off with your name. So that is a case study or testimonial email. Whenever you get a new case study or testimonial, you can follow the structure. Share a common problem that your prospects face that is congruent with the case study you got. Then share the testimonial your clients overcoming. Talk about where they were before and what they experienced after. Then share picture or a video for proof that they can check out, and then have a call to action saying, if you want a similar result, we can help, and insert your offer. And again, the people who relate with that problem, who relate with the case study, will book a call with you. And you can send a lot of these. So this is a case study or a testimonial email. And this is one you can use over and over again. Every time you get a case study, you can send this email out. The next email, the 9th one, this is a longer one. This is a long form offer. But this has been very powerful. I've used this multiple times to get countless calls booked. So the subject line is for name. So I could say, I'm looking for 5 ideal clients who want outcome in the next time period. So I'm looking for 5 chiropractors who want 30 new patients in the next 30 days, guaranteed. So then I could say, do you, pain point question. Would you like to, desire question. So I could say, do you struggle to get new, high paying chiropractic clients? Would you like to get 30 to 60 new patients per month like clockwork, guaranteed, right? So would you like pain point? And would you like desire, right? If so, keep reading. A few weeks ago, I opened up a few spots to my coaching program, or a few weeks ago, I opened up a few spots to take on a few more clients with one goal in mind, and that's to get you results as efficiently as possible. For example, and then we just insert our case studies, three case studies from clients. For example, one of my clients got 60 new patients in the past 30 days using this strategy. Another client went from 30 new patients to 90 new patients a month using the strategy. And I did it myself. I was able to XYZ, right? So they were going through some case studies. Here's the deal. If you end up being one of the 3 serious people I want to work with, you'll get what are you going to do for them, right? So you just insert the big benefits that they're going to get, right? You're going to get more patients than you can handle. I'll help you dial in your sales scripts and your sales strategy for your clinic. I'll show you how to follow up with your leads automatically. I'll set up your CRM, right? You just insert the benefits of your offer and a lot more. If you become one of these 5 people, you can stop worrying about frustration/fear. So you can stop worrying about inconsistent months and wondering where your next paid client's going to come from. You'll walk away after time period with everything you need to want, right? So you'll walk away after 90 days with everything you need to get consistent patients into your clinic. The only catch is I can't help everyone. I will not accept you into, or I'll not work with you personally unless I'm absolutely certain that you're a good fit and will get you good results. I'm pretty selective about who I work with, so here are my requirements, and just insert 1 to 3 requirements that you need from those clients. Requirement number 1 is you have to be doing over $500,000 per year annually. The second thing is you have to be, willing to invest money in marketing, right? Just write them out. If that's you, here's what to do next. Go here to apply and we can set up a time to connect. That takes them to your calendar where they book in a call. Last time I did this, I got booked up pretty fast, so if you're even slightly interested, make sure to apply as soon as possible. Excited to help you grow, sign off with your name. So that's a long form offer. I know we went through a lot here, but all you have to do is just fill this out for your offer and send this out. This is a very powerful email that you can use. Now the final email is a 9-word email. This has been around forever, and it's kind of been one of my go-tos whenever I want to re-engage a list or just get leads reactivated and get calls booked efficiently. I've generated hundreds of thousands of dollars for clients using 9-word emails. So the structure is as follows. The subject line is, hey, right? Or just name, ... It can be that simple. We just want it to have curiosity and we want them to open it. And the reason it's called a 9-word email is because there's like 9 words. So it's, hey, are you still looking for help with outcome or problem? Name. So if I'm selling an agency for chiropractors, I could say, hey, are you still looking to get more patients for your chiropractic clinic? Or are you still looking for more patients for your clinic? Thisura. That's it. Just an open-ended question, and I want them to reply. Because once they reply, we're going to use this messaging sequence right here. So here's what that looks like. So I've already scripted this all out with an example, so I'll go through that example. Let's say the question I ask is, hey name, are you still interested in growing your business with Facebook ads? Let's say they respond to that. Step number 1 is we need to start digging. So the way that works, let's say they respond and they say something like, yes. We'll then respond with, got it. What kind of business do you have? And let's say they reply with, I have a yoga studio. Then what we want to do is we want to get their goal situation. We need to figure out where they're trying to go. So, and this is all done via chat. Like we're just responding back to them via email if they reply to that. So we could say, nice, what are your goals for your business this year? Let's say they reply with, they want to get to 50K per month. Then we want to get the roadblock. So what's stopping them? So I can say, great. What's stopping you from getting to 50K per month right now? Any big challenges? And let's say they respond with, yeah, like I don't have, let's say they say something like, I'm struggling to get new paid members consistently. And if once they say that, what I want to do is I want to reinforce that roadblock and have a call to action. And what reinforcing the roadblock means is it's one thing for them to say it, but I need to actually show them that that problem is worse than what they believe. So I could say, yeah, like without a consistent way to get new patients, it's going to be very hard for you to get to 50K per month, and it's a problem that needs to be fixed. You want some help with this? If so, I'd be happy to set up a one-on-one call with you, and we can go over different ways to get new members for your yoga studio. I'm available tomorrow at X PM and X PM. Let me know if that works for you, right? So I'm reinforcing, saying, hey, if you don't fix this problem, you're not going to be able to grow your yoga studio. I think we would be able to help. Here's some times we can chat. And then once they reply, we just set up a call. We say, awesome, you can book in a call with me here. Let me know once you've booked in so I can send you some bonuses or whatever. You don't need that part, but just say, great, you can book in a call with me here. Then they book in a call and you've scheduled them in. So the beauty about this is going to get you a lot of leads who respond to this. And then you just go through this messaging sequence to get them booked in. And there's also some follow-up messages that you can use if they ghost you. So if they don't reply to you, like let's say at any stage you ask them a question, like, what are your goals for the business this year? And you never hear back from them in 24 hours. Here's how to follow up with them. So in one day, if there's no response, just say, hey, name, just bumping this in case you didn't get it. If you still don't hear back, say, name, everything okay? Never heard back from you. And if you don't hear back from them a second time after you sent this, just send them 3 question marks. All right, it's kind of like your last attempt. Now, the other way is you want to follow up with them if you send them your calendar link here to book a call and they never book a call. So if they never book a call, that's where you want to send them a calendar link. Not a calendar link. You want to continue following up with them until they do. So I could say, hey, did you still want to book in a call with our team? Let me know ASAP as we've only got a few more calls left. I'll also try to make the call. Here's the link to book in. Thanks. Right. The second message, if they still don't book in, we could say, hey, didn't see you book in a call yet. Still interested? And then the third message, if they still haven't booked in a call once we've sent them our calendar, we could say, didn't see you book in a call yet. Not interested in growing your business anymore? Question mark. Right? So this is how we follow up with our 9-word emails. So that is the framework step by step that you can use. These are 10, I combined 10 and 9 together. These are 10 different copy and paste direct call booking emails you can use to get calls booked. So there's a ton here. Make sure to watch these. Whenever you need calls booked, you pick out one of these things, modify this for your offer, send that sucker out. And if you're consistent, you will get calls and clients from these. So that's part number 1 is the direct call booking email templates. Part number 2 is building out your direct call booking funnel. So the beauty about this is this funnel is so easy. It's just really a page with a headline and your calendar for them to book in, right? It's very easy. So again, what it looks like is this is a booking page where we have our headline, we have our calendar, and we have any case studies and another calendar, right? So that you can see I've already outlined this all. We will insert big result, book a call below to qualify, results from major brands. You'd insert a client name, insert a description about the company, insert the client testimonial, and insert your calendar. So the second page in that, once they book in, is the call confirmation page where it just says, congrats on booking your call. Here's what happens next. And you have, 1 to 5 steps that outline the next steps. So they're clear on what happens after they've booked in that call. So this is all here. Just an outline of what that looks like to put this together. And I've also put a share funnel link directly that you can click here. If you click that and you have a Go High Level account, that's going to sync and give you that funnel directly into your account so you can use it right away with one click of a button. If you don't have a high level account and you click this, you can get a 14-day free trial and get access to that funnel directly into it. I am an affiliate to that, so I will get a commission, but if you click the share funnel link, you can get it directly imported into your website and account right away. If you want to build it manually, here's how to build it manually with each step. So we'll start with the booking page here. That is this page right here. All we have to do to create this is we have a headline that says, book a call below to discuss how we can help you insert result. So book a call below to discuss how we can help you scale your company. Just insert the big result that they want. So that's this headline right here. Then once we move on from there, we have our calendar embed. So this is where you want to embed your calendar or your application where they can book in. So that's this section right here. You just need to get and embed your calendar. Very easy depending on what software you're using. Then you want to have your case studies. And this is where you want to insert your case studies that you have with brands. And again, you can see here results from major brands. You have your client name, insert a description about the company, have a picture with the company, and then insert the testimonial. And if you have multiple, just do this for, as many case studies as you have. I like to have 5 to 10 of them there. That really just stacks the social proof so people know that I've done it for other people. Then have a call to action saying, believe us now, book a call below to discuss how we can help you, insert result. So believe us now, book a call below to discuss how we can help you scale your company. So that's this right here. And then the final thing is we have our calendar embed one more time so they can easily schedule a meeting. So that's how you put together the first page, which is our booking page. And then the second page is our call confirmation page. Very straightforward. I'll go over how to create this as well. But the layout for that is we have a headline that says, congrats on booking your call. Here's what happens next. So that's this headline right here. Very easy. And then I like to just have, 1 to 5 points that goes over the next step so they're clear on what happens once they booked in a call. So for example, step number 1, you will receive an email with a meeting invite for your scheduled time. Make sure to accept the invite so it shows up in your calendar. Step number 2, you'll receive a Zoom link in the meeting invite as well, as that's where the meeting will be held. And then just list out the steps. Now you can copy and paste this if you have a similar process as mine, and you can use that. And this just helps the prospect know what happens after they book in a call. So that's the only thing you need to create. Those are the only 2 pages that you need to do. So the action item you want to do and you need to complete is follow those 2 steps outlined above to create your direct call booking emails and funnel. So a quick recap of this. Step number 1 is use the direct call booking email templates here. We went over 10 different direct call booking email templates that you can use to directly send emails that get you calls booked. 10 different copy and paste emails. Now, one thing I want to go over in the next lesson, we're going to go over creating your email schedule. We'll show you how many content emails you need to send each week and how many direct call booking emails. So if you have that question, we're going to address that in the next lesson. But the first thing is always refer to this document whenever you need to send a direct call booking email, because you can copy and model these to get calls booked right away to your email list. I've used every single one of these. Then part number 2 is build out your direct call booking funnel, which is just 2 pages. There's the booking page and the call confirmation page. Either use the share funnel link here, which will directly import this into your Go High Level account if you have one, or you can sign up and have a 14-day free trial, which will also give you this share funnel link, or just build it manually using the booking page outline here and the call confirmation page outline here, which is the second step. That's all you got to do. Once you finish those 2 things, you've completed the action items, and now you have all the raw materials for your email marketing strategy. You have everything you need to send out content emails, and now you have everything you need to send out call booking emails. So now that you have those 2 major assets done, I'll see you in the next lesson, which is creating your email schedule. So I'll see you over there. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over creating your email schedule. So let's dive right into it. So ideally, you want to work your way up to sending 7 emails per week, which is 1 email every single day to your list. Now that might seem like a lot of work, but it's something you want to work your way up to, because if you send out an email every single day to your list, when you count open rates, most people are not going to see your email. And the clients that we've seen that have made the most money from their email list, they have more frequency. They email every single day, so they're always top of mind. Now, you're not going to get here immediately, but ideally over time, you want to try to send a daily email out to your list. Now, what that looks like is you want to have 6 content emails and 1 direct call booking email as a general structure. Now, a content email, we can either have it in a video format or a written format. So what I mean by that is we want to send either like a traditional content email, which we went over, where it's a video that we're sending them, where the email drives them to watch that piece of content. And then when they watch that piece of content, they get taken to a funnel where they can also book a call. So we want to send those, but we can also send this educational direct call booking email, if you remember, where it's an educational email where we're providing value, but our call to action at the end of it, at the end of our email, is also telling them to book a call. So that's what I mean when I'm saying content emails. You could either do a classic video version like this. I personally did a lot of videos because they perform better for me and I liked creating video content. So that's what I did. But you can also do written, like I mentioned, this educational call booking email here. So you can test those out. These are going to be the backbone emails that you can send the most to really build goodwill with your list. So you want to send 6 content emails if you're doing 7 per week. So that's video or written. And then you want to have 1 direct booking email. And when I mean by 1 direct booking email, I mean one like this, like a call me email that we went over, or a working together email. These ones that are directly asking them to book a call with no value whatsoever, book a call with me. right? So you want to do one of those per week. If you're doing 7 per week, there's going to be 6 content, 1 direct booking email. Target is you want to aim for 5 per week. Now 7 might seem like a lot, but try to aim for 5, right? If you're doing 5, that's 4 content emails, which are either video or written, and 1 direct booking email. And at the bare minimum, aim for 3 emails per week. So 3 emails per week is 2 content emails, and try to aim for 1 direct booking email every second week. So typically, every 2 weeks, you're going to have a direct booking email like this. But on the weeks that you're not having a direct booking email, you're going to have 3 content emails instead. Now, the reason I say to put one, like if you're only sending 3 emails per week, try to have a direct booking every second week because you don't want to overdo it because you're not sending a ton of volume. So target, try to have at least 5 emails per week. This is what you want to aim towards. Like ideally, you're sending an email every single day. And at minimum, you're sending 3 emails per week. 2 content emails and 1 direct booking email every second week. Now, most of you watching this are likely going to start with either 5 to 3 emails per week and then work your way up to 7 over time. So that's what I would recommend when it comes to creating your email schedule. Again, if you're wondering where to start, bare minimum 3 emails per week. Start here. Then as you get more comfortable, you can start ramping it up. Now, if you have a list and you haven't emailed them in a long time, start with 3 emails per week for the first month. Then once you get an idea of the open rates and things are going well, then ramp it up by 1 extra email per week each week. So I'm going to reread that. If you have a list and you haven't emailed them in a long time, start with 3 emails per week for the first month, then ramp it up by 1 extra email per week each week. So that's the ramp up process. So again, most of you watching this, when it comes to creating your email schedule, you're likely either going to be sending 3 emails per week or 5 emails per week. If you're overwhelmed by anything over 5 or 7, please start with 3 so you can get the hang of it. Do 2 content emails a week and 1 direct booking email every second week. And then as you get the hang of it, ramp it up to 5 emails per week. And then as you get more comfortable, ramp it up to 7 emails per week. That's 1 email every single day. And if you do this, again, the more emails that you send up, like if you're sending an email every single day, you'll get more calls booked than if you didn't, right? Because now you're top of mind, more people are seeing your message and you're providing more value. And the way we structure things as well, because we're primarily giving them content and value, they want to hear from us. They want to see our messages. So that is creating your email schedule. The action item I want you to focus on in this lesson is very straightforward, is I want you to commit to an email schedule. So commit to an email schedule and plan it out. So if you're going to do 3 emails per week, write that down. If you're going to do 5, write that down. If you're going to do 7, write that down. But all you have to do for now is commit to an email schedule and plan it out. So once you've done that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over setting up your email marketing provider. Now, if you already have your email marketing provider set up, you can skip this video and go to the next one. But if you don't have your email marketing provider set up, here's how to do this. So all you have to do is most website builders and CRMs for agencies will have a built-in email marketing platform and ability on it. But here's how to set it up if you haven't already. So here's some step-by-step tutorials that are linked. I'm not going to go through each platform because I don't know what platform you're on. Instead, I've just linked the 3 most common ones that you're likely going to fit into. If you have Go High Level, just watch the video tutorial here that goes step by step. Just click this on this document. And again, if you want to get access to the full document that has all these course notes, it's going to be pinned in the description. Make sure to get that. But just click on it. That will take you to how to set up email marketing for Go High Level. If you are on ClickFunnels, watch this tutorial that goes over how to set up ClickFunnels email marketing platform and how to set that up. And if you're using ActiveCampaign, just watch the tutorial that's linked up on how to set up your email marketing on ActiveCampaign. Now, if you use a different email marketing platform than Go High Level, ClickFunnels, or ActiveCampaign, just watch a YouTube video on how to set it up, or go to Fiverr and just hire someone to set it up for you. It's really easy, but just go to YouTube and watch a tutorial on how to do it. Most of these platforms are all the same, and it's a fairly straightforward process. It should take you no longer than a couple hours maximum, but if you're efficient, probably no longer than 15 to 20 minutes. So that's step by step how to set it up. The action item I want you to focus on once you've done that is set up your email marketing provider. So once you have that, now you have the capability to send out emails and automations. And once you get that done, I'll see you in the next lesson, which is sending out your email campaigns. All right, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to send and launch email marketing campaigns. I'm going to launch an email marketing campaign live so you can follow along and look over my shoulder. I'm going to be using Go High Level for my email marketing campaigns, but pretty much most email marketing campaign platforms are very similar, so you can model and follow along. So let's dive right into it. Let's hop into Go High Level right now. Under Go High Level, I'm going to hit the marketing column right here. I'm then going to hit emails. I'm going to hit campaigns. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. And then once I'm in the email campaigns column, I'm going to go ahead and hit new. That's going to allow me to launch a new campaign. And then I'm going to start from scratch here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit blank. I'm just going to click that. I'm going to hit the design editor column instead of the code editor. So I'm going to hit design editor. I'm going to hit select. And I like just having plain text emails. That's what I've seen work best. It has the highest deliverability and it keeps things very simple. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to add an element. I'm going to add text, insert that right under, delete this column up here. Let's get rid of the heading. And what I like to have is I like to have a Google document that has the email I'm going to send already. So I have everything in one central location and I just need to copy and paste it. So let's say this is the email I want to send out. I'm going to go ahead and take this. I'm going to copy and paste the copy for the email. So I'm just going to go ahead, hit copy here. Then I'm going to go to this email provider and I'm just going to copy that in just like that. Now, once you copy it, the links aren't going to be attached, so we're going to need to hyperlink things. Under Hey, I like to add contact first name. You don't need to, but the way we're going to do that if we want to add a contact first name is we just go ahead and hit custom values up top. And under contact, we can just hit first name. And that will, if we have the contact's first name in our database, it'll put their first name in the email. So it's more personalized that way. So now we got to put in the links here. The email links that we're going to put are already attached. So I'm going to hit copy. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to hover over the links that need to be put in. I'm going to hit link text, put in the link URL, hit save, and we want to make sure that's blue. So change the text color on that to be blue. So then the links stand out and people know that's a link, right? Because all links that are blue, people know those are clickable. And I'm going to put that in the second area as well. So I'm going to go ahead, put in the link URL, hit save there, and put this text to blue. And just like that, we have our email created. This should be all good to go. Now, what I like to do for text size, I like to put the text size to 16. I like a little bit of a bigger email. It's just easier to read. And then once I've done that, you want to send a test email. So underneath these three tabs, we're going to click that. We're going to hit send a test email from address. So this is who it's sending it from, agencyclients.com. Send a test to, we can just send it to thisura@scalewithless.com and just put in the email subject line of the email, which we'll just copy and paste from the document. We'll put that in and we'll do a test email. And what this test email is going to allow us to do is just make sure that the email is formatted correctly, the links are all working, and we're going to do that before we send it live, right? Because you don't want to send an email campaign live and there'd be errors. So I'm going to go ahead and check my email inbox. Hopefully that was sent over. And you can see it's right here, 11 plug-and play promotions to generate sales fast. Here's the email. It's not going to have my first name attached to it because it's a test email, but you can see it's all here. All the text looks good. If I click on any of these links work fine. So that's the first link. We'll test the second link. Second link works fine. This is all proofread. This is all good to go. You want to give it a once over to make sure there's no obvious errors, but assuming that's all good to go and I've proofread it, that's good. Then once we've done that, we're going to go back in. This bad boy is ready to send because we've verified it. We've done a test email. We're going to go hit send or schedule. Then from here, we're going to put in the sender email. So this is the email address recipients will see. So this is going to be the email, whatever's associated with it that you want to send it from. In this case, it's thisura@getagencyclients.com. Sender name. This is where you want to put in your name. It's optional, but I like to make sure that they know it's coming from me. Then we're going to enter the subject line of the email, which we should already have in this Google Doc. We'll go ahead and copy that. We'll go here. We can paste in that subject line like so. We don't need a preview text. I typically skip that. You can add that if you want. It just basically adds a little bit of a sample text there that people can glance over first before opening it, but I typically just leave that blank. And then you want to choose any contacts you want to send it to. So if you have any lists that are already pre-created, you can add that, but you would just hit any contacts. Or if you have any tags that are set up, you can select certain tags, but let's just see in this example, I'm just going to type in I'm not going to send this out to the whole list. I'm just going to send this to myself, honestly, because this is just a test in this case. If I'm sending a live campaign, it's going to be a little bit different. But then you could see there's one contact selected. In your case, you would send and select your entire list, which would be likely tagged or created as a smart list, or you just manually select the contacts. And then from there, once that's all done, you can go ahead and hit send. We don't need to schedule this. If you'd want to schedule the post out for later, you could hit schedule and then you could select a time whether it's the next day or today at a later time, you could do that. Or if you want to send it now, which I'm going to do in this case, it's all done. We just hit send now and we go ahead and hit send, and that promotion and that email is sent out just like that. So that is how you send and launch an email marketing campaign. You just need to follow those steps. That's all going to be outlined in the course here, right? Step by step what you need to do. And you can use that to send out email campaigns on Go High Level, but pretty much all email marketing providers are going to be the same and follow that format in some scenario. So the action item I want you to focus on is go ahead and send out your first email marketing campaign. That's an exciting process once you've done that, whether it's a content email or direct call booking email. Go ahead, send it out and send out your first campaign, and hopefully you'll get some calls booked out of it as well. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over tracking your email marketing performance. And the objective of this lesson is to track the performance of our email marketing campaigns so we can see what content and messaging works best for conversions. Because not every email we're going to send out is going to work. It's not going to get us calls or results. But there's going to be certain emails that we send that work much better than others, that get us more opens, clicks, calls booked, and sales. And those emails we want to be able to track so we can see what about those emails work better than the other ones, so we can do more of what works and less of what doesn't. So this part is very important. So here's how we're going to track our email performance. We're going to use this tracking template here. Just go ahead, click it, open it up. Again, there should be a comment below where you can download all the notes of this course so you can get access to this tracking template, all for free. So here's what we're going to fill out. I'm going to fill this out with you live, and then I'm also going to show you an example of my own email marketing stats that I ran for my agency to show you trends that I found so I could figure out what messaging worked better than others. So here's the data that we need to collect. For each email, we're going to figure out the date that we sent out the email, what type of email it was, whether it was a content email or a call booking email, what time we sent it, because we might figure out that there's certain times of days that have higher open rates and click-through rates than other times, the subject line of the email, the size of the list, how much it was delivered, what the open rate is. And if you're wondering what the difference between list size and delivered is you can send an email to 1,000 people, but there might be like 10 bounces. So it might only send to 990. Then we have the open rate, the total opens, the click-through rate, the clicks, the unsubscribes, how many calls were booked, the conversion rate, how many sales we got from that email, and the revenue generated. Now, the calls booked and the revenue generated, that will not be tracked within your email marketing provider. That will need to be tracked separately. But as long as we have a unique calendar that's set up for email marketing, which you've already went over, and you have a separate funnel built up for this, which we already went through in the previous lessons, you can get the data of how many calls and sales came in. So let's go into this and get this data. So I'm just going to pull up a sample test campaign, the one that we literally just launched in the last lesson. I only sent it to one person, but this is how we get these statistics. Basically, any email marketing provider that you use, you can easily see the statistics from your email campaign. So I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to exit out of here. You can see this is the campaign that we just launched. So all we have to do is we have to click these three dots. We can click statistics here, and we can go ahead and start filling out this data to show you how to use this. So I think I was on this tab here. First, we're going to add the date that this was sent. So the date this was sent, we'll just go ahead and hit load more statistics, sent on January 4th. So we can go ahead, we'll just fill this out, January 4th, 2024. The email type, this was a content email that was sent out, if you remember. Then the next data point that we need is the sending time. So what time of day did we send this? And we sent this at 2:51 p.m., which you can see there. So I'm just going to put 2:51 p.m. The subject line of the email is the next thing we're going to need. And the subject line of the email, I guess we're going to have to just get this directly from our email here, which we can grab because I just did this test email, which is all fine. So I'll take this. It's 11 plug and play promotions to generate sales fast. I'm going to put that into the subject line here. The list size, so how many people I actually sent this to. We'll go back to the statistics. It only sent to one person because it was a test email. So the list size, I'm going to put that to 1. Total delivered. So you can see here, attempted, like successful delivery and opened. If I hit show statistics and numbers, you can see. So there was 1 and there was 1. So I'm going to take that 1 here. Whoopsies. Too many tabs open. So total delivered is 1. Then we're going to get our open rate. So this is how many actually opened it. You can see one person opened it out of 1. So that's 100% open rate. So I'm going to take that 100%, fill that out here. If it's 100%, the opens, how many unique opens, there was 1. Then we're going to get the click-through rate. In this one right here, it's 0%. Nobody clicked on it. yet. So I'll just put 0%. Again, for your emails, they're likely not going to be 0%. They're going to be higher. It's just because this was a test. So number of clicks, there were 0. Unsubscribes here, we can see there's 0 unsubscribes. So 0 unsubscribes. We're going to put that as 0 here. Calls booked. We don't have that data. Like, it was a test email. So there's 0. Conversion rate is 0. Amount of sales that we got is 0. And revenue generated is 0, at least in this test example. So that's how we get that data. All email marketing campaigns and providers make it very easy to get this data, except for calls booked and revenue generated. The way you get calls booked, again, is you want to make sure you have a unique calendar and funnel that you're driving specific for email, so you know any calls that came in from that funnel and that calendar was from email. That's how we set it up in the previous videos. So that's how we're going to get that. And the way you have to get sales is you have to cross-reference a lead that came in from an email calendar to a sale to be able to get that data. So it's a little bit manual, but all this other data here is very easy to get. Now, the reason I want to show you this is let me actually show you when I was running some emails for my agency to show you the importance of this. So when I was actually sending out content emails and booking emails to my list, this is data that you can see. Now you can see here, what I want to show you is there are certain emails that had much more calls booked than other emails, right? So when I was getting this data, look at this. So I sent out just in like a 4-day period, I sent out 4 content emails. And you can see I sent one that was 11 plug and play promotions to generate sales fast, how to double your conversion rate in 4 easy steps, how to create high converting ads, and how to create video ads that sell. Now, going through this data here, the reason it's so important to track this is look at here. In terms of calls booked, like this is the most important metric apart from revenue generated, is how many calls an email actually booked. And you can see here, these 2 emails, 11 plug and play promotions to generate sales and double your conversion rate in 4 easy steps, that booked in 0 calls, and the 11 plug and play promotions booked in 1 call. But this email on how to create high converting ads booked in 3 calls, and how to create video ads that sell booked in another 3 calls. So these 2 emails booked in basically triple the volume of the other 2 emails. And I saw this, and what I realized is any videos that I would create that were specifically around ads, whether it was video ads, copy for ads, different hooks to ads, any content that I created that was related towards ads for my audience, I would get significantly more calls booked. So once I had that data, I created much more content that was related around ads, and I got more calls booked because of that. And that's all because I tracked the data. I noticed anything that was related to ads got me more calls booked, so I did more of that. I doubled down on that. The reason this email, the video for name, got in 6 calls booked and more revenue than the other ones is due to the fact that it was an offer email. So that was that was a direct booking email where I'm making an offer, telling them to book a call. So that's why that has so many more calls. But these other ones were content emails. And I just want to give you this as an example to show you why it's so important, because once you get this data over time and you have countless emails, you can go back and be like, okay, this is the messaging that gets the most calls booked. This is the messaging that has the highest open rates, the click-through rates, right? And you can start optimizing for that and doing more of that. So you want to make sure the instructions I want you to follow is I want you filling out this tracking sheet 24 hours after sending an email. So after you send out an email, 24 hours later, go into your provider and look at the stats and fill this sheet out every 24 hours of every email. And every week, look at the data to spot trends. What content and emails has the highest open rates, click-through rates, calls booked, and sales? You want to look for trends. You're like a scientist trying to dig up any clues. And if you notice any trends, double down on them and focus your content more on what works and less of what doesn't. So that's what I want you focusing on. That is the action steps, and that is how to track your email performance. So go get that done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to go over creating your email automations. And I'm super excited for this lesson because the objective is to create an automated email sequence that books you meetings and clients for your agency on autopilot. So this is one-time work that we have to do once that will continue to generate us revenue and meetings every single month, month over month over month. So that's the power of this. And the way we're going to create our email automation is in 3 parts. Part number 1 is an overview of the email automation. Part number 2, we're going to focus on writing our email automation. And part number 3 is installing our email automation so it goes live. So let's start with the very first part, which is the email automation overview. So once you start sending out your content emails, and your direct booking emails for at least 90 days, you're going to start having an idea of what emails work best, what emails have the most calls booked, have the most sales, have the highest open rates and click-through rates. And that's why you need to be tracking that data using the tracking sheet. But once you do this, now you have hard data of what emails convert the best. Then what you can do is you can start stringing together your top performing emails into a 30-day automated email sequence that new leads will automatically go through. So the moment you get a new lead, they're going to be exposed to your top performing emails of all time that are proven to convert, that will get them to automatically book a meeting with you so you can convert them into a client. So hopefully you can see the power of this. And that's going to basically work for you on autopilot, right? It works for you month over month. Like I have automations for my agency that every single month work for me to get meetings booked. And that's, I generated so much revenue from my automations, and honestly, it didn't take me that much time to actually set up. So don't skip this part here once you actually have the data. And what you want to do is you can start with 30 days with an automation, and I'm going to show you how to do this. But you can string this to however long you'd like. You can do this for 90 days, a whole year if you want. We have certain clients that have year-long automations. But to start, have at least 30 days. I like to keep it from 30 to 60 days before I get them out of the automation and more just focus on sending them broadcast campaigns. But what we're going to focus on is creating a 30-day sequence. So now that you know the overview of it, let's go over actually writing it and putting it together. It's not that complicated. The sequence structure we're going to use is 5 emails per week over 30 days. So the structure is they're going to get 4 content emails every single week and 1 direct call booking email. So that's a total of 20 emails per month. So over 30 days, they're going to get 20 emails. 16 of them are going to be content emails because they're getting 4 per week times 4 is 16. And they're going to see 4 direct call booking emails, right? Because they get 1 per week for 4 weeks. So to show you an example of what this looks like, so it's tangible for you, here's a structure that I use and I put together. So each week they get 5 emails. The content emails are going to be highlighted in green, and they get 4 of those every single week. And they get 1 direct booking email, which is highlighted in orange. So let's break this down. I won't break down every single email or else it'll take too long, but I just want to show you the structure. So the first email they get is 10 fast cash promotions to drive sales. A classic content email, as it's highlighted in green, drives them to watch a video, and they can go on the landing page and book a call. The next email, 1 day later, is the biggest secret to running ads profitably. Another content email that drives them to a video. Then the next day, 24 hours later, they get the third content email, which is how to create winning ads that scale. Again, another content email drives them to a highly valuable piece of content. Then the fourth content email is how to write high converting ads that sell, which again is just another content email driving them to a video they can watch. And then the fifth email, this is our direct call booking email that says subject line, call me, name, call me. Hey, give me a call if you want us to do any of these 3 things. And let's say I tested this email. This worked really good for me to generate calls. That's why I'm adding this in as my 5th email. So in the first week, they followed that structure. 4 content emails, 1 direct call booking email. Then the next week, same structure. I'm going to wait 2 days and then send them the next content email. How to create video ads that sell. 1 content email. Then I wait 24 hours. I send them the next one. How to create image ads that sell. Then after they get this content email, I wait 24 hours. I send them the next one. How to fix any ad campaign that isn't profitable. And again, every time, these ones will always book me calls. I don't know which one's going to get them to actually book in, but they're getting nurtured. They're seeing value automatically without me having to lift a finger. Then they see the next content email 24 hours later, which is how to double your ad ROI without increasing your spend. And then they see my next call booking email, which is a handful offer, right? I'm looking for a handful of business owners who want to scale their revenue by 30% over the next 90 days. Book in a call with me here, right? A classic direct call booking email. So you can see once you have this data, all we're doing is we're stringing it together following this sequence. 4 content emails, 1 direct call booking email. And we just need to string this together. And I won't go through week number 3 or week number 4, but it's already attached here for you if you want to go more in depth that you can check out here. But that's all you're doing. Get 90 days of data so you can see what emails are working best for you, which content emails and direct call booking emails, and we're just stringing those together. So when someone comes in, they're automatically exposed to that, and we'll get meetings and clients from that automatically. It's a beautiful thing when it happens. You'll see. Then part number 3, once you've written that and you've followed the structure, you have at least 20 emails written, so you have a 30-day automation. Now we need to install it. Now installing it is really easy. I'm going to show you how to do this using Go High Level, but pretty much all email marketing platforms are the same. It's some form of this. So here's how we're going to do this. We're going to go into Go High Level. I'm going to go into the launch pad here. I'm going to go ahead and hit automation. Once I'm in automation, I'm going to hit create a workflow. Once I'm in a workflow, I'm going to hit start from scratch and hit continue. And the first step is I have to have a start trigger. So I'm going to hit this plus button. And what a start trigger is what notifies the automation to actually happen. What is the starting point that gets someone to go through this automation? So I like to start with the tag. So I'll put add a contact tag. What a tag is the moment someone joins a newsletter or enters a certain funnel, they have a specific tag so they can go through a sequence, right? So I'm not going to show you how to set up a tag because I don't know which funnels you have in place. Everything's a little bit different. Just watch the tutorial. It's very easy based on your email provider, but I'm going to select a tag and I'll just say whenever they join my newsletter, they're going to go through this automation. So that starts it. They've now been tagged and they're going to go through this automation. Now all I have to do is just add in the emails and the wait times. So I'm going to hit the plus button here and I'm going to add a wait time. So I'm going to hit wait and we'll put a time delay here of 1 day and we'll add that. So once they get added with that tag, they wait 1 day and they get my first email. So we can just go to the top and I'll just do one of them to show you how to do this. We're going to give them the first email here. So I'm going to go into here, hit send an email. I'm going to go ahead and click that. From name, I just got to put in your name. From email, let's see if this is even here. Doesn't have it. We'll just put Thisura at getagencyclients.com. We'll enter the subject line of the email, which I'll just paste. We don't need a template here. And then we'll just copy and paste the email. We don't need to overcomplicate it. Take this sucker, paste it, take the details, get rid of all these ugly spaces like this. Just make all the lines here even. Elval, last one. And we have the first email there. Now what you'd want to do as well is send a test email to make sure everything's working. I won't go through that just for the sake of it, but you'd simply send yourself a test email. Like you just put in your email here and then hit send test mail. That would send this as a test email and you could check it out. But for now, this is the first email and I'm going to hit save action. So you can see the moment a prospect comes in, we wait a day and they get the first email. And then we just repeat this process. And then you can see the next email is 1 day later and they get the next content email. So we'll go here. I'll add a wait step, wait for 1 day, just like that. And then we add the next email. And then I won't go through every single one of these, but I'd hit put an email. And then I would just repeat this process. I would just paste in the next email and do this one by one until the automation was created. And you don't even need to do this yourself. You can hire someone on Upwork or Fiverr, just give them the copy like I have here, give it to them and say, hey, just create the sequence. They'll probably charge you $50 to $100, but then you don't have to do it if you want to save yourself a couple hours. But yeah, it's really not that difficult. It's just some manual work, but you just go through this one by one. And once that's all done, you would hit this to publish. So you take this from draft to publish so it goes live. I'm not going to do that because I already have automations live, but you would do that in your case for the automation to go live. So that's all you have to do when it comes to creating your automation. Just follow these 3 steps above of, well, this isn't really a step, but I just, get 90 days of email data at least so you can figure out what emails are working best for you, what content emails and direct call booking emails have the most calls, click-through rates so you know what's working. Then start writing your automation. You want to have at least a 30-day automation that has 20 emails altogether, 16 content emails, and 4 direct call booking emails. You're going to write that and put that out into a Google Doc like so. And then once you have that, you're going to install your email automation. So just go into your email marketing provider, go into their automations and just set it up following these instructions here, or you can hire someone to just do it for you. And then once you have that, you have an automation that will continue to work for you month over month and get you new calls and clients. And the beauty about this is not a lifelong thing, but it's every time you send emails and you have emails that work really well that you're continuously testing. Let's say down the line, you test a certain email and you get a ton of calls booked from it and clients. Then what you can do is you can take that email and add this to this automation. This is something that you can continuously improve over time. You can make it 30 days long, 60 days long, 6 months long, however long you want, right? Just continue to optimize it and it will be one of the most profitable assets in your business. So take the time to do this. I know it's a little bit tedious, but get it done. So once you've done this, you have your email automation complete. Congratulations, give yourself a pat on the back. And from that, I'll see you in the next video. Cheers. All right, welcome to the Referrals course. What I want to do in this quick intro video is give you an overview of what the objective is with this course, as well as what lessons we're going to cover so you know what to expect. So with that being said, let's dive right into it and let's start with the objective of this course, which is to help you build out a referral marketing system that generates clients consistently. And let me tell you right now, there is nothing better than getting a steady stream of referrals for your agency because referrals are easy to close, they spend more money with you, they have less objections, and they give you more referrals. So referrals are amazing. And I'm going to walk you through step by step how to maximize the amount of referrals you get for your agency. Now, in terms of what we're going to cover, The first lesson, we're gonna go over the referral strategy and when to use referrals. In lesson number 2, I'm gonna show you how to over-deliver for your clients and blow away their expectations. Because for someone to refer someone to your agency, their expectations have to be blown away. And I'm gonna show you how to do that. In lesson number 3, we're gonna go over how to create an irresistible referral offer that gets your clients incentivized to refer their friends your way. In lesson number 4, I'm gonna show you how to ask for referrals the right way, because right now, you're probably not asking for any referrals in your agency, and you don't know how to do it in a way that doesn't come across super salesy. So I'm gonna show you 4 different ways throughout your engagement to consistently ask for referrals so you can maximize the amount of referrals you get. In lesson number 5, I'm gonna show you how to coordinate and convert those referrals into clients. So once a referral gets sent your way, you know the exact scripts to use to convert them into a paying client. And in lesson number 6, I'm gonna show you how to track your referral marketing performance. So you always have a pulse of how many referrals you're getting, if it's working or not, so you can optimize what works and do less of what doesn't. So we have a lot to cover in this course, so let's dive right into it, and I'll see you in the first lesson. All right, in this lesson, I'm gonna give you an overview of the referral strategy and when to use it. So let's dive right into it, and we'll start with what is a referral. And what a referral is when an existing client of yours encourages someone in their network to work with you and sends them your way as a lead. And here's what the typical referral sales process looks like from the very beginning to the end when they become a paying client. So the first step is one of your clients tells their friend about how amazing your service is. Then the friend becomes interested in your service. Then there's a 3-way intro where your client sets up an introduction between you and their friend. Then you book a meeting with their friend, and then you convert and close that friend into a paying client. So that's the sales process. And don't worry, in this course, we have structures for every single one of these steps so you can execute this effortlessly. So now I want to go over when to use referrals. So the time when you want to start using referrals is when you have confidence in your service delivery and you already have a cold acquisition system bringing in consistent clients. So if you're already not getting consistent clients from paid ads or cold outreach, you shouldn't be focusing on referrals. Focus on getting one of those working for you consistently first. But if you have a cold acquisition system working for you and you have confidence in service delivery, now's the perfect time to start leveraging referrals. Because here are just some of the benefits of referrals. The first thing is referrals are super easy to sell because they come in largely pre-sold and there's less objections. Because just think about it. One of their friends has already told them about how amazing your service is. So they're largely pre-sold. A lot of sales calls I have with referrals are like 15 to 30 minutes and there's very little objections because that trust is already there. The next benefit of referrals is they usually pay in full and they spend more money with you. So if you have clients that haggle you for lower prices or things like that, referrals don't do that because again, they have that trust in your services. They think it's already going to work for them. So they're going to pay in full in most cases, and they typically spend more money with you in the long term as well. The third big benefit is they're easy to work with due to more trust and compliance. So if you ever have clients where they don't believe in your services or it's very hard for them to actually start using your services and they give you a lot of pushback, that doesn't happen with referrals because again, they know someone in their network who's gotten results using your services. So they're going to trust you. They're not going to give you pushback, and it's a very easy to client to work with. The next benefit is they're free or low cost because most referrals, they're free. You didn't pay to get that client coming in the door because a friend has told one of their friends and you get that client for free. And in some cases, like we're going to go through how to do this in this course, is there's going to be a very small cost if we introduce a referral commission to incentivize people to actually send referrals our way. But in most cases, referrals are either free or there's a very low cost. And then the next big benefit, and this is a huge one, is it increases your profitability. Because let's say 1 out of every 3 clients refer 1 more client your way. So for every 3 clients that you get on board, 1 of them sends you a paid referral. That means that's a 30% increase in your clients organically because 1 out of 3 people send you a paid referral. And with the systems and structure I'm going to go over in this course, I'm going to show you how to do that. But that is a 30% bump in paid clients if we can get 1 out of 3 people to send you a referral. And the final and the last, and probably the biggest benefit of referrals is they're exponential. And what I mean by that is most other acquisition systems there's a 1-to-1 ratio. With referrals, it is exponential. So one client can tell 5 of their friends, and each one of their friends can tell 3 more of their friends, and it can start snowballing from there. If you look at the biggest companies in the world and how they grew to billions of dollars in revenue, a lot of it was through word of mouth and referrals because it's not linear, it is exponential. So if you get good at referrals, you can bring in a lot of customers. So those are the biggest benefits of referrals. So now with that in mind, let's go over how to succeed with referrals, because there's only really two big things we have to get right. The first thing is we need to have a streamlined onboarding and service delivery process to over deliver for clients and blow away their expectations. Because the biggest reason clients are going to refer their friends our way is if we exceed their expectations. Because if we exceed their expectations, now naturally as humans, we want to tell people about our experience. That's just how it is. So if we know how to do that, which I'm going to show you how to do in this course, that's going to be the easiest way to get more people to send us referrals. The second reason and the second way we have to succeed with referrals is we have to have a structured and systematic way to ask for referrals. Because if we don't ask our clients for referrals, we're not going to get as many as we could. But this combination of knowing how to over deliver for our clients and blow away their expectations and having a systematic way to ask for referrals, that's what's going to maximize the amount of referrals that we get our way. So with that in mind, we're going to tackle how to do both of these in this referral course. So let's dive into the next lesson. I'll see you there. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna cover how to over-deliver for your clients and blow away their expectations. Because the biggest reason clients are gonna send you referrals is if they got more than what they expected and you over-delivered for them. Because if you do this correctly, that's when they're gonna start telling their friends, because it's human nature. If you get more than what you expected and you had a good experience, you're gonna tell your friends about it. So here's how we have to do this on the service delivery side to actually blow away our clients' expectations. So the first thing you need to make sure you do is you need to set long-term realistic expectations with your clients. Because if you set realistic expectations with clients during onboarding and clients are aligned on timeframes and they understand that results are not going to happen overnight, now they're in the right frame of mind. If clients come in and they believe or they say things in the onboarding process that they're going to start getting results right away, or they have a very short time frame, it's going to be very hard for you to set the right expectations. Because in most cases with most marketing services and lead generation services, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time for the system to really start chugging away. So if you have a client who thinks that their expectations are going to be, they're going to start getting amazing, incredible results right out the gate, that can happen, but it is not normal. So you need to make sure that you set the right expectations with your clients in the very beginning and in the onboarding process, so they understand it is a long-term game and they have long-term expectations. That is the biggest thing I do when I take on clients, is I make sure they understand that it's going to happen over the long term and they can't expect immediate results. And once they buy into that and they understand that, it's going to be much easier for you to over deliver for them. So that is the first thing. Make sure to set long-term expectations. Then the next thing is we want to have fast wins. So now that we actually know and we've set long-term expectations with clients and they understand that it's not going to happen overnight, the next thing we want to include in our service delivery is components that will give them fast wins along the way. So you want to ask yourself, what are some immediate value that you can bring to your clients so they can start getting some quick wins? So for example, what I would do for my clients is I would run quick win email campaigns and customer reactivation campaigns that would help them generate revenue immediately. And these would just be like 2 to 3 day email sequences we'd send out to their past customers and to their email list to immediately make them money and make more than our fee. And we would do this right away. And it was a very low-hanging fruit thing that wouldn't take a ton of resources, but clients would get sales and revenue right away. And we'd have a checklist of all these different fast wins that we could bring into a client. And the reason this was so important is think about it from a client's perspective. They just got onboarded and they have long-term expectations. They think it's going to take a long time for them to start getting results, or they're bought into that vision of it's not going to happen overnight. But right when they get onboarded in the very first week, we give them a quick win where they start making sales immediately. Just like that, we have over-delivered. Their expectations are blown away, and that just like that, we've completed that. Now their expectations are higher than what they came in with. So hopefully this is making sense. We want to make sure they have long-term expectations, but we want to combine that with fast wins where they start getting the ball rolling right away, and that's what's going to really blow away their expectations. The third thing you want to include in your service delivery is you want to actually make sure you deliver the outcome. So you want to deliver the result they hired you for over a long enough time period, as long as it's realistic. So if they're looking to get leads for their roofing company, you better start delivering them leads at some point consistently, right? If they don't actually get the outcome that they're looking for, that they're hiring you for, then they're not going to send you a referral, right? So you need to make sure the expectations are set right, we have fast wins, and over time, the outcome is actually delivered and they're getting the result that they are paying you for. The next thing is tight communication. This is so big. You always want to make sure you're providing updates for your clients and you let them know what's happening in the process. You never want your client in limbo. You want to communicate as much as possible with your clients and you want them to get that feeling that you're on top of your shit. Like, I've never had a client get mad at me for over communication, but I've had clients leave due to poor communication. That is a lesson you really need to ingrain, is communicate as much as possible. Whenever there's updates in the process or things are happening, send updates to them in Slack or email so they know what's happening. Because if they know that they're on top of your shit, they know that they're going to get taken care of, and they know that if they refer a friend their way, they're likely going to get taken care of as well. So you want to have tight communication. And a bonus thing that you can do as well that we would do is we would buy their products or send them a gift. Because if it's applicable and you buy products, you buy their products, or maybe you send them a gift card to something that they can use, like a local restaurant in their area, this shows that they care, and immediately you get on their good books and they see you as a friend rather than as an agency or a service deliverer. So these are the key things that I like to do to actually over deliver for my clients and set the right expectations. So number one, make sure they have long-term expectations and they understand results aren't going to happen overnight. They have to be in it for the long term. That is huge. Then once they have the right expectations and they know it's not going to happen overnight, you want to make sure in your service delivery, you have components that can provide very big, fast value. So what I would do is I would have customer reactivation campaigns or mini email campaigns we could do right away to generate them sales and leads immediately. Because again, they have long-term expectations, but in the very first week, they start making sales. So now we've over-delivered for them. Then you want to make sure that your service ultimately delivers the outcome that you were hired for. If they're hiring you to generate leads, you better make sure that your service can generate them leads. And you want to make sure you have tight communication with them. If you do these 4 things here, where they have long-term expectations, you give them fast wins, and over time you start delivering the outcome that you were hired for, they're going to give you referrals because their expectations are going to be blown away. This is what I always look for with my clients, is how could I make sure I hit all of these? And as a bonus, if you can buy their products or send them a gift in the onboarding process, do that as well. They're going to love you for it, and they're going to see you as a friend rather than, just a random agency that they're working with. So these are the things that you want to include into your service delivery process. Really think through this. Make sure you're doing this. If you do this right in the beginning, it's going to make getting referrals so much easier. So now that you know how to over deliver for your clients and blow away their expectations, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right. In this lesson, we're going to cover creating your irresistible referral offer. And the objective of this lesson is to create an irresistible offer that gets your clients excited and incentivized to refer someone your way. And just like you have an irresistible offer to get clients coming in the door, we also need to make sure we have an irresistible offer for existing clients that makes them motivated and incentivized to refer friends our way. Now, some clients, they don't even need an incentive. They might just send you referrals anyways. But if you want to maximize the amount of referrals you get, you want to make sure you have a kick-ass offer that actually incentivizes them and motivates them to send a referral your way. So here's how we're going to do that. The referral offer I like to personally use is I like to pay my clients whatever my average cost to acquire a client is on a paid platform. So for example, if I spend $1,000 to acquire a client using Facebook ads, I like to have $1,000 referral bonus for any client that sends me a referral my way that ends up signing up as a paying client, because I'd much rather pay a client a referral fee than an ad platform. Because again, referrals spend more money with me, they're easier to close, and they have better expectations. So that's why I'd happily make that trade. Now, if you don't have that data on what your cost per acquisition is on a paid platform, give anywhere from 10 to 50% of your upfront service price as an incentive. So for example, if you charge $2,000 per month for your service, you can give anywhere from $200 to $1,000 upfront as a referral bonus. And you can probably even do more than that. Like some people I know give their first month's fee as a free referral bonus to that client, because they know, let's say a client typically stays with them for 6 months, that's a $12,000 lifetime value, and they'll happily give the first month service fee to that client as a referral. That makes it irresistible for them. Now, you don't need to be that aggressive, but again, if you have a reoccurring service where clients pay you every single month, you can easily give them $1,000 for that referral fee if your price is $2,000 per month, because you know everything after that is pretty much pure profit apart from your cost of goods. So that's what I would recommend for the actual offer. Now, the 2 ways you can structure this is a one-sided incentive structure or a two-sided incentive structure. So one-sided incentive structure is what I typically did. This is where you pay your incentive in full to the referrer. So the referrer, in this case, if my cost to acquire, let's say, is $1,000, or that's what I'm giving as a referral bonus, the full $1,000 would go to the referrer, example, my client, for signing up one of their friends to work with me. So I'd give them the full amount. A two-sided incentive structure is where you pay your incentive to both parties. So half of it would go to the client and the other half would go to their friend that's signing up. So $500 would go to the client and the other $500 would act as a credit or the discount to their friend. And the beauty behind that is now the person who's sending over the referral is not only do they get paid, but now they have social and they have a status increase as well, because they can tell their friend, hey, by the way, if you want to sign up, I can also get you $500 off, right? So it's kind of like their friend has an increased status, like their buddy's getting hooked up and they're getting paid. That's why it's a two-sided incentive structure. And I got this from Alex Ramosi. I thought that was brilliant. I didn't do this. Like I had pretty good success with just a one-sided incentive structure, but two-sided incentive structure, like in hindsight, if I'd known about this, I probably would have done this, because again, it kind of has two benefits where the client gets a benefit and the friend gets a benefit as well. So that's the two ways to structure this. You could test both, but if you're unsure, like I would just use a one-sided incentive structure to start, because that's what I did, that's what I used, and it worked fine. So the action item I want you to use is choose a one-sided or two-sided incentive structure and figure out what your referral bonus is going to be, right? So just either take your average cost to acquire a client, or if you don't have that data, give 10 to 50% of your upfront service price as an incentive. So now that you know what your referral bonus is, and then figure out, are you going to use a one-sided or two-sided incentive structure? And once you've done those two things, now you know what your irresistible referral offer is going to be. So with that in mind, get those two things done, and I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover how to ask for referrals. And the objective of this lesson is I'm going to show you step by step how to ask your clients for referrals the right way throughout your engagement so you get more referrals. And there's going to be 3 points during your engagement that we can ask our clients for referrals. The first point is at the very beginning of the engagement. The second point is really throughout the engagement, so that middle chunk, this is where we're going to really ask for most of our referrals. And then the final point is at the end of the engagement. So let's start at the very top and go over the beginning of the engagement. So at the end of the onboarding call or during an onboarding survey, I like to mention the referral program and incentives that we have. So for example, if I'm onboarding a client during the onboarding call, at the end of the call, I like to say something like, also, if at any point throughout our engagement you're happy with the results and you enjoy working with us, and you know anyone else in your network who's looking for a result, so whatever the result is, let's say I'm selling lead generation for roofing, I could say, you know anyone else in your network who's also looking to get more leads for their roofing business, we offer insert referral incentive. So I could say, we offer $1,000 referral bonus for anyone you send our way who ends up becoming a client. So whenever you have a referral, either let us know on Slack or email or whatever your communication platform is, or make an intro using this script here. Now, this script I'm going to go over in the next lesson, which is actually the referral scripting and the process there. So don't worry. But for now, this is the first place that you can actually ask for a referral, is during the onboarding process. Now, we're not directly asking for a referral, but we're making the client aware that we do offer referral bonuses. So now at the very top, we're getting them primed and they understand they can get paid to make us referrals. Now, in some cases, you might have some clients that just totally love the value from your initial onboarding call and they already trust you, that they might have some names that come to mind and they'll give you referrals right there. Now, that's rare, but it doesn't hurt, right? Just by asking, we never know what we're going to get. But the main point here is we're just priming them up and we're letting the clients know that we do offer referral incentives. So now throughout the engagement, that's going to be top of mind and they know that. So that is the first place we're actually going to ask, is during the onboarding call. Or if you have an onboarding survey with your clients, mention that there. You can just use this scripting here and fill this out. The next area we're going to ask for referrals is really throughout the engagement. So this is going to be the bulk of it. So the first way we can ask for referral is what I called a Cloud 9 referral. And what this is after your client gets a big win or they're expressing gratitude about how much they enjoy working with you, that is the perfect time to ask for referral, because they're at the very top. They're sharing a big win. So at this point, we can ask them for a referral. So let's say a client says something like, oh my God, we're already getting like 10 new leads a day and we've already signed up a client for a roofing business. And they say that on a call, or maybe they just send us a message on Slack saying that, they're really happy with the results. Then what we can do is we could say, hey name, super awesome to hear, insert big win. Like super awesome to hear you're already closed one deal from the leads we've sent over. Totally optional. But do you know anyone else in your network who also needs help with insert outcome? So who also needs more leads for their roofing business? If so, we offer $1,000 referral bonus on each referral you send our way that ends up working with us. If you know anyone now or down the line, let us know and I'll show you how to make an intro. So just like that, you can copy and paste the script. So whenever a client gets a big win or they're expressing gratitude, ask them for a referral. You can send them the script right here. And you might notice that some of them will be like, yeah, man, I have actually Jim and John in my network that I'd be happy to send over their way. Let me know and I'll show you and I'll make an introduction. So just like that, this is how you do that. You can ask them at any point a client gets a big win. That's the perfect time to ask for a referral from them. The next way throughout the engagement is a monthly customer feedback survey. So you want to send this to your clients every 30 or 60 days to get valuable feedback on your service, as well as ask for referrals in a sneaky way. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So here's the survey to use. You can open this up and just make a copy for it for your agency. And I've already filled everything out for you, so you don't need to change anything. But the first question is their name. Then the next question is, what would you rate our experience working with us on a scale of 1 to 10? The client would fill this out. What do you like the most about working with us so far? How can we improve on making your experience even better? And this is where we're going to ask for referrals. So we could say, based on your experience so far, how likely are you to recommend us to a friend or colleague on a scale of 1 to 10? They can fill this out on a scale of 1 to 10. And then we can ask, we offer, insert whatever you're offering. We offer a $1,000 bonus for every referral you send our way who becomes a client. Do you have any referrals who you'd like to connect us with? If so, please put their name and emails below. We won't be contacting them without your permission. Once you enter their contact details below, we will reach out to you with the next steps to connect us with your referrals above. So just like that, we're saying, hey, we offer this $1,000 referral bonus for anyone who becomes a client. Do you know anyone? And the client, they might put 1, 2, 3 even names down here right away. And just like that, you can actually reach out to your client who put down these referrals and say, hey, just got your survey. I saw you mentioned Jim and John as referrals. Like, here are the next steps to set an introduction with them. And again, the next lesson is going to show you how to coordinate those introductions. But that is the power of this survey here. And not only are you getting very valuable feedback here, but if it also gives your client a chance for them to write some referrals that you can sign up as clients. So that is the monthly customer feedback score. The third way is a bi-monthly referral request. So what I like to do is every 60 to 90 days, you can directly ask your clients for referrals in your communication channel. So if your primary communication channel is Slack or email, you can directly ask them for a referral there, or even on a meeting or a call that you have with them. You could say every 60 to 90 days, you could say, hey name, totally optional, but we're running our end of month referral requests. Referrals is what keeps our business growing. So if you know anyone in your network who also needs help with outcome, so I could say who also needs help with getting more leads for their roofing business, we offer a $1,000 referral bonus on each referral you send our way that ends up working with us. If you know anyone, let us know and I'll send you the next steps to make an intro. So here we're directly asking our client for a referral. Now with this, you don't want to send this to a client who's not happy or not getting good results. You want to make sure you're only sending this to people who are getting good results and that are actually happy with the engagement. But you can make that request every 60 to 90 days. Just copy this message here and send it out to them. So that is throughout the engagement. You can see this is the bulk of it, but we have 3 different ways. Whenever they get a big win, we can ask them directly for it. Every single month, we're going to send them a feedback survey where they can actually directly put referrals down. And every 60 to 90 days, we can directly ask them for a referral. So those are 3 ways we're going to ask for referrals throughout the engagement. Now, the final point we can ask for a referral is at the end of the engagement. So this is where you're offboarding the client, you're getting ready to upsell them, or the client is just leaving. At that point, it still doesn't hurt to ask for a referral. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to send them the customer feedback survey again. So that survey that we've already went over, just say, hey, the last thing we request is for you to complete this survey. It's just going to help us better improve our product and know a little bit more about how you enjoyed it. And once they fill this all out, again, it gives them a chance to actually put down any names of referrals, where we're asking at the very end of the engagement if anyone comes to mind, and you might get some names there. So just like that, throughout the engagement, we have really 5 different ways we're asking for referrals throughout the engagement. And right now, if you're watching this, you might not have any of these, or maybe you only have 1 of them. If you have 5, do you think you're going to get more referrals? Yes, right? So these are systematic ways that we can ask for referrals from our clients. So what I want you to do, the action item, is first create your onboarding call survey referral scripting. So if you have an onboarding call or onboarding survey, use this script here at the end or on your onboarding survey to actually make sure that your clients are aware of your referral incentives so it's top of mind for them. Then the next step is create your monthly feedback survey. So all you have to do is just make a copy of this survey here so you have it, and send this out to your clients every 30 days or 60 days to get feedback, and that's going to ask them for referrals. And then create your bi-monthly referral scripting. So every 60 to 90 days, directly ask your clients for referral. The scripting to use is right here, right? Just customize that for your offer. And then create your Cloud9 scripting. So whenever a client gets a big win and they're expressing gratitude, reach out to them directly with this script right here, asking them for a referral. So just like that, now you know how to ask your clients for referrals, get those action items complete, and I'll see you in the next lesson, which is actually how to coordinate introductions and get those referrals on a call so you can convert them into a paying client. So I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, in this lesson, we're gonna go over converting referrals into paying clients. And the objective of this lesson is, now that you're actively asking your clients for referrals, you're gonna start having clients who have referrals they wanna send your way. So here's how to coordinate those referrals and convert them into paying clients. And we're gonna do this in 3 simple steps, starting with step number 1, which is getting your client to make an introduction with the referral over email. And this is called a 3-way introduction. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna send this over to your client so they know how to make the introduction via email. So here's the referral script to use. And again, your client is the one who's gonna be sending out this email and making the introduction between you, the referral, and the client. So here's how it's gonna work. The client is gonna send this out. The subject line of the email is referral name / your company intro. So the client would insert the name of the referral. So let's say the person's that they're referring's name is Ben, and then your company intro. So it'd be Ben / Scale with Less intro, because the name of my agency is Scale with Less. Then the copy of the email would be, hey name. So it'd be, hey Ben, wanted to connect you with your name with your company. So wanted to connect you with Thisura from Scale with Less. They helped me insert big result. So they helped me get 60 new leads for my roofing business in the past 30 days, and I've already converted 2 of them into projects. So they would just insert the big result that you helped them accomplish. Based on what we discussed earlier, I think they would be a great fit to help you too, so I want to make the introduction. I'll let you both take it from here, best, and then they would sign off. Let's say the person's name is Mark. That's the name of your client. So that is the introduction script that they would make. So then that way, the client makes the introduction between you and the referral, and that's the first step. Then once the client makes the introduction using this script here, the next step is to reply to that introduction using the script below to get a meeting scheduled. So this is where you're going to reply to get the meeting scheduled with the referral, and his name is Ben. So here's how that would work. You'd say, thanks for the intro, client name. So you'd say, thanks for the intro, Mark. That's your client. Great to connect with you, Ben, which is the referral name. And you could insert a comment about them if applicable. Like if you notice anything about the referral, you could use that as a compliment. If you notice something about their location or maybe their business, you could use that as a compliment, but that's optional. So then you could say, we can hop on a call this week to connect and see how we can best support your goals. Here's my personal calendar link, and you'd insert your calendar. If none of those times work, let me know and we can work something out. Thisura. That's all you would do here. So again, thanks for the intro, Mark. Great to connect with you, Ben. We can hop on a call this week to connect and see how we can best support your goals. Here's my calendar. And then they book in. So that is where you're going to reply. That's all you got to do. And because it's a referral, they're warm. They want to connect with you. It's going to be an easy close in most cases. So you don't need to do too much here. Just send them your calendar and they'll book in a call with you in most cases. Then step number 3 is we're going to convert the meeting with the referral into a client. So from here, once the referral schedules the meeting with you, take them through your typical sales script and process to convert them into a paying client. Once you've done that, it's really that simple. Like, congratulations, you've turned a referral into a paying client. That's all you have to do. Those are the steps. Again, the client makes an introduction with the referral over email. Then from there, you reply to that introduction to get them scheduled into a call using the script here. And then you have a sales call with them. Just take them through your normal process and convert them into a paying client. One thing I want to mention is sometimes the client will actually, not the client, the referral will respond to you before you get a chance to. They might say, like the referral might respond to that email that was set up from your client saying, thanks for the intro, Mark. Super excited to connect with you, Thisura. Let me know what the next steps are. They might send you something like that. And if that's the case, you just reply with something similar like this and you just get them to book in a call. So nothing really changes. I'm just going to let you know sometimes the referral responds to that email before you do. And in that case, all you do is you just basically send them the same email to get them scheduled in. So those are the 3 steps. The action item I want you to focus on is get your referral introduction scripts ready to provide clients when they have a referral. So all you have to do here is make sure you have a copy of this script here so you can send this out to your client so they can make an introduction, and then have your introduction script here as well. So when a client responds, you can easily send them this script to get them scheduled in. And you can have a sales call with that referral and convert them into a client. So that's all you have to do. Get your referral introduction scripts ready to provide to the clients and have all your scripts ready to go. And just like that, now you know how to coordinate those referrals and turn them into paying clients. So go get that done, and I'll see you in the next lesson, which is tracking your referral performance. All right, in this lesson, we're going to cover tracking your referral performance. And the objective here is to put the systems in place to measure and track the performance from your referral marketing efforts. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use this referral tracker that I put together. And it's very easy. Anyone can fill this out. So let's walk you through it step by step. So the first thing we want to do is every single month, we want to track the following. So let's say the month is January. What we're going to do at the end of the month is we're going to go back and fill in this data here. It could be every month or every week, just depending on your volume. So the first thing here is at the end of the month, we want to tally how many referrals did we receive? And let's say in this example, we got 3 referrals that month. Then the next column is total referrals received from asks. So these are things where we actually ask clients, whether it's a Cloud9 ask, we directly ask them at the end of the month if they have any referrals, or we send them our survey. So how many referrals actually came from the direct asks that we made? So let's say there was 2 from our direct asks. The next is how many referrals were received organically. So we didn't ask for a referral, the client just gave us a referral. And let's say one of them came organically. Then the next thing is referrals meetings booked. So how many meetings were you able to book from these referrals? And let's say in this case, we booked 2 meetings. So there was 3 total referrals, 2 of them we booked a call with. The next column is referral meetings closed. So how many of these referrals did we close into a client? So let's say we closed 1 of them. And the next column is our closing rate. So that would put our closing rate at 50%. Then we'd put our revenue collected and our revenue contracted. So collected is how much cash we collected up front. So let's say it's $2,000 per month. So we collected $2,000 and they signed a 3-month contract. So 2,000 at 3 months is 6,000 is the contract value. So we just fill this sheet out every single month, and you do that for the next month and the month after that, etc. So now you have a month by month breakdown where you can easily track the performance from your referrals. It is going to be a little bit manual, but this is how we're going to do it to start. The next thing is the high level tracker. So at a high level, you want to make sure you have a pulse of everything. So typically you're going to start at a monthly level first, but as you get more data, you can start filling out your high level tracker. And the high level tracker has the following data. So you want to put in your total amount of clients that you have. Now, let's say you have 30 clients. Then you want to get an idea of how many total referrals you've received, individual referrals you received. So let's say you have 30 clients, and from those 30 clients, you got 8 of them to send you referrals. So from those 8 referrals, let's say you closed, this should be 3. Let's say you closed 3 clients from those 8 referrals. That means your client to referral closing rate is 10%. So what that means is 10% of your clients will give you a paid referral, a paid client. So for every 10 clients that you sign up, 1 of them will give you a referral. That's not the greatest. We want to get this to about 30%, but that's that metric. Then we want to put how many of these referrals were asked referrals, meaning how many came from us directly asking them for a referral. Let's say in this case, 4 of them came from directly us asking, and the other 4 came organically. So just clients sending us referrals without us directly asking them. Then the same thing, how many meetings were booked? Let's say we booked 6 meetings. How many referrals were closed? Was 3. Our closing rate means it's 50%. If we close 3 out of 6 meetings is 50%. Then we'd put our collected revenue and our contracted revenue. So let's say we close 3 clients at $2,000 per month. That gives us $6,000 cash collected. And let's say each contract is 3-month commitment, or let's say each contract is a 12-month commitment. That means that it is 36,000, right? So 12,000 over the course of, if it's 12,000, let's say it's $2,000 per month for 6 months. That's $12,000 per contract. If we sold 3 of them at that exact same term, that's 36,000, right? So 12,000 times 3 is 36,000. So we just filled this out in this hypothetical example. You would obviously fill this out for your business and your offer. So that's at the high level tracker. So this is everything at a high level. Like once you tally up the months, you'd want to make sure you have this high level tracker that you're updating so you can see of your total clients, how many of these total clients actually actually give you a referral, and what is your referral closing rate. This is really important, is your client to referral rate, right? Because in this case, it's 10%. But if you can get this to 30%, where 30% of your clients are giving you a paid referral that ends up becoming a client, that's huge, because now you know for every 3 clients that you sign up, one of them is going to give you a referral on top of that. So you're going to get 30% more clients. That's a good benchmark to aim for there. So this is the sheets you're going to fill out. You have the high level tracker and the monthly tracker that you're going to fill out month by month. Just do it manually. So the action items to focus on is fill out the referral tracker weekly or monthly, depending on your referral volume. So if you're getting a lot of referrals, just do it weekly if you are. But for most of you, you're probably going to fill this out monthly to tally up your data. The next thing is you want to look for trends. So what weeks and months had the most referrals? You want to look at that. What did you do differently or better during those months? Like what areas can be improved? Like you want to look at that. So if you had a certain week or a certain month, let's say in January, you got 10 referrals, but on the average month, you only get 3 referrals. You want to look at, okay, what did you do differently that month? Did you just ask for more referrals that month? Like, was there a certain input that you did differently? And once you know that, you want to do more of that, right? And figure out what areas can be improved. If you're not getting any referrals, like you're asking for a lot of referrals, but you're not getting any, why is that happening? Is it you're not getting enough results for them? Ask your clients, right? You want to figure this out. And then you want to iterate and improve based on the data to optimize for referrals. So this is how we're going to track our referral performance, finish these action items here. And just like that, now you have a way to track your referral performance and you have everything end to end. So I'll see you in the next bit. Congratulations, you made it to the end of the course. And if you made it this far and you've implemented what I shared in the course, you're in the top 1% of people, because most people watching this, they're going to click off and they're not going to implement anything, but not you. So give yourself a pat on the back and congratulations. Now, I truly believe in this course, you have everything you need to get clients consistently for your agency. This is the same systems I use to scale my agency past 100K per month, generate over 500 meetings a month, and also get 60 new clients per month for my agency. So I know these systems work. All you have to do is execute them, stay consistent, and don't quit. So as long as you do that, you too are going to get more meetings and more clients than you know what to do with. So I hope you found this course helpful. If you want to show your support, the best thing you can do is hit the subscribe button below, and also make sure to get the free course notes that go along with this course if you haven't already. That's going to be in the pinned comment and in the description as well. So apart from that, hope you found it helpful. Hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next course. Cheers.